losing to Lion, which meant that they weren't undefeated going into this final week for their match against C9, which was pretty crazy. But Kobe, you called for this clip, so I don't know if you want to talk through it. But this Saint play to me at Baron was one of the highlight plays of the entire series, and one of the best plays we've seen from Saint.
Yeah, it starts with them having Corki dead, and so there's a ton of pressure. So Team Liquid decide they're gonna go for this Baron, and Lion buys some time. So Inspired pops his ultimate early here on Nocturne, but makes them they stall off on Baron. It's like 3.4k health. They're waiting, and then Saint gets the perfect edge against the wall just as Yeon kind of walks up a little bit further. They still have the Nocturne ultimate on, so Yeon can't see. But Saint just is able to E and then steals. Well, first he steals Sejuani ultimate. Then he's able to go next to the wall, E, and then ult flash to be able to lock him up. He gets a quadra kill out of it, and Inspired is able to smite the Baron.
Yeah.
And win the I believe it was 50-50. Let me look back.
Oh, it was.
I think it was. And it was so impressive to me because
they're both staring at
a lot of people, when you're going up against a Xayah, just take the thought process of, well, Xayah will just press R if we try to engage on her. So you can't go for the Xayah, right? You just have to accept that and go for someone else. And I just loved how confident they were in their engages multiple times onto Yeon, where they're saying, no, we're going to have to make him react to it. And when Nocturne has ulted, you have very limited vision around you, right? So utilizing the Nocturne ult, the lights have been turned off, and then over the wall comes a Sylas who ER flashes on you point blank. That is so hard to react to, right? Whether you're a pro player or not, you don't have full vision of them, and then this just comes out of nowhere. And so I love the confidence to go for a play like that, and then the skill to execute on the play like that. It felt like it was a game changer. And in my recollection, they didn't 100-0 him, but they got him so low, and then he gets his ult off, and it's just immediately finished off. And even earlier in this game, I think they caught him without ulting another time. So I just love that confidence, right? Where I think a lot of teams would have shied away from that moment and just gone for a more guaranteed target, and then maybe Yeon just cleans up the team fight.
Yeah, it works perfectly with our conversation of talking about big clutch moments.
Yeah.
And players, being confident to make these plays. Of course, in this scenario, they know they have to make the big play, right? So there's not really a big point in just saying, okay, never mind, let's all go home. And so you're kind of like, we are doing this, but then also to be able to execute. Core JJ has just dashed right in front of Yeon. He's a little bit more towards the Nocturne, towards Inspired, because they know where he is. And it's even more impressive how Saint gets the ultimate right past him with the R flash. Is just a perfect CC chain, and then of course into the Nocturne Fear and stuff as well. But this series was so tense. This is the third game that we're talking about. And the gold was tied. It's 2-1 in Dragons. Team Liquid, like we said, started this Baron with Corki being dead. That's why they went over there to it. And they had small objective advantage, and so it's these big plays that are going to make the big difference in the series between our top teams. And it was a super hype one. We've got another clip for you, because the super hype clips didn't stop there. Berserker got a pentakill as well to end it. And I don't know, maybe you could talk through this one, Vitas, you want to pull that up, or Isaac, if you want to talk through this one.
Yes.
But he has the Hex Optics, and he absolutely spaces the hell out of Yeon at the end. This item is super efficient, and I feel like super broken, especially when you see it used well, but also he uses his rockets super well.
Yeah.
And even I thought leading up to that, lots of his teammates make some very good plays too.
Yeah, this fight, this was such a cinematic finish for. Well, I thought this series in general delivered on so many ways. But yeah, this last fight, Saint had that heroic play earlier, but then in this last team fight, I thought Lion was going to lose it because Saint kind of just got instantly killed. I think Inspired got sent into his GA right away as well. And so it kind of looked like Lion had just thrown the game. I think in the post-game, Saint was even saying we lost, my bad kind of deal. But then it was just so back and forth. I think Dokla actually deserves a lot of credit for this game. And I was so happy to see Dokla do well in this series because, it's like there was the castle news and he got a win in the first game. And then, Castle comes in game 2, they lose. And then Dokla comes in with a Nivea, which I don't think he's played any competitive Nivea before. And he just had a really solid game on her. I think in that last fight, he made so much space, just kind of going in there and buying the time.
The egg.
He bought the time that Berserker needed to actually, like, get these kills rolling. Because once you get 1 kill with Hex Optics, it's like 100 range and 80 carry is pretty good. We saw at the end when it was kind of just Berserker versus Yawn.
Yeah.
That range was literally the difference. There's no way Corki beats Xayah in that kind of auto attack off, but you just outrange her, so you actually can win. So I thought it was just such a sick series, especially game 1 to me was one that stood out a lot because I feel like normally when you see a North American team pull out a comp like what Lion had,
that's what we were talking about when we were casting it.
Yeah, it's like, dude, this is just. I remember when Zix was my coach, if he drafts something like that, he's like, it's a pressure comp, guys, which basically just means like we cannot team fight. We have to just win through winning lanes and just like always having advantageous fights. But it's like if one thing goes wrong for you, you're probably just instantly losing the game because you can't win fights. But they just executed it really well. They 2v2 killed bottom. Dokla actually did end up getting solo killed by the Gragas, but Gragas is OP. He got buffed. What can you do?
True.
But, I really like the way Dokla team fought as well. There was that one dragon fight where
their whole team spaced them like crazy in some of those fights.
He was so threatening. He was just sitting off into the side. He didn't even have vision of the bush that he was like playing around. And he was just making so much space for his team that I was very impressed that you could win with this kind of comp in the way that they did.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to do this against a bottom tier team, but this is, Liquid. It's the Jose versus Inspired. This is like the MVP of. The winner of this series likely is going to be the front runner for MVP. And so just really impressive stuff by Lion to win like that. And then TL had a good comeback game 2 to tie it up. And then the fact that it came down to a literal smite fight between the two like MVP jungle candidates is just like it's just like chef's kiss of just like wow this is scripted.
Yeah,
for sure. It very much delivered on the hype. I was super happy watching this one.
Yeah, it was also cool because I don't know if you guys remember, but when we were talking about the patch with the Gragas buffs, right? And I was saying like, because it's W is the skill you go for last, maybe people could do tank and do more points in W. And Morgan actually did it this game, and they lost this game, but he did Emax into W with Q last. And
okay, so he actually put 3 points in W first, which was really weird.
Oh, okay.
He went 3 W, got his solo kill, and then started maxing E, which to me it didn't make any sense because I feel like if you're gonna put any points in W at all, you should just keep going because like the way the damage reduction numbers work is that each 4% is way more tanky than the previous one. So it was actually a little weird that he did that, but
it's interesting. When I checked on his skill order, he just had 5 points E and then 3 points W. So I was like, oh, he did E first, then W.
It was weird. You would think that. I don't know why he did it the way he did, but I was kind of hoping that people try Q max and then W second on Gragas because I actually talked to Impact. Like on the League client the other day, and I was asking him, I was like, hey, you gonna play Gragas? W got buffed, and he was just like, why would I play Gragas? That champ sucks. And so I was asking, about the leveling. He's like, maybe W max second's good. And then people were saying, like, apparently Boss is doing that now as well on Gragas, and because you get really tanky.
Yeah.
Especially if you have AP. I don't even think you have to go tank Gragas, but just like regular AP Gragas, Q, and then W. To me, that seems like it could be really good. I haven't played it personally. I'm not a big Gragas top player, but if Boss is doing it, then, I think it doesn't necessarily mean it's good. He plays a lot of stuff, but he is doing it.
I think the downside to me of the reason I thought it made more sense for a tank build, like what Morgan was doing, is that you want the extra damage of the E and Q ranks if you're going AP, right? If you're trying to actually one-shot someone, I feel like you're getting a lot more damage from those than you are from the points in W. The W is making you tankier, but like if I'm full AP and like I E flash R in and I don't kill them, then like I don't know that the extra tankiness of the W is kind of like as helpful for me in that moment. At least that was like my thought process. Maybe that is incorrect and you can just kind of go AP and go QW. But I just thought it was cool to see that because I do think players should be experimenting with it. The flat DR is crazy, and
I think it's
when you're tank, you're mostly there for the CC anyway, so it doesn't actually matter that you're losing damage on your Q or your E or whatever by not having as many points in it. I think.
Yeah. I really like the way that it scales scales
AP.
linearly with AP, and it's a flat damage reduction. And I feel like I keep explaining to people on co-stream and stuff, but it's like, going from like 50% DR to 60% is a lot tankier than going from 0 to 10 kind of deal.
Yep.
And so the fact that the number is bigger means like you want to max it, and then having AP makes it just so much value. Most things in the game don't scale like that because of how strong it is. So I think you can actually get away with being like extremely tanky on Gragas while having AP because of that. So
yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's just fun. I was happy to see that, regardless of maybe it is better just go AP, but I've messed around with the kind of like tanky style of it, and it does feel like crazy tanky. And it can be super annoying where you don't have to just like body slam flash. Oh, I spent everything, now I'm instantly dead, because you can get in there and you can be multiple body slams in a row on people because you're living a long time. So it was cool to see that. They also did Lion did a bit of a cook in the second game for top lane where they brought out the Rise as a flex into the Rumble as the counter pick. It didn't really work out the way that they had kind of expected and inspired. I know you said was talking about this as well on pros, because everything comes back to pros this week.
He had it was a wealth of knowledge on the episode. Definitely a good one.
Yeah. But just the idea that like maybe this, he didn't know how much practice Castle had on this, Inspired was saying. So maybe it would have been better, better draft or better pick or whatever for Dokla. But I do like that Lion is experimenting with that kind of stuff too, because I think conceptually it makes a lot of sense. And I know, having talked with a number of top laners, they just feel like Rumble should be getting punished more than he is, because Rumble is obviously getting blinded a ton, and then people are kind of just like accepting, well, he picked Rumble, time for me to lose, and then they kind of just like pick a tank that isn't going to like get chain killed or anything, but is going to go down gold. And that has become kind of like the accepted philosophy of like, I'm going to play Ornn into it or Sion into it or Galio or whatever, and just kind of lose, but like not die. But a lot of top laners I've talked to are of the opinion that there are a lot of matchups such as Rise and other AP tops that like can actually just beat it. And so it'll be interesting to see if that evolution does come in, because then it actually changes Rumble's ability to just be blinded. And if Rumble can't be blinded, then hey, maybe Rumble's getting pushed down the tier list a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see if that kind of stuff comes out in playoffs, where that can be really big in a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, when we get best of 5 full fearless super end game drafts, it's always super fun. Especially, I'm curious because of how Lion did use both top laners immediately after signing them.
Yeah,
they're very willing to pull some draft differentiation stuff. Maybe we practiced the Rise for Dokla, and then you had the other top laner in at the time and you still drafted it. But there's lots of creative stuff that you can do when you do have multiple players and options and stuff for draft, and maybe they they can make use of it later.
It was really funny because I felt like the Rise game made way more sense for Dokla, and the Jace game made way more sense for Castle. So I was like, we like got confused on who's playing
just
here.
Signed both of them, okay?
I feel like when you think about Jace, you think about you need to have a nasty laning phase and build a big lead, and I feel like that's more what Castle should do. And I feel like the Rise thing was more like cerebral counter pick, cool like thing for Dokla. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. I thought the 6-man thing was a fraud, but maybe it isn't. Maybe it's real.
We'll see.
So it'll be cool. This week we have a bunch more important matchups. Of course, it is our last week of the regular season. The battle for first is on. TL is playing C9, which if C9 wins, they will be undefeated and they will claim first guaranteed. I think this one's going to be really, really exciting. I feel like you kind of have to favor C9. I mean, they have been I think looking really good. And
I don't know. Do you have to? I feel a little nervous favoring them.
They just about lost to FlyQuest. I feel like they maybe even should have lost to FlyQuest.
FlyQuest is good though.
I mean, they're not bad.
So is TL.
Yeah, they're not bad. I don't think they're quite top tier. They're solid.
It's interesting because all the pros put FlyQuest on the same tier as the other teams.
Interesting.
As they say, it's not a top 3, it's a top 4. But no, I mean on stage for sure. I agree.
Yeah, I guess it's just the consistency. Because I think FlyQuest can be really good, but they also can be really sus with some things, which I think obviously just comes from being somewhat newer of a team and the players having less experience, but definitely can be very good. So I think the fact that C9, they've won all their games, but not games with series, but like it doesn't really feel like it when you watch them play. They look shaky. But for a sole first place undefeated team, they don't look like it at all.
Do you not think, though, that that's more true of TL's soul laners? Because I feel like TL's soul laners have been more shaky than than the C9 members. Because that's kind of my thing, is that it's like TL is a very good team. They could obviously win the series. Jose has been far beyond what I expected from him this split, I think. But the solo laners have both been below my expectations.
Yeah, I think TL has also got their faults, but I don't know. I think this one's super tough to call.
Yeah, I can see either team winning.
I don't know, man. Like, to me, TL is just like, at some point, I feel like Quid is going to kind of like wake up and do the stuff that we've seen he knows how to do. And then they're just going to look crazy. But
I
feels
agree.
Like he's been
when?
kind of dormant this season. He's just kind of there.
That's kind of my thing, is like I keep thinking every week, no, it's Quid. It's Quid. Like, he's going to do it, right? But like I feel like he hasn't. Like his Yone game was good, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think that if Quid can play well, then APA will have a hard time. But if Quid's just kind of like there, then APA might run the map and make it unplayable for TL, because I would expect TL's bot lane to win pretty hard. Jungle, I would favor Blabber. In top, probably slight edge to Thanatos, but it could come down to drafts. So I'm not sure. To me, it's mid, but I guess C9 probably makes more sense to go for overall. But I think Sven has just had some like really, really sketchy performances this split, and Yeon has looked really good. So I think that, to me, is kind of why I could see TL win.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the bottom lane because I feel like it could have a really big impact in this one. So I could definitely see either team taking it. I don't think there's a super heavy either way.
No,
Obviously, there's been pretty big variance for both of these teams within their good games or within their poor games. And so, I mean, this week of practice is going to be incredibly important, but TL keeps saying that they want to play more LPL style and more aggro.
Their games are slow. They are liars.
Yeah, they keep saying it.
They are not showing it.
And then they keep getting into these slobber knockers that are going wild. But we also did see that, like, you could see the inklings of why they would say that at the beginning, right? When you did have some of these like Quid and Jose early mid jungle, like invading the enemy jungle and pulling off these 2v2s and making some big plays. But then there always seemed to be something comes loose in the mid game, I feel like, for TL. And once one thing, like somebody gets caught or somebody makes a misplay and you lose a piece on the map, basically, if League is like, you're talking about pressure earlier and wanted to like keep up, your pressure on the map, and then you want to cycle your recall timing so that you're able to keep it up. I feel like when TL lose one piece, everything collapses, and like somebody else is going to make a mistake, and then somebody else, and their whole like game plan can fall apart, and then they have to like pull it back in some of these crazy late game scenarios. But Cloud9 have also had some really rough, like dragon setups and fights for themselves too. So while both these teams, I feel, are deserving of their spots up here within the top echelon of LCS, and both of them are strong, for both of them, you can point to the weakness and say, well, that's why they're gonna lose, right?
We talked about this on one of the pre-shows. We were doing kind of like an all-pro segment where we basically did like a draft for all-pro. There was 3 of us, and at first we were just going to present our first team all-pro teams, but we were all very similar. So instead we did kind of a draft to get like a first, second, third type team, like a combination. But to me, when I was thinking through all-pro, I found it interesting that you were saying Thanatos is maybe a slight edge over Morgan, because I actually think it is the biggest gap between first and second of any role in our league right now. Maybe AD carry, maybe Berserker is an argument, because I think Berserker has been really, really good. But Yeon these last couple weeks has been pretty amazing too. So I think that has closed the gap. But earlier in the season, I was expecting it to be way more competitive at the top. But I feel like Thanatos is like a running away. Like, I just can't imagine a world in which he is not a nearly unanimous first team All-Pro. Because while Morgan can be very strong, I feel like Morgan has way more game-losing mistakes and like mess-ups in team fights, where I think Thanatos has had both a significantly better laning phase and has been much more consistent. And my criticism of Thanatos when he had first come over was, yeah, he's a great laner, but like he's never synced with his team. Like, his TPs are terrible. He'll make team fight mistakes. I feel like this guy is just kind of on point with every aspect of the game, where you can find top laners that are like amazing at one part or the other, but I don't think there's any other top laners that are amazing at both, right? Like Castle has an incredible lane, but hasn't shown any real team fighting yet. Yeah, he was on DSG, so who knows? Maybe he can do that on Lion. But to me, Thanatos is like a pretty significant advantage for Cloud9, and that's partially why I do favor them.
Yeah, I mean, the stats do align with that. Morgan's maybe not. I don't know. I feel like he's had some really good games, but he has had a lot of like you said, mistakes.
Yeah.
And like some mess ups. And I guess I didn't think about it, but Thanatos has been like pretty solid this whole split.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me more like Morgan reminds me more of like Thanatos when he had first come, right? Where like he's like looking really, really, really good, but then he has like this like fall on your flat face moment occasionally. I'm not saying he's bad by any means. I think he's gonna be all pro. He's great. But I do think that's a pretty big edge. So I'm going to go C9 2-1. I think they get the undefeated season.
All right.
I mean, regular season.
The season is regular. It's not playoffs.
It's regular season. They hold it together. Honestly, I'm really feeling the TL. I'm feeling the TL too.
Seems like you guys are both on TL side.
I think I'm actually C9 side.
Oh, okay.
I was just saying C9 doesn't to me feel unbeatable, but I don't know if TL is going to be the one to beat him. I mean, I guess technically they would be unbeatable for the regular season, but I just think it's not like a heavy favorite. I would say like C9 2-1.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot of question marks to me. I think that the draft could actually affect it a lot because I think some of these top teams just like aren't playing Skarner for some reason. Like we haven't really seen Inspired or Blabber on it. Smolder's a huge question mark. I feel like if one team just drafts Smolder and gets their LP, that could be a big deal. Or maybe one team plays Smolder and just gets absolutely destroyed in lane and they lose at 20 minutes with it. So I think there is kind of like a shakeup in the picks that are coming in a little bit. So yeah, I think that could have affected too.
I think this series, Jan's going to show why they rebuilt the TL roster around him and Core JJ.
Okay. That'll be cool. This is obviously a very important one. If C9 wins, they get first. If they lose, it's going to go to tiebreakers, and that gets pretty complicated. So we'll see what happens there. The next series is going to be Shopify versus DSG, which is another really important one for playoffs. Both these teams still can potentially make playoffs here, and obviously it's your season on the line, right? And making playoffs versus not, I think, can really dictate a lot of people's view of like, was this a complete failure or not?
I'm going DSG, man. I'm going DSG all the way. I feel like they've got the momentum. They got Surdy in, and he has fit in seamlessly into this team. And sometimes you get like a honeymoon period with you get a little switch up like that. He's obviously feeling individually very confident, not just from their stage game, but also from their scrims. I think that we did see the really good upsides of both Kryra and Call Me. As well as Sajed. So I feel like the trend for Shopify has been down and the trend for DSG has been up. Is always worth caveating. Of course,
against
DSG just played versus Dig. And so, that can definitely be a morale boost sometimes, I guess. But I think it's actually predicated on like real things and real successes for this team. So I think they have a better chance. It's not gonna be, I wouldn't say blowout or anything. Shopify definitely can have some explosive games. They've shown some games this year where they had good, like Zinni's Annie game. They had good synergy with Zinni. He was making really good engages, no hesitation and stuff like that. So there have been some moments for them, but I'm feeling the DSG side. I will say 2-1.
2-1 DSG.
Yeah.
I'll say 2-0 DSG. I don't have any faith in Shopify.
That's how I feel, honestly.
Yeah.
I think it's 2-0. Sentinels versus Dig. This one, Sentinels obviously trying to stay in the top four. Top four teams start upper bracket. If you're 5th or 6th, you make playoffs still. But your lower brackets, you have one less
Sentinels 2-0.
life. Yes. They are playing Dignitas.
May I submit my vote?
You can.
Yeah, I think Dignitas. If their vibes were bad,
Dude,
before,
he wants to quit already.
and unless it's one of those things where
Sentinels
it's like,
all around.
sometimes you get so tilted, it comes full circle, and they just don't care at all, and maybe they just have like the series of a lifetime.
Yeah.
It could happen, but probably not. I'll go Sentinels 2-0.
So Fly, Lion, of course, FlyQuest trying to stay in the top 4, to not get knocked out of that by Sentinels potentially. And Lion, because they beat TL, they have a shot to get first. It could get really crazy if TL beats C9 and Lion beats Fly. Then you have, this 3-way tie that's going to go to all kinds of different tiebreakers. But I do definitely still favor Lion as much as I think Fly is a strong team. I do think that they have the ability to upset top teams. Like I predict them against C9 last week. Obviously, it didn't work out. But I feel like Lion is so controlled, and it just feels like Inspired is really good against that sort of kind of like more, I don't know what you want to call it, unpredictable kind of style that FlyQuest is going to bring out because he is so controlled. He has such a clear game plan. He's expecting it.
He did say they're the scariest, though, of those teams to upset them. Yeah, so they're on his mind.
I think Fly will win a game. And, it's obviously possible that Fly could get the upset, but I definitely think I'm still favoring Lion, even though Fly has shown a lot of improvements. I mean, Griffin did not get destroyed by Blabber like he had in the previous series. And, when you think back to Lock-In, he got rammed by Blabber, rammed by Inspired. And I think, we got to see some of those improvements against Blabber. And I think we'll get to see some of those improvements here against Lion. So I think it's going to be a competitive series, but I still favor Lion.
Yeah, I would go Lion here. I'll say 2-0. Could be 2-1, but I don't know. I think Lion beats them more often than not. And I don't know.
Berserker is just playing insane right now. Saint is playing really well right now, at least his mechanics. So he did some like overstay plays. I think we went over a couple of them as far as like staying after for an extra wave. Inspired was talking about him greeting for more turret plates, and then he's like, yeah, and then what do I do? We just won the slate, and he greets for a plate and extra wave. But you can't argue with the mechanics. Berserker and Saint mechanics are top tier. Inspired is for sure top tier, shot calling, as well as mechanics, kind of the package that has earned him a lot of MVP votes. So yeah, I got to go Lion also, but I like that FlyQuest, aggression. I think they do get a game. I'll go the 2-1, super exciting. And we're going to have another banger weekend.
Yep, it should be a lot of fun. Remember, tickets are live for all viewers for finals. It's going to be at ASU Mullet Arena, June 13th and 14th. So it is coming up. 2 days of high-stakes competition. The top 3 teams are going to be battling for the spring title and a chance to represent the LCS at MSI. So we're hoping to see you all there. Grab your tickets right away. But we also have a fat episode because the patch just came out, and
we still have patch. Oh
and
no!
There's a lot.
Dude, we're done. It's an hour and 40 minutes long. Oh my god!
The patch is out. There's lots of changes, including some pretty.
Right. We're gonna hit a 10-minute patch here real quick.
There's a lot of debate about some of these changes, including the minion changes. That is something that I think it's funny. Like I've known about how this works with like minion aggro. If you hit the minions, you get put in the minion aggro list, and it can kind of essentially change how minions target. But I see so many people tweeting about like, oh yeah, this is gonna screw up all my lanes, and I'm like, I've never seen someone do this tricks against me when I'm playing. Even I've seen pros tweeting out no one was doing these tricks in pro, until just recently and so on. So I feel like it is super overstated how many players it will affect. But I also see the other side of it where it's like, if this is something that you have that knowledge of and you feel like, you are getting an advantage in lane and you have worked at all these little details to try to improve your game, that it feels bad to see that stuff taken out of the game. And basically, the most obvious way I have seen it used is where you walk up and you essentially one auto one of the range creeps, like the middle range creep, and it puts you in the target list, and then you step back, and basically they re-change what they are hitting. They stop hitting the one melee, and they basically all you can make them all focus fire the first melee minion. So essentially it will
what you have to make them drop back down. So the priority list is that the minions are going to be above. So basically you have to acquire it and then let the minion get it back because the champion is right there.
And then they all will reacquire a new minion and focus fire it. And so I've seen this trick. I've tried to use it some myself to varied success. Sometimes it works. Sometimes other people are there to contest it and you can't walk up anyway. Because a lot of the matchups that I see people use it most in is, where you have a losing lane and you want it to kind of come to you and maybe try to, focus fire a minion down. If someone's like guarding jungle or doing an invade or doing something like that, you can kind of walk up uncontested in a bad matchup and make the wave come to you. But I can see both sides, right? Because it's like for almost every player in the game. The stuff like this, they don't understand. And it's just confusing. And this kind of stuff, you know, sometimes you'll be like, why did the minions just randomly change target? And like they stopped hitting something I was about to last hit, or they changed target and like killed off my cannon or did something weird, you know, whatever. These are kind of the rules behind the scenes that are sometimes accounting for that. And, you know, very few people are taking advantage of it. So I can see Riot's POV is like, hey, we are making this change to improve the experience for the majority of players. But I can also see if you are a very, 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 very top level player and you're using this to your benefit, it sucks that it's gone.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the change. Obviously, you know, I think the people that are going to notice it are like the Chovies of the world. Probably very few people, but I do imagine the people who've like mastered how this works are going to be kind of annoyed, since in a way it's like you're taking away their forbidden knowledge that they're like getting advantages to other people with. But I don't know. I think definitely like it's better to err on the side of intuitive gameplay, and because most people are just like, what are these minions doing? Like, why are they switching targets? Like you said, why are they like stealing my cannon? All this stuff. So I'm a fan. I think it'll be good, and then, you know, we'll see. Maybe it'll change lanes in a drastic way early game, but I doubt it.
All right, I'm gonna rapid fire some takeaways on the patch then, because actually there's a lot of good stuff in this one. We already mentioned the Cyclo Sword nerfs as well as Naafiri, so they're doing the champion hit on Naafiri and the cost increase, 100 more gold for the Cyclo Sword. They're also nerfing the Deathfire Touch, and Naafiri mid basically used all these things. So you could get your poke damage. And so honestly though, I'm for it. I think that Naafiri itself was quite strong for a while. We'll see when you hit, you know, a rune and a item and a champion, things can kind of go crazy. Zed is also in there. Zed is amazing. Yeah. Cyclo Sword user. Zed is also getting hit. But personally, I think that those are both okay. The Anivia one is pro facing, and it's funny because we're just talking so much about Dokla using his body on Anivia to tank and create so much space in these fights. And so they're like, you know what? Take that armor down a little bit on Anivia. She's been oppressive as a top laner. Armor helps a lot with a lot of top lane matchups. So I like that one too. How nervous are you, Medios, about the Quinn jungle angle? Because they're giving her some. She's really bad right now as a jungle. If they make it to where she is a good jungler, her kit and the mobility of that kit and the ability to like make plays.
How are you supposed to avoid a lane gank from this champion?
Like that, it seems insane if they make it a good jungle.
A Ghostblade Quinn is just going 1,000 miles an hour down my lane. How am I supposed to ward that?
Yeah, I don't think
after you die, you're back in base. You can buy some wards then, buddy, and then I don't know, suicide run them into the lane.
Yeah, I'm I guess because I jungle, I'm not that worried about it. But if I was a laner, I would definitely not want to play against Quinn jungle for those reasons, because it's like, okay, she just ran up to me, almost like Nunu, but at least Nunu has to commit to his snowball, and he can't just like Quinn could just genuinely be sitting there in the lane for 20 seconds straight, and as soon as you opt into it, like a fight or overstep for a second, she's just there. So I think it could be a little risky, but I don't know. It was pretty bad before, so I don't think the changes are necessarily going to make it like overpowered or anything like that, but we'll see.
The utility on her kit too with the big vision reveal is also super, super strong for a jungle. So there's a lot of stuff in the kit that if they pump up the levers too much, I could definitely see
get annoying.
I could see myself whining about this in the future. I'm gonna wait until I see it actually be OP.
I'm not gonna pre-whine.
Yeah, I'm not gonna kind of going.
But you're prepping your arguments.
Yeah, just so you know, it's coming.
Yeah, Kobe's coming for you. A couple of changes here that I think are pretty big. Gladys Greaves, I think honestly we're already trashed for pro in most circumstances. A lot of times people are buying it and we get to the game deciding team fight and they have 1 stack or 0 stacks, and this item is not that good unless you have a bunch. And now it is the same total amount of Omnivamp that you can get, but you need 10 takedowns instead of 6 to be able to reach that same level, and it costs 50 gold more. So I feel like these are super dead in most situations for pro. I just don't think pro is active enough to justify boots that take 10 takedowns to be able to actually stack up and get that effectiveness from. I think
could see a wrinkle where some mid laners, if you want to, because the upgraded version still has the good damage boost on high health and the shield effectiveness for low health. So maybe you could fit it in there, but generally I think I agree.
Yeah. I think situationally it can still make sense. I think the starting items changes are pretty interesting. Doran's Helm getting 30 health, and then Doran's Bow getting 2 AD. So I feel like these could get a lot more popular. And I know I was seeing some math on Doran's Helm where it's just kind of supposed to be like straight up better than Doran's Shield after I think it's like level 4 or 5 already, and then now it's getting 30 more base health. So I feel like a lot more people might be moving kind of straight towards Doran's Helm starts. And I've been kind of experimenting with it in some like pokey matchups when I'm playing top and just kind of seeing how it feels. And honestly, it feels pretty good already, I feel like, but it is hard to tell. Like, unless you rerun a matchup with the exact same item against, over and over, it's really hard to tell the difference. But I already felt like it is feeling pretty decent. So this is probably going to be a pretty nice buff.
Yeah, I am personally on the side of like, I think Doran's Helm's already pretty good. And I think this will really push it. So I would expect people to start using it more. And it's, like you said, I think it's just something where you really feel Doran's Shield's amount of healing, where you might not feel the tankiness of Doran's Helm, but like when you play against it, recently I had like a game where I was Scion against Renekton, and I went for the Helm instead of the Shield, and it was like his all-in just did way less damage. So I think it'll definitely get buff more.
Yeah, I mean, when you have this and then you get some like early armor item, like if you're playing against like a Jace or like you're saying like a Renekton or something, you're on like a Warden's Mail and that, and it's just like you feel really tanky really fast, or even something that's like cloth armor or two, and that can feel pretty tanky. So I think it's going to get popular. The Doran's Bow, I mean, is definitely less popular, but the champions it was good on, it already felt good on. Like a lot of people were just using this and then going double adaptive force, right, instead of taking an attack speed rune for champions like Yone and Yasuo. And there's a number of different examples where it's pretty decent, but the 2 extra AD I think is not insignificant. So I think for champions where it's already good, it's going to be a really nice starting item.
I mean, yeah, my first thought of seeing buffs like this, the starting items, I might actually grab one on a jungle if I am like early game jungle and I want a snowball. Midos is like, you are crazy.
I mean, you can't unless you don't buy a jungle pet.
Oh, you're trolling. Oh, yeah, I'm trolling. You're right.
I was like, are you not going to jungle at all?
I just remember because
it doesn't even let you do it.
Yeah,
you have to buy.
I used to do it on volley.
Doran's Blade and stuff.
I used to do Blade on Volley Bear.
Yeah.
For the
Omnivamp?
What's it called? No, the rune where you get bonuses for Jack of all trades. I used to do it on there. But you're right.
Took away our fun.
You're right. You can't even do that anymore.
Yeah, it was hilarious because that was when they buffed Doran's Blade and stuff to give laners an edge over junglers, and then junglers were like, "Hey, that thing looks pretty good. I'm gonna buy it too." And then they kind of had the reverse effect. So, yeah, no fun allowed. No Doran item for junglers, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a lot of other changes. I mean, that are some various buffs. I feel like those are probably the biggest ones. It'll be interesting. Like Lichbane getting some buffs as well. I feel like Lichbane is a pretty underbought item. When I think about people who buy it much, I see like Nidalee go it. I see Aries sometimes with like kind of like the alt weaving autos build go it. But like, there's not a lot of champions that go it. Even champions like Victor that used to be getting Lichbane all the time back in the day, I feel like you don't really see it a lot. So it makes sense that it's getting some buffs, and maybe we'll see a little bit more play.
Yeah, some of the champs like Fizz and Echo as well went over to Dusk and Dawn instead. So, yeah, it could use some love, and maybe, they'll switch back to it because Dusk and Dawn has been getting pushed more toward the like bruisery side. Yeah, I do like that they're more separated. So, distinct items. All right, feels pretty good. Well, the big one is Lee Sin as well. He's getting a change that was talked about of like I think months ago at this point.
We talked about this last week, I think.
Yeah, and he can ward jump now or like he'll have the same cooldown on his W no matter what he jumps to. So that could be kind of crazy in lane.
And you get the shield jumping to a minion or ward.
Yeah, and he did get some compensation nerfs. He got a little bit. His W will actually be a long cooldown if he casts it on a champion because it's going from half, which would be 6. Now it's just always 7, and then E damage ratio is down as well. Yeah, and then he's getting a fun little flavor thing where if he ults somebody and it kills them, their body will still fly into other champions, which will help for like the one-shot assassin Lee Sin, which is like it's not super real, but it'll still be fun. There will be cool highlights from that. But yeah, the safeguard change is really big. I know we touched on that last week a little bit, but definitely could see that making lane Lee Sin have a bit of a return.
which is always really fun. And I just think Lee Sin is just a fun champion to watch. So I never mind when they kind of buff it back into the meta. The only person really playing it in LCS right now is Jose. So it'll be cool if it makes a bit of a return. But I think that is going to do it for this episode of The Dive, which was a real doozy, a fun one. And I'm excited for the last week of regular season here for the LCS. And then it's going to be playoffs time. It's going to be finals time. It's going to be MSI time. It's all coming up on us. And that is going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment. Hey, if you're a new player that's checking us out and you got some questions about the game, we got some answers, so leave your questions. LCS returns this Saturday, May 16th at 1 p.m. Pacific as Team Liquid Alienware takes on C9. That's going to be a banger. See you there.
Carrier's going back to his people. He's going back to his people. Go, go, go. There we go.
Wait, he's trying to line up. He's trying to line up.
There we go.
Wait, is that
Spaghetti code?
Is that a visual bug?
Spaghetti code? All right, he finds the Pop Blossom onto 3. Oh, no, it worked, ladies and gentlemen. And Flash, this could be huge as now the lights go off. Into the back line goes King, and though looking for this. That's the steal from Sponge. Pop Blossom connects onto 3, but lands. There's no follow-up.
Then when the lights go off, Genji has to retreat. Sponge flies on the canyon and forces him away.
And now Keen looking to follow up. Hyperproc ready there onto Sponge, and there's the boomerang to secure it. There's the Gnaw onto everyone as Keen dives in. It's Chovy to get the follow-up kills as he picks up the double. Scout is drifting around the map, but Chovy goes golden, gets a gigantic shield, and that should just be the game, ladies and gentlemen. And the Crocodile has certainly been tamed. Zeus is now diving into 3, finds all of them with the Gnar, as now Closer is just going to get slapped down. It's a triple for Zeka, getting his revenge as he picks up the quadra kill. Faker to make a few extra plays. As Dudu is almost dead, as Faker's just going to flash on him. Pathmaker, there's the all out as well, as Dudu looking for the angle, and there it is, finds the Q, and it's working. As they do pilot Shelly forward, that is going to be Ona going a little deep, but there's Carrier finding the Pop Blossom into the Shockwave, and it eliminates everyone. Pyushik trying to get something done. Dudu there as well, but Closer is likely to die. Faker with a big old shield keeping himself alive, and Dudu is gonna die as a result.
It bounces off the Cataclysm and then goes in for this triple ult into Shockwave combo.
And will keep himself alive. Meanwhile, the train has left the station in this top lane as Keen going aggressive onto Rich. Oh, there's the Flash solo kill!
As in now, Cuz doesn't have Flash and is chain CC'd. And
we're going all in under the turret. Perfect, in a lot of trouble. Gets flashed on. They just want to go for the fight immediately. Vikla just kind of putting his face into it and does dive, and everybody is caught in the Cataclysm, and the Olaf is behind everybody as well. It is a landslide here for him, but Roamer with the Catalyst is pretty tanky at this point in time, so he's just going to back away from that one as the ult's pretty interesting from King, and he's going to try to flash, but casting picks up the soul. Trying to get into the action, Herald. It's going to miss the ult, but now losing an awkward spot, and both the junglers are going to hit the ground. Storin is going to hop into this one, but now Smash going to get knocked up by the Rift Herald, who is just spinning around and getting so much value on those knockups. It's insane. And the Ambessa is running wild in the back line as Showmaker now all alone, trying to just poke out Pace and Carrier. And even Doran now getting pretty low. Shiu at least able to get that kill, but a stun lands on a Showmaker. And the engage code comes out from Nico.
I think they're going to try and maneuver it bot lane.
All right, Rich gets him under turret. Yeah, the charge comes in, but Rich, another solo kill. But Rich trying to back off here. It's still a lot of damage. I mean, Zeka's trying to get on in there with that ultimate, but he's just able to dash away. They can't lock him down. They can't do much to him at all. Zeka is a raid boss with a wild growth, dashes into floor, and just wipes the floor with them. Triple kill. No, exactly. I mean, he did
Honestly, he made up for it perfectly. As oh my goodness, aiming
after pick, and it once again comes down to Baron start, and Yike is there, but Cat says no, sir. Done so, a bit of a mind game, similar to the Fiora matchup. As
Jojo goes for the flash runs, he's just an egg.
He's just egg maxing right now.
Oh, Jojo.
He's baiting.
He's baiting.
Wait, he's a genius.
It's a genius egg bait. Jackie.
Wait, he's a genius.
Oh my God, Jojo.
Good one. Yeah, good one. Here we go. Jackie should just be able to shifting stands out.
Jojo is making me really nervous.
Oh, he goes in. Jojo flashes away.
He's way too good at it. He's just
Jojo though still on the chase. The autos won't do enough, but Mirwin here to follow up. Jojo flashes away from Jackie's, who doesn't have a flash of his own, with a banner on his shoulders.
God,
Jojo
he just does it again.
Back to life. Super on the backline just rips them to pieces.
Our Slack channel saying, you know, Skewbond is the best jungler in the world. You can just only see it when he's outside Brilliant. Oh,
no flashes. They're in trouble. Flash will probably ignite first blood with the Galetta land. John's going to flash roll with the Boomerang Blade, and an auto Hans gets the second.
Didn't realize the Hans Hammer was there because the ward didn't spot him, and now Jackie's. Oh my!
Two-fold Hex. Caps is waiting. He's going to pop them between worlds. Jackie's ulti's out. Gets out. Caps on the turret. Two-fold Hex, and the auto the pullback. He's clean with it. And take another plate on top of it. Mirwin found out in rotation. He gets Arrow. Dragon descent over the wall. He steals it. The Dragon steals the Dragon. Down it goes. Arrow goes over. Cosmic Fighting dodges away. Finally, Dragon's descent. Dova Kin from Mirwin sets up the play. But again, not enough. Clips full HP. Whittling him down. Flush from the AD carry from France. He's got a triple. He's got a quadra in his eyes. And Elyoya might be last to go.
It looked like a Game of Thrones, but it's Calist who wants to sit on it in Madrid.
It's a pentakill! And Spain is miserable about it.
Does cost him a little bit.
Oh, flash onto Yehu. He flashes as well against the wall. Probably executed. Oh, Jojo! No. Switch to Salmon. Busio's going to die again. We come back to live. A 5-point strike. Jojo's got fancy feet. Here's Yike. He says, okay, I'll do it, but he's got no Cyclone. Jojo thinking about who he can take on next. As Yike ran into save it. A Shuriken flip. Jojo takes two. Yike may get out, but he's flashing out down. He's greeting for his blue buff. Leaves the pillar. Elyoya ignites the crowd. Beautiful timing from the Trundle.
The Elder down to 900 HP. It is Isma that smites it. Locke trying to deal with the two in the base. Carter already feels the power of the laser. Yike's going to follow suit. Giant X finds two. Meanwhile in the base, Locke with a Narv against the wall, but the Nexus tower falls. Locke finds one of the two. It's all on Calist. Can he avoid Locks? But now with Jackie's coming back, he cannot make it longer and longer. 41 minutes, 500 kills for Jackie's, and here at home, Giant X find their first win.
Lot needs to be careful with how he pushes out this wave.
Nice use of the fog of war here.
He flashed over it! Okay, that was all kinds of wrong, but in the end, it's right for Giant X.
We're keeping them interested here as the resets come through. Calist now making his way to top.
Yeah, importantly, though, because Isma goes down as Calist is charmed up here, Calist is just taken out by Jackie. Jojo at 3 items, just going to chunk through them. The quickness, the equalizer, and Caps goes a good night. And Koi knew exactly who they wanted to kill, and they executed it perfectly. Broken Blade in with the knockabout. Summer trying to put the damage down with the shield bolt. He's stunned up, locked up, and taken out. The Emperor's Divide, not even necessary, as Nkoi will run G2 through, and Lyoya here, and there's the move we were just talking about. And there's not really much you can do about that. Root Caps with another root.
Oh no!
Oh God!
这上路中斧子，直接就是一套不解释的追击。虽然已经是闪现躲开了这一发逆流投掷了，但后续还是被小徐硬。红 Q 打得很凶啊，这又给腹地到了，再一个 Q 命中，没有闪现的肯定要死了，直接对位单杀红 Q。
是的 ，Coco 过来这一波也没有能救下。
等能量回复一点之后，想上去1打2，摸眼过来，又被克兰贝尔给 W 做到了 ，Coco 要1打2了 ，Q 要好了。 半秒钟，直接贴脸出 QQ 空了。
刷个盾，但是还是走不了，是控制不够的情况下，对 UP 的双击没什么威胁啊。大招又好了，
飞入泉水了，回城的最后1秒，
直接带回来了。 怎么说？那就在这打吧，也不管了。
天外飞鬼，
超远距离飞行。
这上级又给泽力了，不对了。
俊佳现在野区发育是领先的，他想一直去挤压这个训的发育，还要追。皇子看到了这个位置，奈特闪过来，喂，找红 Q 又单杀了，刷了个 W， 魏野过来一个 Q 闪打到了皇子。
这边两边有可能要打起来了，
打起来了，给梦魇机会了。索加发条大虽然能够杀掉辅助，但后续的残局呢？巴德给了一个保护自己打野的大招，不过阿卡丽亚喜人直接斩掉，梦魇交个闪回来，巴德再开门，加奇在边上狂 A， 做门，尼亚交一个闪现过来，再一个 Q， 这波主动出击 MP 把自己想玩没了。尼亚最后一个很冷静，不抢了，直接拿一塔，但是瑞兹被开了，虽然找到机会了吗？没有，刚刚为他解一下，阿尼晕了3个人，给一个大招，再一个掰 ，Q 直接被秒了，滔博的不科学团战出现了，开的太好了，小奶油，
干锅交掉，这个时候一直在等，
火箭要带，
哦呦 ，W 闪3个，
那这样得让顾问先扛，等盾炸，紫卡是有大招的，再反撞，顾问扛到极限，开爆吼。续了个大 Q， 砸飞了侯亚，再一下，哦呦，处理的很好呀，紫卡，而且 Q 捡空了，自己还扛了下塔，双杀了。找下安妮的位置，要对谁大招直接金，预判你在里面，安妮砸了一套 The Hack， 队友过来帮忙捡这个辅助，辅助有个鸟盾，再将闪现先拉开了吗？没有拉开，侯亚捡了进去，找到了后排，而且露露给大招，基本2个人要被捡死了，小虎没有闪现，小虎也要被捡死，侯亚一夫当关，万夫莫开，一个人收获了3杀，视野外派掉天拖时间，小徐去切后排威胁对面，他在前去抢龙被拍开了，他在没有抢到这个水龙，拿到水龙后反正一个大招，自己直接倒掉了，还要往前追击，节俭又节俭到了对面的后部，给了个制药师后部想走，但嘎啦直接交金把2枪把后部给点死了，哎，这波团也要节败队，已经有点打不了了，大叔也捆了上来，还拍到香克斯绝望的一个大招，进军之强，但是保不了队友也保不了自己，一波 ace 由京东完成。
He finished.
Cryra and Calmy are coming very fast. Level 6 for Cryra, level 5 for Exu. They're into the pit and it's stolen! Cryra and Calmy, the combo 2v1 for the rest to join in. Dignitas keep their mid laner alive and now they're turning the attention to the top laner. Sturdy low, but Calmy gets out of the back line, just eviscerates Palafox. A double kill to Calmy.
Thanks a ton for that. A lot of action happening here, so you can go back and check this game out. I'm going to send this one straight back to the casters. Thanks a ton.
All right, thank you very much, fellas, as bottom lane is getting spicy. Core JJ forced to flash away. Berserker's ready for the flash follow. It's first blood.
But you know what I've got dibs on?
What's that?
This graphic to talk about. Oh, wait.
Okay. Holy. All right. What kind of a graphic you got for us?
Azale's graphic of the week.
Oh, we got a solo kill.
We have Dokla trying to get away here as Morgan goes in for the solo. Looking to enter into the fight. Paranoia's already going to get dropped. Inspired looking for his angle, seeing if now's the time to jump in, and he finally goes. But Inspired's going to be targeted. Yawn goes up into the Featherstorm, but he is dead. Saint finds the kill. Inspired and Saint looking to finish off the Baron, but Jose Diono's ready to contest it. It's a smite fight in the pit. A double kill back over to Saint. And the Baron goes to Lion. The fight goes to Lion. A triple kill for Saint on the Silas, stepping up when they need him most. Morgan with the counter strike, goes in after Berserker, finds a stun, but it's not going to turn into a whole lot of anything for him as TL can't find any of the kills. Yawn has already used the ultimate here with the Xayah, but he turns back around and Saint is shut down. Inspired's going to be knocked into the Guardian Angel just yet as Team Liquid found the angle they needed after all this time. Dokla buys himself a moment here with the stasis. TL forced back for now. Berserker grabs the kill into Quid. Dokla's egg still alive. The shutdown onto Inspired comes through for Yawn. The resurrection for Dokla. He gets alive and he gets away, but no, he's finally taken down. A triple kill back over to Berserker on the Corki. It's Yawn versus Isles and Berserker. Yawn steps forward. Berserker and Isles. They get it done right when Team Liquid looked like they had a shot.
And Core, even though he's trying to block for Yawn, he's no mana. He can't actually get spells off. And they get 2v2 code. So I think here, if I was in the game, even just as the mid laner, it's just like, just a quick XD. Just a quick XD.
Foram os 6 flashes gastos iniciados pelo flash do Daejeon. Ele tentou iniciar a jogada E aí, ó, tava faltando flash no top, mais 2 e vai sair mais uma kill.
Fizeram um swap agora e colocaram a bot lane também pra ficar tranquilinha lá.
Pelo visto, uma limonada azeda ainda é uma limonada, né?
É, com açúcar o suficiente você conserta, pô.
Não dá nada que o açúcar não resolva, né? E o Aizen, acho que no caso dele não vai resolver não, hein?
Tiro muito parrudo, muito forte, vai pegando o Aizen de jeito.
Ele não tem flash.
Tá ali no mano a mano.
Teve um charme que encontrou o Aizer ali no meio de todo mundo.
Pegou mais um, K-Wing é batido! A Loud encontra jogado, o céu é perseguido, a torre tá no chão. E a galera da Loud vem pra garantir outro abate. A Kate se defende, não tá morta. Já garantiu uma eliminação, garante a segunda agora, enquanto o Mireu fica perdido e também é eliminado. Mais um charme!
Que é isso?
Desce o fluxo, puxa o gatilho no counter gank, tenta chegar pra mais um. E aqui embaixo! Cara, aqui no CBLOL, e já vem troca de novo na rota do meio. O Cold vai conectar mais dano, pode tentar uma solada!
E quando a gente pensa na Loz, é um time que depende, vai ter mais dano em cima do Feixe e não vai ser abatido.
Nossa, tá passando fome aí, meu ousado! Olha essa solada de novo! Hit foi visto, vem o combo, ataque no dragão, flash gasto, ele não conseguiu a conexão pra jogar pra cima. Ele só tá causando dano em cima do Dudu. Vamos ver se vai ser o suficiente. Barreira pra segunda, ele não tem mais flash, vai cair!
Tem Reno aqui, né? O Curse tá meio nas minhas inimigas.
Opa, flash gasto agora pro rota no meio pra tentar buscar um abate por ali. Quem é que leva?
Sério, tem que aparecer, senão fica muito difícil jogar.
O X1.
E aqui agora posição complicada, os dois são em território inimigo. Quem vai lidar melhor com isso é ele!
O peso dele ter tanto recurso, afinal, ele pode ter muito mais aquela utilidade no momento da luta.
O Dash vai comprar até o final.
Vai comprar a luta, vai buscando, com a Vayne, utilizou o ult, vai tentando, perseguição, olha o abate chegando!
Gears as they're moving forward. GZ, they've started up the Drake, it's at 4K.
There's a catch there, but it's going to be immediately turned around. Kano has exploded. Traded for Orca, but getting rid of that Seraphine heals is so valuable. Ejung melts away. Then goes Husha. Can't quite get it done, but imagine flashing away on that little health. Doggo goes over the wall. Doggo gets it done. Quadra kill. They don't want to reset quite yet. CFO going in. Rest gets a lovely knock up. Instant assassination onto Shun. Doggo in the backside is pressure, but he has the Guardian Angel. It doesn't matter that they get onto him. He's going to get back up, tries to reposition, can't quite do it, but look at the healing coming in. He stays alive for so long, and all the focus is on Doggo, so Pout goes absolutely crazy.
Kratos is pushed up under his tier 1 turret. Starts to trade forward pun. Yeah. Gets the knock up, ults over the top. It's the full-on combo. Equalizer does go down, but it's just not enough. Q
is having a bit of a time in the bot lane. Oh, hang on a second. There's the rock going in onto Pun. He's giving him a clap. 1, 2. Can he get a Q? Oh, there's the flash forward. There it is. Roll the rock. But do you get away?
More as they're trying to go for the re-engage flag and shows good shout. C is getting chunked out. So is Hongshu. The shutdown's even better. Here comes Florin. It's a 4-man. He's doing the damage and getting it all done. Absolutely huge from Florin. Turning this fight. Fang is just throwing out as many bullets as possible. They picked up Momo. Florin is chasing Fisher. Usually it's Fisher the one looking for a catch, but no, they're not going to survive, unfortunately, here. Pop9 looking for the re-engage. Might be able to land a little bit more. Flores on the back line. There's the Dominus. Stun is good. It's on to 3. Fisher is not to be seen, but no, Florin just absolutely minced the Crocodile. Pop9 half health, but wants to go for a little bit more damage. They're able to lock it down. It's a double kill for Florin. It's so much. The magical journey over the wall. They're into the tower. The golden eclipse is beautiful. It's a triple kill. It's a quadra kill. Yeah, now Kiaya is caught in a little bit of a predicament as the stun's going to hit. Let's see if Tibbs is going to do enough damage. Kiaya has the flash, goes straight into the bush. Doesn't go over the wall. Oh, he baited him so hard.
Welcome back to the LCS. It's the last week of the regular season before playoffs.
So what you waiting for?
Raz was singing
line, Raz.
for the last 15 seconds before we went live. I'm glad you
I
can
would have
continue
loved it. The mic was hot during that.
Absolutely, man.
It would have been very funny.
Yeah, it would have been good. Would have been good.
Yeah, last week of the regular season, we're going to check out the standings, right, Emily?
Yeah, let's go.
For what we're at this year, we still have an undefeated team. For now, that's going to be our first game of waiting room. Emily never walks in front of the camera. She's always super polite and walks behind the camera.
And she's like a catwalk too. She's never rushing it.
Yeah, sorry. Did you want me to rush?
Well, someone else is running.
Jan's rushing. Hurry up, Jan.
Jan's running. So the big decider is who's going to make it to the last playoff spot, right? We have 5 out of 6 teams qualified here in C9, Lion, TL, Fly, Sentinels. If DSG are winning, they're in. Woo! Look at that, right? Shopify 2-0, they are in. But if they 2-1,
50-50.
it gets a little dicey.
It gets a little strange.
And then they become the biggest Sentinels fans, basically. Because then if Sentinels beat Dig, then they are in. However, if Dig win, then Disguised are in.
I love the fact that Dignitas can be 0-6 and still have implications on the playoffs in their final week.
The biggest spoilers now.
I'm hoping for that.
Yeah.
That would be the most hilarious timeline. I have to clarify. Best, that's subjective. Hilarious.
So they can play the absolute spoiler.
Yeah, but just today we got C9 TL. We'll get through the playoff scenarios exactly for that one, but the simplest thing for C9 is winning there first.
Yep.
TL would need a 2-0 to be first. If they 2-1, it'll depend on the results of the Lion game. And then Shopify, DSG, Emily just went through the scenarios. DSG can just get in because they're already at 2 match wins, would move to 3 match wins. And we also have the potential for, with the top 3 teams, like a circle of success.
Yes.
One would say, where everyone is able to be victorious against everyone else.
I don't think you said it
correctly. A circle of success.
Exactly.
Yes,
Thank you, Emily.
There we go.
Yes, you said it correctly.
Yeah, because C9 beat Lion earlier, Lion beat TL, and then we have no idea what's going to go here. This is today's matchup.
But actually,
where's the
if Cloud9 just rains on everyone else's parade.
I mean, my enthusiasm is I'm just like, woo.
That's enthusiasm? That's your pyro.
But C9 can just take it and just beat down on everybody else. I like why they have C9 on the top.
It could end up here, but we don't know.
No, the other way. C9 beating everybody else. This is what Jat wants. Hang on. Okay. This is what's going to happen. It's regular season C9.
This is what Jat wants.
Yeah.
This is Jat's
That's what you want?
scenario.
I thought you were TL Jat.
Supremacy.
I thought you were TL Jat.
That hasn't worked out very well.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to leave this up.
Yeah. Okay, so.
There we go. Beautiful.
These teams fairly likely to be in the top 3 teams come June 13th and 14th because the spring finals, they're going to be at ASU's Mullet Arena. Woo! The tickets are on sale now. Both single and 2-day passes are available. Scan the QR code or go to Ticketmaster.com to get your tickets today. Personally, I would buy the 2-day pass.
100%.
You're going anyway.
Yes.
Just watch all of the days.
Why don't you just get 2 single passes?
That's probably more expensive. But if you really want to get that done.
I just support the LCS so much, I'm going to get 2 individual passes.
But I will say, even though the actual LCS Fantasy goes until the end of playoffs, the Caster Fantasy League is closing today. We have 1 week left.
Things are on the line.
And Raz, you are in last place.
I'm furious.
So first place gets to do clown makeup on last place. That's the rule. So Emily really wants to be first. Currently, Kobe's in first.
I think Emily is going to be the one that takes it easy on me, which I'm really rooting for.
I'll make you look beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Emily,
a beautiful clown.
You need to make up 8 points.
No.
It's pretty impossible for you to finish last. So you're going. You're trying to win.
I am not finishing last. I am trying to win.
All right. So what's your? Let's take a look at your team first.
I have no. Raz, what are you doing?
The fact that everybody is just like, Azale wasn't trying for the last 4 weeks, but I want to see what your team is.
This is me. I switched around a few things, so we'll see. We'll see if my bet on Sentinels continues to pay off. Because last week, Rahel scored me a ton of points.
Yeah, he absolutely did.
He actually did super well. It's a little bit more difficult when you have like closer matchups, right? So I stuck with Inspired. I swapped out Morgan for Thanatos. Sorry, Morgan.
Yeah.
And then I stuck with the rest of my team.
Okay. See if you can pass Kobe on this. Okay, Raz, it is your turn to show me how are you going to catch up to everybody else. I imagine you took some risks.
I took a lot of risks.
Whoa!
It's called
sorry.
the DSG risk. Like, here's the thing. My plan wasn't working for the last 3 weeks. Me trusting the Team Liquid side.
Okay,
right? I've
so
had
you're
Quid, I had
kind of,
Morgan.
you bailed on Team Liquid entirely.
Completely.
He did, in fairness, he did stick with like Ultiel for
Surly,
like
Kryra, Call Me, and Ido. You're all in on DSG.
I am all in on DSG. I need them to succeed. Now, the only reason why I didn't go to Sajed is because my main goal is Azael. And Azael has had Sajed for multiple
weeks. So you can't go for Sajed.
Sajed scored, finally cashed in last
So
week.
you're hoping that DSG does really well minus Sajed.
Exactly.
Somehow he runs it down.
And then hopefully Rahel
I don't know about this strategy, Rez.
I would have gone Caitlyn for Rahel, but I don't think he's going to get it.
I think it's time to reveal my strategy.
Okay.
My biggest goal this week was don't finish last.
That's just my team. You just stole my team.
How am I possibly going to?
Wait, what?
I cannot lose.
You just stole my entire lineup.
Actually,
You'll never catch me, Raz.
That's disgusting.
You'll never catch me, Raz.
Smart.
The only way this is possible is with the producers helping you.
No, you put it in the public channel.
Yeah, wait,
you're right,
you didn't DM the producer.
You're right.
You're the only one who puts your team in the public Slack.
I literally told the producer, here's my roster, but if Raz posted in the channel, I'm going to copy it.
I just DM.
Yeah.
Can I see who I can face again? Can I see who I can beat again? I need to, because I don't want to just beat
You need to beat Azael.
Because Azael has been having too much dumb luck. I need to see who else I can beat.
You cannot. Unless Azael posted his in a public channel, you can't see it.
There's got to be someone I'm close to.
Anyways, for everyone else, fantasy runs till the end of playoffs. Please go sign up for your fantasy team. Here's the standings.
Jet. It's literally Jet, and he just mind gamed you.
I could have really messed up this week, but I think I'm safe.
Yeah.
I think you saved yourself by copying Raz's roster.
Yeah,
That's actually pretty smart.
In my own JLXP Fantasy League, I'm tanking, but I really don't want the clown makeup.
Yeah.
So I wasn't doing that well anyway.
I just want to do the clown makeup because I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, well, I don't know what.
You better be hoping for me because otherwise you get Kobe or Flowers.
And I know what they're gonna draw on me, and I'm not gonna be a fan.
I don't think they're allowed to draw that.
They're not allowed.
It is on broadcast.
Okay, that's good.
It is on broadcast.
That's a good one. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, TG. Thank you, TG.
All right.
My mom doesn't have to see that.
From something fun to something that most people find boring, let's talk about minion aggro.
Woo! Okay.
Okay, so this previously was 5th on the priority list. So for people that don't know, minions go through a series of input decisions, basically if this, then this. I have it right here. It's basically target a champion that damages an ally champion. Second is target enemy minions that
let's
damage
get
an ally
Emily's
champ.
board on camera here so we can see. So minion aggro is a very complicated mechanic. Chobi has traditionally been the best at it, but this is a change that I imagine Chobi doesn't like. But
it's the first time I've ever heard him comment, right? So basically the thing.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
It's full camera here.
What camera? Yeah, there we go. I'm bad at finding the
Target
camera.
champion that damages an ally champion, that's first. That overrides everything else. So potentially it should go from bottom to top.
So basically now this one
You're going to erase it?
is dead. Well, it's dead. It's not in the input anymore.
Yeah, here we go.
It's done.
Yeah.
I did pull an example. Vigar V2, the C9 analyst, did a really good video, basically, as I throw the board on the ground. I'm sure people could hear that. But basically how you could use this to manipulate the wave, right? So this is kind of what Chovy is mad about because he used to be able to just drag a minion and have it affect and basically force people into bad decisions. He uses it here to basically force Echo into queuing only one minion on this wave with the way that he drags it out. And now this is not gonna work anymore, basically, because the input for the minions aggroing you is not there. So basically he wastes his Q there, right? And only gets one minion in the last hit. So you can't do this anymore. There's a bunch of other things. I actually highly recommend people watch the video that he put out on this. It's on his YouTube channel. It is really informative. It's different now, obviously, because this does not, I don't know.
I forgot that Emily can't spell on the PC.
/resume.
No, it's not, it's not typing.
Well, that would be an unfortunate situation if you can't type. Or it's not typing.
No, the keyboard is not working.
It is fine. You know, it is what
All
it
right,
is.
well, I was going to demonstrate it, but unless they can... yeah, okay. Well, maybe I can demonstrate tomorrow. I don't know why the keyboard is not inputting.
Yeah, we're going to watch
But basically, yeah, it makes it so that you can't manipulate the wave. And yes, this is a change that only affects like the very top echelon of play, right? But that's why Chovy was calling it out, because there were certain ways to manipulate minions to force your opponent into some really poor decisions, or you could even bring an entire minion down as a wave was crashing to meet the next wave to freeze it like more in the lane. Again, forcing your opponent to have to step out, take damage, take aggro. This is the kind of like elegant thing that I really love in League of Legends, so I'm very sad. I'm with Chovy. I stand with Chovy.
But I've always believed that the minions are dumb as hell. So making the minions a little bit smart.
That's what most people thought, because they didn't understand the inputs. So yeah, now that is erased.
No slow
more
motion?
wave manipulation. Yeah, what? We lost our cool.
At least
I love the slow motion.
At least APA's got his shades on.
Is this part of the patch? There it is.
Oh! I should never have doubted them. Never.
Slow motion makes everything better.
I know.
It does. It actually does.
Anyway, last week, speaking of C9, I did ask Vulcan about the potential Kia MVP race between himself, Inspired, and Jose Daejeon. Take a listen.
I mean, I think the biggest thing for a lot of people right now is making sure that we don't live in a world where Jose Daejeon is MVP. So I think Inspired and me have a big work ahead of us today and next week, because Lion plays TL after us. So yeah, whatever we need to do to make sure that happens or doesn't happen.
Do you care to elaborate on why that's important?
No.
Doesn't care to elaborate. However, we did want to bring up the question, and this is chat. Did Jose losing last week, did it kill his chances, is what it says, at winning the MVP? Spam yes or no.
Hell no.
Spoilers,
Can I change the question? Did it hurt Jose's chances? It didn't kill it, because we wanted to have an overall MVP discussion off of this, because it's still a race, I believe.
Yes.
We got a lot of candidates, though, because, and Jose as well, he has another difficult opponent today in Blabber.
Yeah.
Team Liquid has been through the easy part of their schedule. They played the 5 teams that everyone would consider the 5 weakest, and the last 2 weeks they have Lion and C9. So Jose now playing Blabber today, who historically, I imagine Blabber does pretty well head-to-head.
Let me hit you with a counterpoint, unless if you have a point that you wanted to hit, Emily.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, like, I think there's a world where Jose comes out today, performs really well, and he's still top of people's voting list despite losing to Inspired last week.
Because I just remember, like, Blabber earlier on in the season goes up against Lion, literally the first series, gets, like, thrashed in the game by Inspired. That obviously you would think that would hurt his case. You look at Inspired in the series versus Dignitas, that wasn't an easy series as well. Exu got player of the game over him in one of those games. Does that hurt his case? Might. Like, I think...
I stand with the people.
Exactly. That's a thumbs down for me. Like, everyone's going to have a bad game or a bad series. And also, if we're just talking about losing as a team, don't think Jose Daejeon looked bad at all.
He even had, like, some really nice sedge, like, early sedge pathing in one of those games, too. Yeah. Like, I didn't think, like, yes, TL lost, but I didn't think it was because Jose got, like, pub stomped in jungle.
Yes. And so, like, definitely if we're just hyper-focusing on the junglers, because they are our best junglers in the league and our best performing players. A lot of the times you look at our 3 junglers in Blabber, Inspired, and Jose Daejeon. Jose Daejeon has had an insanely consistent
He's ganking you, Raz. He's coming.
What? Oh! I always got to, okay, there it is. He was turning his head back. He noticed he was being talked about.
So the MVP race is really interesting to me, because we've been saying the past few weeks that it's Jose, Inspired, and Vulcan.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think, who is going to get MVP votes? Because you vote MVP 1, MVP 2, MVP 3.
Yeah.
I can't imagine, and I'm sorry, C9 fans, what does Vulcan have to do to win MVP?
Ooh.
A lot. Yeah.
It doesn't seem like he's part of the race in that case. Like, get 27 assists on Seraphine? Like, I don't think that's going to push people over the edge.
Yeah, I think people are recognizing that he was, like, in my opinion, the most stable member when C9 were looking shaky, even though they were winning on stage.
And they can still be undefeated.
We just talked about how they're undefeated in the series. However, you then have Thanatos, who's also been a really consistent performer, has improved his frontlining and his team fighting super well. But then are they like splitting votes? And then the Inspired thing with Berserker, who's having an insane comeback season.
Yeah. Usually what will do it is if you're head and shoulders ahead of number 2 and number 3 in your position.
Yeah.
And I feel like Berserker is that. Thanatos, I think, is that as well. And it's tough. If you, to your point, like it's going to be a quote-unquote meta game. If you're online and you're going to be voting between Berserker and Inspired, one of them, they're both going to lose out. At least if you're thinking about it, I want to vote for Lion because they probably do well in both of these 2 last game series that they have. That would be tough. Vulcan, you're in an Enchanter world. What can I say?
He's gonna be first team support. I imagine.
He said that himself. He was like, I don't even know how I'm in them.
Yeah, how could an Enchanter support win MVP? Either way, fan voting for Kia Awards is going to be opening next week, so please make sure to check that out. I think Berserker is going to be getting votes. I think the Inspired versus Jose race is still really interesting because they're such different players.
Yeah.
Jose has the highest kill participation of all junglers. Inspired actually has the lowest kill participation of all junglers, which is wild. But in the mid lane today, we have Quid and APA, and we have Azael who's standing by with an interview.
Hello, I'm here with APA and Quid ahead of a battle for firsts. So did you imagine you would be in this spot when you got replaced on TL, you joined C9? Is this where you thought you would be, playing for an undefeated split?
Well, I expected TL to be a good team, like when they're putting the roster together. Also expected C9 to be a good team, of course. So it's no surprise that we're at the top of the table.
How does it feel going up against your friend? I know you guys are friends, you practice together for an important match like this, playing for first.
Nothing special, but yeah. I'll just try my best to win the game.
Nothing special. How's it feel going up against Quid?
Well, I mean, I always farm Quid. I have like an insane record versus him, so it's probably nothing special to him because he's not used to winning.
Any words to that, Quid?
We'll see today.
So how are you feeling about your matchup against TL? Like, does it still feel like there's a little something extra playing against your old team, or are you kind of over it at this point?
I mean, it's definitely nice to win. Like, I'm still friends with some of the TL members, of course, so it's nice just to have like the. Of course, it's nice to win, but it's nice to have like the, I guess, bragging rights.
Any prediction for today's match, Quid?
Whoever wins first game, gonna 2-0.
Do you agree?
No, even if we end up losing, it can still be a series. You should come for 3 games, Quid.
It's up to you.
All right, well, it should be a really fun game. Best luck to you both. It's the battle for first. Back to the desk.
See ya.
Yeah, it's a battle for first, and a lot of people looking at C9's games and all the criticism gone towards C9, and even last series where people were like, oh, FlyQuest based on scrims are slated to win. They thought that. And I wanted to look at that because watching the games themselves, I felt it. Look at this situation that we're currently in. FlyQuest in this series, up a game in it. Already, as you can see, really tough game state because specifically, Thanatos is dead. Look at the minimap. Where did he die? His corpse, right here. They made a play out to get him. And so now, you're in a situation, if you're FlyQuest, you're pushing the base with Baron, and you're looking to at least end this one and really have what is, as a viewer, a surprise victory. No one from the viewership side thought that FlyQuest was going to win. It was a question whether they were going to be a top 4 team with Sentinels in their wake. But you can see in this situation something that does plague FlyQuest a little bit over aggressive. Griffin goes in very quickly. This is the base defense that made what was a very, very close 2-0 from FlyQuest a situation. Did Geckos just do that? I didn't even see that aspect. He just like ran his, he just side ulted right into J4 Cataclysm. So that one's a little bit tough. But yeah, what I wanted to point out here was incredible Seraphine ulti that caught Masu here. So not only
look at the damage Cryogen takes.
Yes, Cryogen basically 100-0. The entire DPS goes on towards the jungler and Griffin, so he dies outright in that situation. And so as he speeded along, what was essentially 10 seconds away from FlyQuest winning this out and taking the series 2-0 and changing the conversation entirely turns into Cloud9, then going base to base and ending the game and going to game 3, in which they have a much more convincing early game with specifically their bot lane Vulcan and Sven really taking it home. So like, I wanted to remind people of this situation, and I actually just had to relearn what Geckos' role in this one specifically was. But I played that out just for people to know how close it truly was for the entire conversation around their undefeated run right now, or where they're at there in their space and trying to fight for first place. That could have easily changed just last week.
Yeah, and I did a fun little poll last week.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like the discussion is always, okay, C9 themselves say they're looking shaky. You just went over the base defense where it was really that like the narrow, kind of a narrow margin of victory. So I did this poll. I'm actually more surprised that 7% of people believe in ghosts than anything else.
Wembanyama's in the Western Conference Finals.
Aliens are far more plausible than
Aliens are
ghosts.
far more plausible. Like, I agree. There's probably alien life out there.
We got one in the
More
Western Conference.
people believe in aliens by a significant margin more than C9 winning the title. And this is the tricky thing about talking about C9, right? Because they are winning. They are undefeated in series, again, going into this matchup against TL.
But enough is enough in terms of C9 fans because we have the data now for the last several years. So their regular season success versus what they've been able to do for playoffs. They are consistently raising the expectations within the regular season. Look at this. First place, third, second, first, right? The last three splits going into this week, we'll see if they're able to finish as the first place team in spring, depending on if they win or not. They've been exceptional, but then the playoffs hit. And like second place isn't bad, but it is bad if you're expected to be first.
Yes, especially if you're as dominant as you were in lock-ins, and then when it matters most, you lose that series. That was the only series they ended up really losing.
Yeah, never do you see them recently outperform their regular season and playoffs, which is why people are now no longer believing in their ability to be clutch. And then you look at the details of the games as well. Like you just alluded to in the FlyQuest game, you can do that with almost any of their series throughout the regular season where they're consistently going to 3 games, they're consistently falling behind in certain matchups, and they're finding these clutch ways to win, which if they had G2's track record of winning in playoffs, we'd be thinking, holy crap, C9's having one of their best splits ever.
Yeah.
But it's the opposite because of what we've been conditioned over the last 2.5 years.
Like specifically that Dig versus C9 series that happened this split, it went to game 3, and Team Liquid Spawn did an NA Men interview where he referenced it and said that Dignitas was playing better on the map. They were just worse individually. But like he was just saying that like that could have and should have been a Dignitas win in that time. So any one of these series they could have dropped.
Yeah, we also apparently have some fun comms from C9 during the warm-up. AP was getting pointers from Vulcan during the warm-up.
Hey Ian. Yeah. Let's try to flash away from enemies when we are in danger.
You mean I shouldn't flash straight into the Mundo's gullet?
Let's try to avoid that.
Nah, I think I might do it again today.
Okay. Sounds good.
That's a good thought,
Good advice.
Yeah. I mean, funny context with that one actually was the last week that they played. The last week that they played, he did it twice within the same series.
Yes, true.
AP wasn't a big fan. I wanted to talk about the scenarios that we have here with C9 versus and Team Liquid. C9, very simple in a 2-0 or a 2-1. Made a fun little flowchart. First place in regular season, first place in regular season.
Nice.
So I think that's part of why APA in the interview with Quid was like, either one, 2-1 or 2-0 can work because he's not a tilter.
Yes.
Quid might be a bit of a tilter. So for Team Liquid, it also makes sense. 2-0 is what they need, really. Because that's how they keep first place in their hands. 2-0, they finish first. Now, if they win 2-1, then Lion actually controls Team Liquid's fate because a 2-1 Team Liquid and a Lion win on Sunday would mean Lion actually gets to be first.
Oh, and it's FlyQuest too.
But a Team Liquid 2-1 and a Lion loss would then again put Team Liquid into first. So Cloud9, very simple. In a sense, Team Liquid, very simple as well if they 2-0.
Yeah.
It's 2-1 when things start getting a little bit messy.
And I kind of want that. I mean, that makes
this is kind of fun, but this is also kind of fun.
Yes.
I like clean things.
I like
This
them
is
messy.
clean.
I
This is
like
clean.
them. I like them like of my room. All right.
Pile all the playoff scenarios in the middle of the room.
Stories.
Clothes here, plushies there.
By the way, before we get to the next part of the show, we need to dig into this.
Okay.
Raz cleans his room by throwing everything into the middle of the room.
That was my mom's method.
And then putting it away.
Yes, that's
but you usually stop halfway through, so you just have a pile of trash in the middle of your room.
That's why my mom's method is the theory behind it. Yes, throw everything into the middle of the room, because then you're forced to clean it.
Yeah.
And you might have an ideal position to put certain things that you wouldn't have thought of before.
But you didn't clean it immediately.
But then
all your shit is
my
in the middle of
attention,
your room.
my attention would be grabbed from one thing or another, or maybe the urge to play some League of Legends.
This is how I know you don't have a dog, because if
I mean,
I did that.
No, in my new room, I can't do
Oh
that.
yeah,
in my new
yeah.
house, I
So
can't do that.
the dogs will come.
Yes, they will arrive.
It's probably also similar to the theory of some teams like running it down in scrims, because then they're forced to come back.
Yes, exactly.
We asked the LCS Discord who they think is stronger in each role in the upcoming game. C9 versus Team Liquid. Producer, we haven't seen these yet, tells us we got some interesting outcomes.
Whoa!
So this was simply a yes/no. Would you pick this player or that player? It's not. This is a 90% player, but the Thanatos love is massive, and the Sven hate is also huge.
There's a lot of or Jan believers. All right, maybe they've got a lot of Jan believers, but a lot of people have been down yes on Sven, especially after last series that he had, where he was even commenting mid-team fight and how disgusting his Ezreal performance was.
Okay, I got to defend Sven a little bit, because
Do it.
I was expecting this to be similar.
Yeah.
Jan and Core JJ have single-handedly lost multiple games for Team Liquid this split.
Yeah.
Sure, they have nice highs, but Sven, even if he has a few plays that don't look good, which is true, he's stable and has the highest DPM of all 80 carries, does more turret damage than any other player in the league.
Yeah.
So his head is in the right place throughout the game, and he's playing an overall winning style. He's not 22-78 when Jan has had some of the oopsies he's had this split.
The thing that's super interesting to me is if you'd taken this poll at the beginning of the season, I think Quid would have stomped APA in the minds of most people. Again, this was the player that TL was going to build around. His off season was like, okay, he's going to be the most sought after player alongside Inspired. So the fact that people are voting APA, not that APA is bad, but it's more of an indicator of this is where people are at with Quid, because he definitely hasn't come out and had the super strong, super dominant season that we may have expected from him.
I'm still shocked by the 9% for Morgan, because I thought there would at least be a lot more Morgan believers. Because if you ask the players, they'll say that Morgan is a top 3, if not the best or second best top laner in the league.
I think that's less of a against Morgan and more of a Thanatos is the undisputed best top in the LCS.
I've been seeing a lot of Morgan hate though.
Because I feel like if you did the same thing with Berserker, for example, I think you'd have whoever his opponent was, you'd have Berserker overwhelmingly picked because of the way the question was phrased. I'm just saying I would also pick Thanatos over Morgan if someone was like, would you rather A or B?
But if you take the pulse of the community, there has been some denying of Morgan's skills, and a lot of it's based on either happening in EWC or specifically they'll see the game that they had versus DSG where they placed off against Castle, didn't have a good series there, but he's playing weak side matchups, Gragas versus Jason, stuff like that. You're like, okay, that's an expectation there. But they've seen the bad Team Liquid games, and in those bad Team Liquid games, Morgan is one of those members that's running it down in the mid game. Yeah. So it's his laning phase is what people oftentimes and players really are praising.
Yeah, and I'd say the Team Liquid success has come when they put Morgan on weak side and tried not to play through him, which does also speak to more reasons Thanatos would be put above him. Because when Thanatos is put in carry positions, he's winning.
Yes.
So let's look at the predictions for this game. Raz, you've been a Team Liquid believer the entire year.
I'm not
to the detriment
even though
of
my
your fantasy team.
My fantasy has not been there. Nope,
Wow.
no high five. Okay, don't do it.
2-1.
What? Yeah, we gave him a game.
So part of this is Thanatos' performance. I'd also say Jose Diodo, MVP candidate, you saw 43% of fans were still believing in Blabber.
Yeah.
I believe he's having a bit of a resurgent split. I personally think that the Sven hate is overblown.
Okay.
I think the bottom lane is not a weakness in this matchup between Jan and Core JJ for the C9 guys.
Yeah.
And APA, as we've seen, has had very serviceable games against Quid. So with a top lane advantage, I don't think there's a disadvantage in the bottom lane or in the mid lane. I think C9 is going to be able to take this because they've been clutch and it's the regular season.
And I'm sure there's no Warren Bossing say. You're just spelling a lot of lies here that don't make much sense here. I just showed you a clip in which C9 should have lost the FlyQuest 2-0.
But they didn't.
They had Hextech Soul, man.
And Senna.
And they lost their Renekton. They lost their I'm just saying the games don't look clean. I'm not going to just look at the standings and say that C9 should win because they have been winning.
So I'll say this. I don't think either team's games have looked clean.
Perfect.
That's another,
and that's actually why I'm giving the edge to C9 because I don't think either team has looked clean. But I think when push comes to shove, C9 have looked a little bit more cohesive.
But do I want clean?
No.
Do I want precise?
Obviously
you told me
not.
about your room.
Yeah.
I want some messiness.
Yeah.
I want a pigsty. Give me some action. So let's start the games and let's get them going, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 7 of the LCS. This is our final week of regular season play before we move on to our bracket knockout stage. Later on today, Shopify Rebellion goes up against Disguised as the two teams battle for the last opportunities to make it into that bracket stage through the group play that we have here so far. But before that, we have a conflict at the top of the standings. It's Team Liquid Alienware going up against C9, with both teams still being able to clinch first place.
The conflict of the century. I mean, the trash talk, Azale, and your mid lane interview at the beginning of the day with AP and Quid was just fire. Quid was like, it's nothing special. It's just a normal match. But at least APA was like, yeah, it's because I clean him every time. I'm gonna clap him up. So honestly, I'm super excited for this one. People are actually really curious. Can Cloud9 go undefeated this regular season? Because as much as they do get flamed for crashing out in playoffs, it always
this ain't playoffs, baby.
Not yet.
This is the regular season. And they have been looking really, really good. They are our only undefeated team thus far. Picks and bans kicking off here. A lot of kind of unique bans here coming out from TL, targeting APA pretty heavily, and also taking away the Seraphine, which has obviously just been ridiculously popular.
Exactly. You get rid of Seraphine, it's also going to weaken the power of the Ashe. Annie and Cassio banned against APA, like you're talking about. Over on the Cloud9 side, it's Karma, Lucian, and Orianna banned out, as Team Liquid is going to first pick the Rumble for Morgan.
This means, obviously, champions like Rumble, champions like Pantheon are up and available. We have not had any jungle bans coming through, so it is going to be up to Cloud9 where they want to go here. But the two top enchanters have been banned out, which could change things a bit. Of course, we do see still a lot of, Lucian combos, and that's been banned out, so we're not necessarily expecting something like that Melio to come out. But Varus is up and available here too, and is a possible flex.
And honestly, I'm looking at Team Liquid's side, and they very well could build a Rumble Yone comp here for Quid again. They talked about how much they really are comfortable in those combinations. Getting the Rumble first tier to be able to build around gives you a lot of options, as far as you can use the AD mid laners, but you don't have to.
And I like C9 picking Jarvan as their jungler. Powerful option in his own right, but also one of Rumble's best friends, so it's a good deny from Jose Diodo and Team Liquid.
And it is going to be the Yone, I think, here. We're going to see if that is locked in as the timer does expire. He's 3-0 on the split on it. This is the champion that people associate most, I think, with Quid in the LCS, considered his best champion. APA, of course, will have the ability to counterpick here with the third pick. And I'm curious to see where he wants to go. Does he have something specific prepared? Because two of these kind of common mid laners that you might see picked into him have already been banned away by TL, and it's going to be Ezreal down in the bottom lane for Yeon, which makes a lot of sense. When you do have Rumble Yone, you generally want to focus on those solo lanes.
Looking at the Ezreal stats, I'm kind of surprised. 6-12 on this champion. Really poor performance so far in the LCS across this entire spring split for Ezreal, having such a low win rate.
I think it's just the nature of a lot of the matchups that he's going into. Some of his best pairings are very frequently banned out. And TF is going to be the answer here from APA, so you will have push early on. We'll be able to play towards those side lanes. So now I'm really curious, what they're going to be looking for with Thanatos. Is this going to be a Varus top? Is this going to be a Varus spot? What type of side lane does APA really want to play towards? And I will also say, when you have pretty squishy melee soul laners like this, the team fight from TF can actually be quite good as well. Once you get to a couple items, you're just walking forward with rapid fire Lichbane, you gold card whoever, your team just hits frontline, and that can be quite powerful.
Team Liquid as well for Core JJ. If they can get a good, setup support here, though, they can really punish these low mobility carries with Varus and Twisted Fate, both being pretty big opportunities. If you get a support with Engage to set up the Yone, can have a really big Wombo combo available and Rumble Ultimate over the top. See what direction TL decide to go. Obviously, enchanters have been the belle of the ball recently, but two of the biggest ones are banned out.
Vi removed from the options, getting rid of one of those powerful gankers. Ambessa also going to be taken off the table now by Team Liquid. Another one of those picks that can go top. It can also go jungle. Obviously, it wouldn't be going jungle since Blabber's already got the Jarvan, but they are saying we don't really believe that the Varus is going to be going top. We want to make sure that Thanatos isn't on one of those signature picks of his.
Exactly, and it would be a lane that you would want to play towards as the TF, right? You come in with a gold card, set up that Ambessa ult very easily. Engaged junglers are going to be the bans here for C9, taking away the Vi as well as the Nocturne here from Jose. Of course, you can just go common picks that pair with the Rumble. Things like Wukong are still up and available and very, very popular, and Jose has also loved his Lee Sin, been very good on it. The kind of like most highly prized engaged support for core this split has been Rakan, which is up and available if he wants to go that sort of direction. So I feel like, you know, with the bans here, it's still going to be a ton of comfort on both sides.
And I really like the Bard ban being the final one here from Team Liquid, since you've already got the Twisted Fate on Cloud9's side. Having the Tempered Fate to give extra setup in the side lanes or to make pick plays would be really scary. And Vulcan's definitely good on it.
Yeah, he definitely has been. And Vulcan, definitely one of the premier supports in the league, getting a lot of MVP love as well. So definitely a very good ban there. What do they decide to go with, though? Do we get the final reveal? Nautilus, okay, point and click CC. Would be useful against, you know, some melee carries. They're not going to quite lock it in yet, though. Support, counter pick.
So it is going to be Aurora going into Morgan's Rumble here. So Thanatos will have counter pick up in top lane. And so because of the nature of the draft, C9 has been able to counter pick both of the solo lanes here. They had their choice. They got the blind pick Varus, which is obviously very powerful, and a bit of an atypical situation. Pantheon's still up and available here in that last round, but Jose has just been so good on some of these picks. Wukong feels like the one that makes most sense with the Rumble. It's pretty standard.
I feel like that would be really hard for TL's like early game, because Aurora, really good matchup into Rumble. That's going to have pressure. Twisted Fate, going to have pressure early into Yone. I feel like they wouldn't have a lot to work with. I guess they want the Pantheon to have something to be able to make some plays with, and not have to have like a full farm jungler here. So it does give them like some angles to go for some aggressive plays.
The other option that could have been good is always the Sejuani. When you have double melee solo lanes, I think that could have been quite strong. Give them a little bit of front line, because you know, right now they do have some ways to engage, but they don't have any real front line whatsoever. And I feel like when you play no front line versus TF just gold cards anyone and you just hit that person, because you have so much follow-up CC with the dredge line, with the Varus ultimate, with all of these tools that C9 have and all the squishy members on the other side. If you get hit by that gold card, you could just get CC'd 100 to 0, so TL's going to have to be pretty on point, I think, with their engages.
Yeah, the only thing that's hard to kill on Team Liquid is Pantheon with his shield up specifically. As soon as that's no longer available, everybody just melts. I feel like I like the Cloud9 side of the draft better. What about you guys?
Me too. I agree. I just think it's a much easier comp to play. I think TL has a lot of power here with their engage. But if that engage does not go smoothly, I think you are going to get destroyed in these fights.
And I'm going to be looking a lot at Jose with the Pantheon. Can he create some, you know, some positive plays here for TL to get them out of what should be, I feel like, a lot of just map pressure available to Cloud9 with their solo lanes especially, and then getting Twisted Fate to be able to ult around. But you can make a lot of plays too off Pantheon and Nico. The last couple picks here for TL, Core JJ as well as Jose, definitely have the ability to make some big plays for the team.
They really do, and I think that the point of power for TL is going to be their bottom lane, because both your solo lanes got counterpicked. You need to get some power down on that bot side. Vulcan, to me, this pick is much more about the team comp than it is about the 2v2. And when you have Ezreal Nico, yeah, it's not Ezreal Karma levels of oppressive, but if you are hitting your poke, it is very powerful.
And TL, of course, they will have a very big wombo combo later for the mid-game team fights like we were talking about, with the Nico and the Yone here, setting up to keep big Rumble damage on them.
All right, checking in on junglers. We've got both of them starting on their buffs here in the top quadrants of the map, so they'll both be pathing top towards this bottom side, which means that this bottom lane that we're talking about the pressure being on for Team Liquid to be able to get ahead could be a point of contention if those junglers decide they want to try to make something happen early, considering they both have very effective early game pre-6 gankers.
Yep, and this is not the circle of suck, it is the circle of success, because it is our top three teams here. Exactly. C9 beat Lion, you know, to kick off the split, but then Lion beat TL, and now the question is, can TL beat C9 to really make it an even field at the top of the table? Will all of these teams have taken a game off each other, or will C9 be able to complete their undefeated split?
Exactly. If it goes in the full circle like you're talking about, then you still have the conversation, yeah, but who's really really going to step up in playoffs. If C9 ends up beating both of them, then C9's clearly #1, Team Liquid's clearly #3.
Then your question is, will C9 step up in playoffs?
Will C9 choke or not? That still does remain, unfortunately, there. But at least the stats would be favoring them unconditionally if they can take TL down.
It just feels more complete to have the full circle come all the way around, especially from the very beginning of the split is when we started that circle with the opener from Cloud9 and Lion, and feels nice here in the last week of the split to be able to finish off nicely.
It's like starter Pokemon, right? You've got the Lion, you've got the horse, and you've got a gank coming into the bottom lane as Vulcan flashes forward for the auto attack route onto Daejeon, and Blabber shows his face. He's ready to grab the first blood, and they're going to go ahead and give it over to Sven. Nicely done by C9.
Yeah, that was really good there from Blabber. Did 5 camps, top to bot, skipped those Krugs, so came a little bit earlier than I think TL was expecting. Thought they would be able to crash that wave and instead get punished here. Daejeon holds on to the summoners, but Sven getting first blood is so big for C9.
Yeah, desyncing on your camp timers here to get the surprise. Always worth it if you get a very, quick first blood like that. You get the bonus money, you get some really good momentum for your bottom lane, and yeah, your Krugs are going to be a little desynced, but he's still going to try and walk up and cross to the top crab. I think because your top lane Rumble is already down here, he yoinks it anyway!
Nice job from Blabber there. Even though the top lane Rumble was there, Blabber just walks up, yoinks it, and heads back into the jungle.
That feels so good as a jungler. You have to skip your camp, you're delayed to the scuttle, you still get there and take it away, so everything going well for him. And Sven is now, winning in that 2v2 thanks to the gank, and he's playing TP. So even though Core was able to get back and freeze that wave, it's not that big of a deal because Sven just TP's back and is going to look to, oh God.
Okay, it might be a big deal now. Sven flashes away and he just ends up wasting the summoner. He teleports back, he dies. He flashes away, dies to the Nico auto anyway. Heaven just went to hell in the blink of an eye.
I mean, that is just so rough from Sven. Vulcan is walking back, so really your only window of opportunity on the side of TL is killing him right there. Your buy is way better for Sven. You TP back and he just over pushes. I kind of want to see what the start was. Maybe he thought Core had based or something, but you got to play with some respect to the enemy support until your support is with you.
Keeping track of Nico is always the name of the game. Man, I gotta feel like a lot of the things the lounge started as far as conversations though kind of came true in this game as Quid is getting very low.
Yeah, Quid still 2 normal autos away from death, so it's not like APA can just flash forward and one-tap him without a card locked at least, but Quid's gonna take his chance and recall.
Yeah, okay, let's see it again. So it is just gonna be a Nico minion trick, but yeah, I mean, Sven just can't be up this far.
1, 2, 3, 4 melees.
Yeah. You just can't be up that far. I mean, that is a really bad mistake. I know they were having this discussion. Jat was kind of saying, hey, like Sven doesn't deserve some of the criticism he's been getting. Well, this is a big-time mistake. After your jungler gifted you first blood, you should be winning this 2v2. He just steps up too far and gives over a freebie.
Now Morgan in danger as Thanatos goes between worlds. Blabber's ready to follow it up. Nice use of the flash there to redirect the EQ combo. Guarantee that he follows Morgan's summoner spell, and the kill goes over to Thanatos.
And the conversation they were having about, did losing last week as Sven.
Oh, Core with a flash. Goes for the Tangle Barbs onto Sven. The Varus down to 250 HP, trying to get away. Fires back a piercing arrow. Vulcan staying alive now too. But over the wall is Jose Diodo. Watch for the Comet Spear. Can he find the snipe that he needs here on Sven? Charges it up. Oh. No, not quite. Just barely misses the hitbox.
Yeah, that was close. And we'll see. Is Core going to be able to interrupt him here?
Blabber is walking. You see him on the minimap. He's still pretty far away, though. They're trying to delay, clear the wave.
That was a nice piercing arrow from Sven, keeping Daejeon just one auto attack away from death. And now over the wall, Vulcan's ready to engage and APA is ready to follow. Finds the stun there onto Jose Diodo as Blabber is ready to follow up. Jose with a flash away, but APA and Blabber are still in pursuit. Another gold card. There's no shield this time, and APA is on the board.
Twisted Fate, the great equalizer for the bottom lane there. If you stick around too long after a play, I mean, they didn't have a minion wave anywhere close for the tower dive. They had to push so much, and going to steal the Krugs as well. That's just way too much time spent against a Twisted Fate. Good punish from APA.
I mean, that was really well done. APA didn't even lose minions. Like, he had the wave pushed out first before that roam, so is able to get back, collects that wave, And not only do they kill Jose, but Jose flashes, and they don't even spend a flash to chase him down and kill him off. So looked like it was going to be Sven dying again, and maybe they're snowballing out of control, but instead, Blabber and APA get down there and flip the play on its head.
And Blabber is just playing so well this game. Blabber has absolutely been smurfing. Desyncing Krug's timer, going for the gank bottom. He has successful gank on top side as well. Able to even smite away the Scuttle Grab, not getting behind in CS. And now he's level 6 on the Jarvan here, so you've got the combo plays available. Twisted Fate Ultimate, #1 was very successful for APA. It was pretty early in the game too, so that's always really nice for him. He got the kill credit, and you notice he has a Dark Seal, so 2 stacks in your Dark Seal. It's a very, very good scenario for the opener of a Twisted Fate game.
Yeah, and it's actually even more important, I feel like, to have a successful first ult when you're going for this build. He has no CDR, right? You're going to be going Swifties into Roa. So your CDR comes in very late with this style of build, which means any failed ultimate is that much more punishing.
And unfortunately for Team Liquid, when you look at the scoreboard, the only meaningful gold lead, the only gold lead at all that they have is in the support role there for Core JJ. So I guess at this point what you're hoping for is once you get into the neutral objective battles for Dragons, for Rift Heralds, Core can find a big ultimate there with a Pop Blossom and really make something happen, since the Nico is where the money has found itself here in the early game. Thanatos up 600 gold, APA singing the same song over in mid lane as Blabber takes this opportunity to go for the Void Grubs, and it looks like nobody on TL is going to contest.
Yeah, with TL's focus, I think they should just go Dragon. I mean, they've got the Ezreal plus Nico bottom lane pressure, so they can just push on bottom side. I mean, also Quid is in a fine condition at the moment, even though APA does have push on the wave. He's full health for the Yone, and pretty easy, I think, Dragon focus here for TL.
Yeah, I mean, this is nicely done, and that is kind of like the other story of, you know, as APA is roaming and when you're going this style of kind of defensive build, it does mean once Quid is on Vamp Scepter, you're just not really having any kill threat ever again. So Quid is going to be farming up, and now it is kind of that trade-off of how much ahead can APA get his teammates before Quid shows up to a team fight and becomes a real problem.
1,000 gold lead total for C9 right now, 9 minutes into the game. That first Dragon claimed not particularly fast, so even if Team Liquid is able to acquire the first couple, it's not going to be one of those super early game souls that we sometimes see game states revolving around. Nobody has hit first item power spikes here just yet, but Yone's already full build, does have the Vamp Scepter in the inventory, so Quid should be able to sustain a little better here.
And look at this rotation we're getting. Off of the reset here, look at the bottom lanes. Cloud9 are doing this patented play. TL actually do this a lot, sending their duo up here first while Thanatos is still there on the Aurora. They're trying to make a little sneaky trail here. You see them on the mini-map as they go over the control ward. Morgan, no.
Oh, wow, the flash chains of corruption coming in from Sven to follow up Thanatos' initial engage between worlds. Nice pick there from C9.
Honestly, I feel like this is them giving TL a little taste of their own medicine, because I've seen them do that play so many times, and Flash is invested here from Sven. He's able to hit the snipe. Flash and Varus ultimate gets them the kill, and going to earn them some momentum. Then you can send your Thanatos down to bottom side. Recalls there, and yeah, Ezreal gets a little extra time on the bottom side tower, but still a very good investment.
And I think it's just great timing because Morgan just didn't have his flash. His flash comes up now, so that was off of that earlier play where Blabber goes in, forces his flash, and had the flash redirect on his flag and drag, so kills him there, gets his flash. They regank and kill him off, and that is beautifully done. TL considering a look towards Thanatos, but Thanatos I think is very safe right now.
Yeah, Blabber also around this area of the map. Flash over the wall with a Pop Blossom coming out from Core JJ, and APA's fate is indeed sealed as Quid jumps in and Jose Diodo takes the final hit.
Yeah, that's also a cost of investing so much onto the top side of the map. You see all these wards here through your red quadrant of the jungle for Cloud9. And nice little easy roam here. They come from behind APA. There is nowhere for him to go. Investing the flash for the Nico, though, so it's not like it was super duper free. Some cooldowns, you know, invested here. Obviously, the ultimate and the flash are pretty decent.
Yep, not bad. And APA does still complete his Roa on that death, so going to be happy about a pretty quick Roa here that's going to be starting to stack up. And you can see the Rocket Belt on the other side, the Blade of Rune King completed off that. So our first item spikes are coming through for a lot of the players right now.
Yeah, both Sundered Skies are done in the jungle. You can see your MasterCard power spike there for Sven completing the Ghost Blade on that Varus. And we already talked a little bit in draft. Isaac, you brought it up. When you don't have a true tank on your team, the gold cards from the Twisted Fate are always going to find valuable targets. The same can be said for the piercing arrows from the Varus. It's not like anybody's going to be stacking tons and tons of armor to be able to deal with those. So Sven, who's already got 2 kills, if he can continue accelerating himself compared to the rest of the pace of the game, those things are going to hurt.
Everybody's got to dodge then. That's your defense.
Okay.
If nobody's got armor, then it's all
Just don't get hit.
You have to be evasion tankers.
Just dodge that gold card.
Exactly. Dodge the gold card too. Okay.
Everybody
does
get
no damage if it doesn't hit you.
We dodge the gold card by wherever Twisted Fate is. That's where I'm not.
You dodge Twisted Fate entirely. The whole character model shouldn't be on your screen.
Honestly, though, Jan, is fine tanking some of them. Obviously, he has the cleanse, so sometimes at least he can move up. APA, nice little bit of a sidestep there. Quid doesn't quite get the little knock-up. And we're looking at the next Pantheon ultimate here from Jose. If they can try and make some sort of play on Core JJ hiding with Nico and then using some Proto Belt to set up, that could be a big play here with a Dragon only 1 minute in the future. If you can blow some summoner spells or get a kill around this lead-up time to the Dragon, can try and keep that stacking going for Team Liquid.
Yeah, something I thought was really interesting, about the fan vote was APA was actually favored. And APA, this is his record, when he was on TL, almost a 60% win rate. And then this is his record versus TL, NA only has played.
It's so much better, 100%.
Exactly, 100% win rate. They played that 1 best of 3 that they did win. So APA looking to continue his winning ways here. I think he has had quite a good split, and it's cool to me to see that the fans were kind of favoring him above Quid, because I think when you thought about preseason expectations, people would have assumed that TL really was the big winner out of this swap.
But as we've seen, Quid has had a lot of stinker games here and there. I would say on Yone.
But his Yone smells great.
Yeah, I would say
fresh cut spring flowers.
This one, he has a very good chance of still turning this game around. I mean, it is. We've been singing the praises of Cloud9 a lot in this early game, especially for Blabber and Thanatos as well. But it's only 1,000 gold has been the result of all this positive stuff for Cloud9. And still, if you hit a Wombo combo with this Wombo combo team, you've got Rumble, Yone, and Nico combination here. It very well could be huge, and you could erase that lead very quickly. Plus, they have the Dragons going in their favor, as we said. And the Cloud one is currently here and waiting during the setup, but nobody really getting into a dangerous spot during the setup quite yet. Core JJ kind of waiting, lying in wait here to see if anybody steps up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree. We talk a lot about the ease of execution for C9. Their comp is way more straightforward, but at the same time, Core hits 1 good Pop Blossom, catching multiple carries. Equalizer is there, Pantheon is there, Yone is there. You all die instantly. So you have got to be careful about that engage. That really is the scary part, as TL will grab their second Dragon of the game, and it is going to be Ocean Soul, which would not be their preferred soul, I think, in a comp like this, but still, they are the ones that are going to be able to force C9 to come to them.
2 Dragons always feels nice early on. Pop Blossom from Core JJ only hits Blabber, and the Jarvan still has the EQ combo ready to disengage, so not a whole lot of value there.
But he got the flash off APA.
Okay.
So, APA did ult in there, and Core says, no, we're turning on you, and I think APA got a bit nervous, so he instantly flashed out of that. So I would say still win for TL for sure.
Okay. And it's interesting, too, because Quid also teleports. So teleport long cooldown for the Yone. And when we're looking at the side lanes, as now they're going for an ulti.
Yep, they're going to dive in there immediately. Jose Diodo arrives with the ult. APA is the target, and he's out of there. Team Liquid commits to the bottom lane and gets a kill.
Yeah, they commit hard. They use their other teleport, so TL will be out of teleports. They've used, everything here versus Cloud9 still have Thanatos and Sven's teleport, but they get their kill. They get their kill on the bottom. First tower bonus still to Cloud9, so that kind of evens the gold and kept it fairly similar there. Morgan will finish off this one, but now he's getting teleported on. The teleports are on the other side.
The teleports will continue until the lane improves. Morgan trying to get away from this one. Thanatos, though, has plenty of damage to knock that Rumble down.
And they still have more. APA's got one, and Sven has one, too.
C9 and Team Liquid staring each other down here around the Rift Herald pit. Yawn trying to get away, Fate Sealed from Quid. It's a whiff. He finds his follow-up damage into Blabber, knocks him down to 25% HP, but the ultimate itself not landing a knock-up, not finding a true engage is going to hurt a little bit there. Vulcan only locks up the Nico clone, flashes over the wall into the dredge line, hits Core JJ, but now it's Vulcan who's a little bit too far forward. Blabber jumps into the Cataclysm, right back out with the EQ. APA comes in with a gold card to lock up Quid, but he snaps back with a Soul Unbound. Blows traded from both sides, but nobody drops.
Seemed like a bit of a strange flash in. You know, that commitment from Vulcan felt like a bit forced to me when Blabber was low, and he's kind of one of your strong members. Blabber couldn't really do a lot. He Cataclysms in, immediately has to flag and drag out, and the Varus TF just didn't do that much damage, so a bit of a wasted engage, I feel like, but Thanatos is really becoming a problem here for TL.
I think it was a little tunnel vision. I felt like watching the whole time, Vulcan really wanted to punish Core because Core's waiting in that brush, and he missed his Tangle Barbs, and then was like juking with the clone, and he like barely gets around the wall and is walking away, and a little bit of a reach there. Meanwhile, it left bottom side alone, and so Thanatos, this Aurora we were talking about, 2K gold up, takes the tower down there too, and that's the big strength here for C9. The side lanes, them with the Twisted Fate as well. It's gonna get hard to keep those side lanes in check for Team Liquid.
Kind of fun seeing some new support tech here as Vulcan has picked up his Doran's Helm.
And immediately APA is ready to enter now. Has the ultimate, but the counterattack from Core JJ goes in. APA is locked up, burst down, 1-for-1 trade here at the very start, but it's mid laner traded for support. Team Liquid gonna feel happy about that one as Core JJ sees the opportunity to punish APA's attempted move there.
Okay, 1-for-1 at the moment. Still have
Vulcan with the Hex Flash into the dredge line. Doesn't find Yawn. Well-timed Arcane Shift to react to that one, but everybody's still in the area. Jose Diodo still at his red buff right now. Doesn't have the Grand Starfall here just yet. Engage coming in from Blabber. Lots of damage onto Quid. They nearly got him. Thanatos on a killing spree as Jose Diodo arrives. Goes for the combo onto Vulcan, but he doesn't have the damage here just yet. Trying to defend himself here with a shield. Jose Diodo gets a kill on his way out, but surely he falls. A 1-for-1 trade. Both junglers out of the picture now as well, but it's a 2-for-1 overall as Quid also fell right as he tried to snap back with a Soul Unbound.
Yeah, Quid just has not been able to hit these Fate Seals. These ultimates have just been barely whiffing, haven't been able to lock people down, and then it just felt like TL felt that they were committed. Jose is going to flash in and trade his life to kill off Blabber.
APA wanting to use that Summoner Spellbook Ghost to get enough distance closed to gold card Yawn, but can't quite do it.
And honestly, props again to Blabber. I felt like he was kind of like a Matador, you know, with the cape just out of Yone's eyes right there as Quid barely misses. He sidesteps, then he Cataclysm and EQs right back on. Let's take a look at this. So he sees him coming, and then he steps to the side, jukes the bull, then Cataclysm EQs on him. And even with the Rumble ultimate there, as you say, Jose also committing into it. And so C9 are able to outplay. Yes, in the end, they do kill the Matador. So they do get their target, but it costs them both players to do it. 2 bulls for 1 Matador.
That's not a good trade.
And I think so far this whole game, Blabber's mechanics have been really good. He's had lots of good jukes, and his early game was well planned out too.
And Vulcan will be happy. He got to take down Jose, and he gave us a quote last week where he said the biggest goal for us is making sure we don't live in a world where Jose Diodo is MVP, which I was very surprised by that quote. Jet asked him about it. He declined to elaborate. But then Jose was also interviewed, and I apologize because I can't remember which outlet actually did the interview on this, but where he was talking about... Oh,
wait, hold on. Thanatos going between worlds. Core JJ and Yawn both trying to get away, but APA with a gold card on the left side of the fight. Yawn cannot complete his escape. Core barely gets out, but the more valuable target does get picked up. C9 make the move. They get their pick on Yawn. Meanwhile, in the top side, Morgan's doing what he can to close that 2,000 gold gap, getting the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, so they make the investment, Twisted Fate ultimate into the middle, get their kill. In the end, of course, yeah, you give up the rest of the outer tower, but they still have pressure over mid themselves.
C9 trying to get the last little bit of damage to knock over this tier 1. This will be the last tier 1 turret still standing for Team Liquid. For both sides, actually, the tier 1s in the side lanes are down, so taking over mid will open up the map a lot better here.
So as the teams will back off, yeah, it was a sheep. Oh, never mind.
There we go, tier 1 turret gone. Morgan in some danger. Rain of arrows nearly killing him off. The piercing arrow also just barely not finding the target.
I wanna say, but they're gonna keep fighting.
Yep, APA, you don't have time, Isaac. APA caught in the pop blossom with the Tangle Barbs, ready to follow it up. True Shot Barrage doesn't quite aim true, so APA gets himself out. That's the Rod of Ages difference right there. He's just ticked up to 10 stacks, so you've got all of it. You've got the extra stats from the extra level, and it makes sure that he has enough health that Team Liquid send up there in the top lane can't actually bring him down.
All right, this time for real. So it was a Sheep Esports interview with Jose after that, and they kind of asked him about that Vulcan quote, and he said, "I'm not that interested in winning individual awards. Individual awards mattered to me years ago. At the end of the day, whoever wins the split will be happy." And he says he thinks it's more important to work day in and day out towards that goal of winning the split rather than focusing on MVP.
Blabber, okay, they don't have Twisted Fate ult. If APA's cooldown was a little shorter here, maybe if he did have some more CDR, they definitely go for that chase, but no Twisted Fate ult means they're just going to kill off the ward, be content with their vision here, control around Baron here for Cloud9. So they can really start to put that extra pressure on TL. And the vision control is going to take its toll. Blabber going in here for some jungle, counter jungling as well.
So what's the name of the game here if you're Team Liquid? Because Thanatos is still up 2,000 gold. Sven's
Win a
up
wombo combo team
1,500
fight.
gold. Okay, so aside from Quid has to actually hit ultis.
Or Core JJ has to hit one so then he can.
Okay.
Set him up.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Maybe
Press
that
your
is
R's simultaneously and have them hit the carries.
Yeah.
Okay, so just hit your shots. That's what I'm hearing.
And
All right.
because that's what they really do need. I mean, technically, you could try and go for like a Pantheon ult over to like some solo lane trailing play.
Okay.
But you really, because you've lost control of the map already, you have to keep your vision control around the Baron and make sure that you're ready for one of these collapse plays.
Yeah, it gets really, really tough for Pantheon. You can see some deep wards up on that top side from TL, and Thanatos is just very slippery. It's going to be hard to actually lock him down, even if you do find him in a side lane. So Thanatos getting coverage now from Vulcan and Blabber. He's pushing up. They want to play towards their strong lane, because they do know TL could look for one of those side lane plays, and APA is weak-sided right now, so he is kind of just backing it up and making sure he's not interacting.
Okay, just chilling right there. Quid, you can see, has already retreated back towards his own side of the map. When you're playing against Twisted Fate, it's just so dangerous to be pushed up. Like you guys are talking about, Team Liquid has already lost control over the Rift, so it makes it that much more dangerous. 90 seconds on the clock until the next dragon spawns. Remember that Team Liquid not on Soul Point because C9 was able to claim Drake number 3, but they need any sort of pressure they can get at this point.
Yeah, and they're already feeling the pressure to do something. Because Cloud9, once they get their rapid fire on Twisted Fate, then you already have really good poke from Varus with 3 items. Here we go.
Yep, Quid goes in, immediately locked up there by Vulcan. The damage onto Quid is nearly enough, but he survives with 200 HP. APA arrives on the side of the fight, but he's not close enough to finish the job. Quid very fortunate to not be dead in that one.
All right, can they actually do a Baron bait or something off this? They obviously want to use some sort of advantage here with Quid using a lot to escape, but...
Oh, Thanatos, he tries to catch Jose Diodo there between worlds, but it doesn't work. You can see that Jose was barely out of the range of the circle.
Yeah, they were considering, do we want to start Baron, but I feel like their Baron damage is so low, so instead they look for that Jose pick, but they can't find him. And so it will just be this chunk onto Quid, who was kept alive thanks to that heal coming out there from Core JJ.
Exhaust used from APA just now with his spell book as Quid was walking up towards him, so they're going to cycle that one, and Daejeon is actually long chasing, or it's actually Core JJ up there. A lot of pings were going down. Looks like Twisted Fate's going to be able to walk away. They don't Pantheon ult for the long chase, and TL will, though, at least gain control of the Baron area to retake some vision.
Anything they can get feels good at this point, right? Walking into the enemy jungle, stealing away the blue buff. Sure, it's not going to change the entire flow of the game, but it's something.
Yeah, I mean, they are giving the Dragon to do it, so maybe they want to, like, put enough pressure on the Baron to make Cloud9 come back, but Blabber's basically done with the Dragon already.
Yeah, Blabber's got to finish this one up, and the rest of C9's doing a good job distracting TL from being able to DPS this Baron in a meaningful way. Vulcan, however, already down to 1/3 HP, tries to go in after Daejeon, but a nice use of the Arcane Shift to get him away. Okay, True Shot Barrage, not going to find much. C9 has successfully taken the Dragon while repelling Team Liquid from the Baron pit.
Yeah, well handled there by C9. You know, Vulcan got chunked a bit, but you know, they just kind of play it slow, allow Blabber to finish that Dragon. He gets up there, and then C9 have kind of already won that exchange because they got the Dragon, so they don't need to force anything. They are happy to continue waiting. The Zeal just got picked up for APA, so now he has both the components for that rapid fire. And the team fight just gets so much easier for TF once you have that rapid fire, because every time the proc is ready, you lock a gold card, you walk forward, and TL basically has to just back it up. You can kind of just create that space very easily.
And around the same time that he gets that rapid fire, look at the inventory for Blabber. He's nearly ready with his own Guardian Angel. So big team fighting tools almost coming online for 2 different C9 components as Vulcan finds the angle for the dredge line, and Core JJ is no more. C9 invade the enemy jungle, go blue buff steal for blue buff steal with Team Liquid, and get Core JJ on top of it. Now with a 5v4 for the next 20 seconds, we'll see what they can do on the map.
Yeah, they can keep a lot of pressure because they do have some good range advantages here. Sven and mid lane poke damage is going to be real, so they can push mid and bottom simultaneously, and pretty effectively as well. As you see, the bottom lane's going to get that crust knocked off too, get some more tower plates there, couple mid, couple bottom, and Cloud9 taking over more territory.
It's a crusty push for Cloud9. They're getting everything. Mid and bot both. Team Liquid going from a 3,500 gold deficit to nearly a 5K gold deficit now as C9 just continues building the lead.
And it is interesting because in the interview I did earlier with APA and Quid said whoever wins game 1 is going to 2-0 the series. That was his prediction.
No.
So, you know, if that is correct,
take it back.
That is you know, not good news for his team.
No. Not at all. C9 looking good in this one. I mentioned the items earlier as they were about to come online, and sure enough, here are both of those. You've got the Guardian Angel for Blabber, Rapid Fire for APA. Up in the top lane, Banshee's Veil, 3rd completed item for Thanatos to make sure that he can't be picked off. And the entire time, Sven is already at 2 fully completed lethality items plus Muramana, and now he's got the Last Whisper too.
Yeah, and we also have to remember the playoff implications here for TL. So to have their fate fully in their hands, they need a 2-0. Otherwise, it comes down to, you know, how Lion does. Even if they win the series, it's going to depend on the results of the Lion series. So TL definitely wants to maintain control of their fate, which will require a comeback in this game.
Yeah, and as well, if they want to complete that beautiful circle of success that you showed us earlier, a comeback is going to be necessary. Cloud9 doing a little bit of playing around with Baron here, and they did show mid and walk over, so I would expect TL. I mean, they're walking over, but now the teleport is committed. Now it's a full commitment.
And as soon as C9 sees that teleport coming in, they immediately back away from the Baron. They know better than to try to just take Baron with Rumble, with ulti up right there. Morgan also level 16. Blabber jumps in for the Cataclysm on the multiple targets, but now he's got to be careful. The rest of C9 right behind him, but a very nice equalizer coming in from Morgan. Blabber's going to get cooked for the Guardian Angel, brings him back. Vulcan with a flash away. C9 health bars are hurting. Josedioto goes forward. Blabber gets shut down. C9's team fight just buckles, and Team Liquid get exactly what they needed.
Blabber just walked very far forward there. His positioning was pretty cocky, and TL make him pay. Jose stuns him up. The Fate Seal, this time from Quid, connects on multiple members, and C9 immediately have to be retreating.
I feel like Blabber wanted that. Like, Cloud9 thought they win this because he has Guardian Angel. So he goes in and he steps back, and now, look, he goes back in again, and so he gets the double knockup, but then Quid ulti, he EQs into the Yone ult, so he gets pulled with the Yone ult back over here, and yeah, like, they expend the Guardian Angel, but they expend the Guardian Angel and just die and don't get anyone. What a huge relief.
We don't have to rush like that. We can just play for my gold card. I always be able to get range and gold card right now.
Agree.
I completely agree, and that's how I thought they were going to play, and it just felt like they over pushed there, and you can see Jack, the reaction, head in hands after that. And Thanatos, you know, he got caught by that Fate Sealed as well, so big play there from Quid. TL punished the mistake from C9, who felt like they were in a position that they can just fight and win, and they were not.
Yeah, it was a blunder from Blabber. Not only did he lose the Guardian Angel for nothing, he's flashed for nothing at the very end of the fight as well. So Blabber without 2 very critical team fighting tools with 5 seconds left until the dragon spawns.
The comms, though, from Cloud9 very clearly focused on, okay, now what do we do next time to make it better? They want to play around the gold card range, as APA said. APA also has your favorite item, the Arm Guard flowers.
Okay,
so he can make a Messiah play as well if he wanted to.
Look at APA. Core JJ, he's waiting in the brush. APA is immediately going to be the target of the teleport coming in. Team Liquid tries to make their move, but APA escapes critically.
That cleanse was so fast from APA, instantly gets out of there.
Nicely done from him, but now the fight gets to begin yet again. Yawn has a chunk of his health gone. Josedioto the same, as C9 want to be able to take this Drake here, force Team Liquid back with the advantage that they have thus far. APA without that Summoner Spellbook cleanse, but that won't matter. He's got both of his real Summoner spells available. Nice piercing arrow flying out there from Sven, continuing to chunk Yon, who's now completely out of the fight. Core JJ tries to go in alongside Jose, and they found the kill into Thanatos. C9 wants to get something back. Core finally falls, but Vulcan's going to be traded here too. Jose barely keeping it alive, but another big piercing arrow goes through. Yon trying to claim the dragon if he can, and Yon doesn't get it. APA and Blabber work together to secure the Drake as Yon continues running. Quid doing the same. APA coming around. Yon dies. These piercing arrows are the name of the fight for Sven and Cloud9. So many kills coming through because of those specifically. Only Quid still stands. APA, Sven, and Blabber pushing towards the tier 3 turret here in the bottom lane.
And they could be pushing for even more here. The Deathhammers are still pretty long. Quid is going to actually catch mid, so he doesn't think they're going for an end. Core is back now, so they should be able to defend here. Critical that Quid stayed alive, or maybe C9 looked to end it, but I agree, Flowers. Sven hitting all these piercing arrows on Yon, he couldn't join in on that hard engage. He was at 20% health, Kobe.
Here's a look again. They Pantheon ult, they Rumble ultimate, and Core JJ gets the flank initially, so they burn down Thanatos, but the re-engage is so huge there. And Sven from the back line untouched.
Exactly, and you know, had Yon been a little bit higher, he had to shift away as they hard engaged. He was so low on health. If he is able to be, you know, 60, 70% health and shift in when they go for that fight, it could have been massive. And even Quid as well. His Yone ult just barely missed the TF as they go forward. You can see Spawn really unhappy about how they played that team fight. It's always a dangerous
game to read the coach's lips.
Gosh darn it, team. We could have played that one better.
Just look at his eyes, not his lips. The eyes tell the story.
And so does this graph of Sven's accuracy on these arrows.
Legolas
Flowers,
down here.
You were bringing it up, you know, all these squishy members, nobody wants to take arrows on the TL side. They have to dodge them, and, you know, he was hitting home.
So, C9 are starting up the Baron. Critically, Blabber's Guardian Angel still has a few seconds left on the timer. Jose now has a Guardian Angel of his own. Something C9 needs to be conscious of if they were trying to go for some big smite contest, but that's not going to be the case. Vulcan over the wall, tries to find something, doesn't get it. C9 still grouped up as 5. Team Liquid doing the same as Quid splits up towards the top side now to answer the wave, pushing 3 minutes until the next Drake spawns.
Nice calm play, though, from C9. It's the same Baron play they looked for earlier. Go threaten the Baron. As soon as Morgan TPs, just leave. You've gotten enough from that, and that is going to allow them to have more control in the side lanes. They have 3 teleports on their team. They have TF. They have a lot of ways to play on the map here, and TL is more limited. They're more dependent upon that.
Ooh, Sven hits the Chains of Corruption onto Jose Diodo. He'll block the opportunity for any follow-up damage there with the shield, but he has to flash away after. That's a nice pick from C9.
I mean, TL, they got to pray right now because the map is collapsing in on them. There's super minions bottom side. As you say, they're playing against not just a Twisted Fate, but basically a full build Twisted Fate. That Dark Seal has 8 stacks on it. It's almost a real item. He could upgrade it to a Medjai's, and so much pressure. He has Zhonya's, has the rapid fire. Cloud9 know. They already pushed bottom lane, so now they can take the attention over to Baron, draw TL away from that pushing bottom lane, and just play the long con.
Okay, 80 carries don't have ultimates. You can see Sven's Chains of Corruption going to be up here in 5 seconds.
They just want to keep him away. Look, the super minions are going to stack up on bottom side. Those will eventually take a Nexus Tower if left unattended just by themselves. And the Baron's at 5K already.
Yep, C9 is keeping the DPS on it, but they're going slowly. As soon as Team Liquid approaches, C9 backs away. Baron's still at about 3,600. A teleport is coming in now from C9 into the bottom lane. The Baron's going to be secured by Blabber. Jose Diodo goes in to try to fight Blabber with a flash away, keeping himself alive for now. But look at the base. Team Liquid has Thanatos at Nexus turrets. They got to be careful here. Jose Diodo trying to fight and get out, but his Guardian Angel is going to be procced. Team Liquid finally manages to send Quid back to defend, but Jose Diodo will die here in the Baron pit. Quid at least maintaining the second Nexus turret. But honestly, a really good play across the map coming in from C9. They get a Nexus turret, they get the Baron, they get the kill onto Jose Diodo.
I just love the pressure they were putting on because Quid had no TP when they started up that Baron, so they knew he would have to walk. And by the time he has his teleport back, the Baron is low, so he can't leave. You can see the frustration there on Spawn's face as Jose goes in. It was a flip, but Blabber won it, and that was huge because if TL do take that Baron, it definitely could go a lot worse for C9. C9, though, now on Soul Point. That Soul will spawn in 30, and Jose will have no GA and no flash for that fight.
Yeah, man. Honestly, I was panicking for Blabber there too, because like I thought they were gonna do it even more slowly and just like try and keep it there and let the super minions do even more work. But you know, they invest Thanatos up there and they go for it. They do get the kill. They do obviously can try and like pair with Sven damage stuff too. You know, they've got some good bursts for themselves, but it's still any jungler is getting some spike in blood pressure when something like that goes off, because Pantheon with the Q charged up can definitely be very good at stealing.
Okay, Metal Gear Core JJ is behind enemy lines, disguised as a minion, so it was even harder to detect him if they saw him on the ward on the minimap. But C9 is already going for the Ocean Soul. They've got it down to 4,000. Jose Diodo ults in here with a Grand Starfall, and C9 immediately turns to go after the Pantheon. Jose is already down. The Dragon secured by C9. Morgan's in the middle trying to cook Vulcan down to 0, but he can't quite do it. Core JJ and Morgan both into the stasis, and they're both likely to fall. Quid tries to get something back, but he cannot even fire the ultimate off. APA on the chase after Yanni lands the gold card with a rapid fire cannon. Click, click, boom! Team Liquid aced for nothing. The Ocean Soul for Cloud9, and they will march it straight to the enemy nexus.
C9 running TL around the map this game in the opener, and they look like they want to keep that undefeated streak alive.
C9, all 5 alive, all 5 pushing that last Nexus turret, 20-8 with a 12,000 gold lead. C9 takes game 1.
Well-controlled game there for C9. They ended with 4 straight Ocean Dragons. They get the soul. They were playing the side lanes well, utilizing their global advantages. Impressive stuff from C9. Lounge, who's your player of the game?
That's a secret.
Who's the macro god? Because honestly, they completely split Team Liquid up this entire time.
Yeah, they did.
Sven had the bad death early that I thought played a great game. Thanatos was awesome. Blabber did amazing early game. It was a good game from C9, Raz.
That was a really good game from C9.
Want to dive into how they were really closing it, though, with the Baron play that they pulled off. If we want to pull this straight up onto the screen, they'd already killed the inhibitor previous to this, so they're just trying to waste as much time as possible. At the current moment, C9 has no intention of actually killing the Baron. They're just waiting for this double super minion wave down bot lane to actually make its push in. And they're trying to starve Team Liquid of wards and make them go back and forth for as long as possible. So notice how they stop at about 3.6K.
Yeah.
That's a good number to stop at. You don't want to stop at like 2K because then Jose and Core could maybe jump in and burst it. This is something that can't really be burstable without a full commit by Team Liquid. But then what's crazy is at this point, they TP Thanatos away. So they really put Team Liquid on a clock. They say either you fully respond to this TP and give us the Baron, or you flip it now and we're still going to get something. Team Liquid decides to flip it now. Blabber wins the flip. Then, because Team Liquid still has to respond to Thanatos, they can't follow Jose in. They kill Jose anyway. They extend what was already a very big lead. But I did want to go back to fairly early on in this game to show the early luck/mastery of Blabber. I say luck/mastery because he did play well, and then he also took some big risks. So the play here, I feel like, is when you're against Daejeon, these two do not respect you in lane, and they have many bad 2v2 deaths early on. So Blabber just skips his Krugs. There's no ward in the river because Team Liquid uses so many of their wards in lane to try and get prio, sets up for Vulcan to just flash, get the root on Daejeon, and they're able to get the first blood. But what that does for Blabber is it means he loses bot crab for free and likely should get double crab, which is why Jose feels like this is a free double crab. What most junglers do here after pulling off the gank and Blabber being level 4 is you reset, buy your items, redeploy, keep playing. Instead, Blabber without top prio, without mid prio, and on a ward,
they see him!
They see him. Jose, don't flip this. Your Rumble is right here, your Yone is here. Make Blabber come into you. Instead, he tries to Q smite it. Blabber actually just has the God Smite, ends up getting the crab, so he's 27 to 27 CS, has also had the first blood, and the rest of his early game was also exceptional. Here, as we're watching Spawn give a nice reaction, Blabber actually, instead of clearing his bot camp, looped all the way around to the top side and helps slingshot Thanatos ahead with this gank. Doesn't end there. He then responds to Jose countering his Krugs. TF is level 6, so he can come in and secure this kill onto Thanatos. That was just a lot of early game mastery by Blabber. And Raz, I know you had some mid-game stuff too to cover for Thanatos.
Yes, let's get straight into it because that's a lot that happened that was great from C9's side. I know last week we touched on it in the beginning of the day. It was a lot of rough. cases for that team. But in this case, my goodness, I felt like C9 was just the smarter team of the two. Now, immediately, one thing that I want to point out is the fact that no flash on the Rumble. Thanatos has been putting Morgan through the works. And so C9 recognized that completely. They base. Zoom in on this. Where are they going? As soon as they push out, get their base off, they're going directly top lane. Directly top lane to impact this. And yes, it is a lane swap that's happening at 9 minutes into the game with no quests completed, which is something that has always been talked about, which is like, all right, our lane swaps dead on quest completion. What do you do if you want to get that done? And you get to see it be solved here, or at least be discussed. Because, of course, when you're playing this matchup, you can just get the slow on towards Morgan here with the ulti on Aurora, so you can trap Morgan. A flash comes through from Sven. They end up getting the kill. So as you can see, as I blow up the minimap one more time, they keep Sven topside. He gets the push off here. Going live. He's just getting turret plates immediately and keeping it done. So once the wave's getting completed, then he bases. But it's actually hilarious because then APA dies, which would usually be like, okay, send the 80k bot lane. No, he's going mid lane to catch the wave. So then ultimately, once he finishes and completes catching the wave mid, then he eventually goes bot lane. And so all of that happened there. That was the positive. Another thing that I wanted to point out, which was initially a positive from Team Liquid, was the fact that they had then committed to trying to push out Blabber so they can go into the enemy jungle. Oh, this was actually the incomplete play. I remember I got a bunch of these out there, so I was wondering if I can get the right one. But I couldn't find it. So I will say, they pushed them out. They looked for the dive bot lane. They ended up taking the turret as well. They actually have Morgan TP'd bot lane so they can take the wave because he doesn't want to be the sacrifice of a top lane dive. So that was like the idea. But then Thanatos TP's bot, gets the kill on Morgan, so he is still able to get a lead and spiral that out of control. So I thought it was smart from Team Liquid to have a response, but then extra smart from C9 to be able to get another kill on towards Thanatos because they have a ward just for that TP play.
Yeah, it felt like the 1-2 punch of Blabber's early game in terms of where he was going and his attention to his lanes plus APA just really made it difficult for Jose to be super impactful on this Pantheon, right? Because then C9 are already in a really good state and they have the positions to either force him to respond to them, which is more what happened, or they have all the tools to respond to a potential Pantheon ult. Player of the game is Blabber.
I think it can go a lot of ways. Thanatos played exceptionally well, but okay, 5 out of 6. Raz is the only Thanatos believer.
What the hell?
Look,
hey,
I also believe in Thanatos. The reason why I did
No, you didn't. You voted.
I voted Blabber. I voted Blabber because he set the early game into motion, Raz.
You are the enemy.
But hold on.
What?
Yes.
Guys, look at the damage. Look at the damage over there.
Let's look. I'm looking.
Look at the damage.
My eyes are there.
Look at the damage.
Okay, I'm glad
42,000.
that Raz brought up the lane assignment at 9 minutes because one of the other huge things it did, I know, Jat, you've been the biggest Sven defender, and then they had the bad death, and they were talking about it on cast. I do think the important thing is recognizing, okay, we can swap this bot lane top. Sven gets that kill, and that immediately negates the bad death, right? Because he got the early first blood off of the Blabber gank. He was part of that, and then he gets the kill in top lane. So
I'm just saying, Sven has a good game outside of the very visible bad plays. I'm not saying he's not making visible bad plays.
You could say the same for me and all of my League of Legends.
Jan made a lot of visible bad plays too. Why are we saying he's washed? Sven is unfairly criticized. That's it. Also, as you can see behind me, C9 on track to first place.
Sure.
They are.
The 2-0 would mean their first place. The 2-1 would mean their first place.
What about the 1-2, man? What about the 1-2? Remember that part?
1-2 is not.
We're not getting into that yet because they haven't lost, Raz. As we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat. And since the vote was a tie, you got both replays.
Whoa!
I'm going Ezreal. Okay.
Yeah, has flash. No cons.
I'm coming, guys.
I'm looking Pantheon.
Wait. Pantheon. I started Nico.
Pantheon's low. Pantheon's low. Nico flashing.
Yeah. Rumble is coming.
Yeah.
Rumble is coming. I'm coming.
Nico no flash.
2 seconds.
Yeah, slowly.
I'm looking the pit. No?
I'm here.
I ulted again. Hit something.
He's out.
Yeah. Ult in 15. Okay.
Nico flashed in.
Yeah.
Yo, can we engage mid or?
Yeah, we can look.
Ezreal no cleanse.
I can look Ezreal right now.
I'm looking. Looking.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
I want to hit Herald. I really think we should do it now. Yeah, we'll take what we're doing.
Yeah. We're catching mid lane.
I ulted now.
Yeah. I'm going for it.
Yep. Hook anyone now. Feels good.
Yon door.
Looking on it.
I'm looking.
Altione. He's gonna be CC. Pantheon ulting.
Jonas went to me.
Jones dead.
Phantom on the way, guys.
Look Phantom.
I have protoplasm.
Hold the game.
Yep. Oh, wait. Right, left to Ken.
Oh, sorry.
No flash.
Nice. My bad.
All good, all good.
I'm going to push top.
Ambient flash, though. Yeah, I'm going to click straight there mid, I think.
A free game.
That's Nico's one.
I need to keep hiding again.
Oh,
Jarvan
Jarvan no EQ. No ulti, Jarvan. Jarvan no EQ.
I'm ulting the backline. Backline is quite chunky.
Oh, no flash, guys.
Backline is 1 HP. Backline is 1 HP.
Jarvan.
Man, 1 HP, okay.
Jarvan. Die. How about
anything?
How about Baron?
Too much.
Alright,
these are really huge win, guys.
Already
think
big TP back. Already big win.
Raise
Already
it
TP back. I don't think it's good against enemy comp.
It's not good?
Not good. I think I have a
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Taking Blabber's LCS spot. That's what's happening.
Welcome to the Cloud9 Kia Champions Arena, this time between Cloud9 Kia and Team Liquid Alienware.
With the addition of IRL augment in the form of unique challenges. So anything that's out there, it's hilarious to see. Ian, have you seen what your augment is? Oh, you got to cast for 30 seconds randomly. Yeah, you're going to have to cast with us. Do you want to do play-by-play?
I can do color casting better than you, so I'll do that.
It's about 30 seconds. We're about to compete. I'm down to do a little bit of play-by-play. We'll test you a little bit.
I'm doing 9 jumping jacks every death. So the game plan is the same as in LCS. I'm playing for KDA.
So I guess you chose the gardening gloves. You got chosen for the gardening gloves?
I did not choose anything. You think I chose this? You know, that's my original keyboard.
Do you have any words for Blabber that put you in this situation to begin with?
I mean, I don't know. Blabber's consistently trying to ruin my life. You guys know this, obviously. So this is just another thing that he's done to you know, just torture me as much as he possibly can.
All right, shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? The map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Rez, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's our final week of regular season play here in spring 2026 before we head to the playoff brackets. We are in the middle of our best of 3 at the top of the table between undefeated C9 and a Team Liquid that has only lost once so far this split to Lion just last week. However, the series is starting off looking pretty good for C9, who had a very dominant victory in Game 1.
And Azael asked Quid who's going to win the series, and Quid said whoever wins Game 1.
Yep, he said whoever wins Game 1 is getting a 2-0. And then APA was like, whoa, I don't agree. Even if we lose Game 1, we're still going to beat you. So they were on a different page as far as that answer was concerned. But I'm sure now after having lost the first game, Quid would like to amend his answer.
Spawn's having a little chat with him right now.
Yeah.
He was like, hey, buddy, so we're going to win now. Focus up, everybody.
Gotta turn it on.
This is actually Game 1.
I did like, Cloud9's draft in the first one, but they also just played so well. I think Blabber's form right now looks really good. And with our conversation of MVPs and, who's going to take over, and there's so much momentum behind Jose, thought that was really critical.
Yeah.
Blabber really outperformed. I mean, he's doing everything you could want. Early game stuff, he's hitting jungle 50-50 smites. He's hitting stuff that's shouldn't even be 50-50, like in his favor. And I think C9 definitely looking very good right now. So it's going to take Team Liquid to have some pretty big adjustments here for game number 2.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And now with TL having lost the first game, even if they win the series, the fate is not in their hands for, getting first place. Of course, if C9 wins 2-0 or 2-1, they will be undefeated in series, so they are guaranteed first place. But TL in a series win here now, it would depend on how Lion does in their series.
Exactly. Team Liquid would still have the chance at first place if they win, but it's not entirely theirs to decide. So let's go ahead.
Ash and Seraphine are available, boys.
Hold on. We still got one more band to go.
Hold on,
We still got one more band to go. It's Bard, Ziggs, and Cassiopeia banned out by TL. C9
And
banning the Ori
Karma
and
is
the
too.
Lucian.
So are they going to actually leave Karma up, or are you going to do a trade? Because the most common pairing, obviously, for that Karma, is this Ezreal. But you can do Karma Caitlyn. I think that's super lane dominant as well. So I'm kind of curious to see what they're going to trade. And it is going to be, I feel like TL for sure have to go Karma.
And if you do, then I feel like C9's easy response is just Ashe Seraphine, right?
Yep. The question is, which do you prefer? Which is stronger? I feel like Karma Caitlyn is almost an unbeatable 2v2. I think it is really, really hard. So I would expect them to have the advantage against the Seraphine Ashe. But of course, Seraphine Ashe bring a lot of scaling, a lot of utility. It's not just about the 2v2. And it's also interesting because I feel like Core is such a key part of his play is his ability to engage. So maybe C9 are saying, yeah, we know you're going to take the Karma, but that means Core can't be a playmaker, so we're okay with that.
And we still get Ashe Seraphine, which is an S-tier bot lane duo. That'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan, you're talking about Vulcan's Bard. His Seraphine has been incredible as well. This whole split for Cloud9, and you can build so many insane team comps around this bot lane duo, because not only is it all this great team fighting utility, that's always the highlight, but also the hawk shot lets you build all these jungle plans around it. And with how well Blabber played in the first game, it could be a huge advantage to have that extra info.
Well, we can see which one of the duos is more powerful just based on win rates. Ashe 8-10 so far in spring. Seraphine 11-7. So she's the greater driver of the two, but they got both, so it doesn't matter. Generally, when I see these two locked in, the number one thing I want to see is a jungler that can go in front of them and be a conduit for that encore to fly.
Basically, you want to see Xin Zhao, right?
Yes.
Which is up and available. And the question is, will Jose deny that, as a result? I don't think he will, because, they need some sort of engage. Instead, they're going to go for Quid and his pick. I expect we'll see Xin Zhao here and not a matchup mid laners, but TL have to make that decision. And yes, Ashe Seraphine, incredibly strong, but Caitlyn Karma is the duo as an answer that I expected, that I called out. And I do think this is a winning 2v2, a pretty heavily winning 2v2 for the Caitlyn and Karma. Of course, the level 6 spike is way better for Ashe Seraphine than it is for Caitlyn Karma, but pre-6, you are expecting to be able to have the push.
And this is what they've done before too, get the APA Annie here so they can have this massive multi-layer engage, hard CC team fight for themselves for Cloud9. So you have to think they're already comfortable here, you know, with the way the draft is going, you know, kind of intentionally trading these power picks back and forth with TL and investing themselves more in the specific like Jose Lee Sin target ban here for themselves. So I think pretty good planning so far from C9. They're probably you know, really expecting all the stuff that has gone down here. Yes, TL do have some strengths though. You can siege tower early, Caitlyn Karma, try and get your turret plates, get some you know, tower damage, and then you can rotate them into the mid lane. You can have side lane rise, and you can have a lot of you know, like side lane play and some map pressure here. And Caitlyn does full item. Caitlyn at the end game is an absolute monster and gives you like the sieging options, and then you have the rise for split push as well, and you can try and like pull a team fight composition a little bit apart.
It is interesting seeing you know, the Wukong band there instead of the Xin, so more concerned about that potentially getting grabbed up. Jace, obviously another strong split pusher. You can play 1-3-1 with that sort of style, and they are clearly more concerned about TL's ability to play side lanes and attack on side lanes, I feel, than they are about hard engage, because we're kind of already shaping up for a similar style draft between this game and last game, where C9, their first 3 picks gives you 3 engage options. TL's first 3 picks doesn't really give you any engage options, so they are kind of missing that right now. And I'm curious to see how they're going to try to fix that, or if they're even concerned about it whatsoever. Thanatos' most common pick here is the Gnar, so feels like TL want to try to force him into a bit of an uncomfortable position and see if they can get an advantageous matchup for Morgan.
I still feel like that's kind of hard to do, though, considering TL opted for first pick, which means C9 will have the last pick of the draft. I expect them to save that for Thanatos specifically. And here we go. All right, Nocturne locked in for Blabber.
It just helps so much when you are relying on your ability to hard engage team fights.
Yeah.
Having Nocturne turn out the lights makes them, you know, check all of these different flank angles. Where are they coming from? Like Annie, it makes it easier for Annie to like get into brush or get into angles where she can either flash or proto belt and get big engages too. So Nocturne always works really well with these. Plus, it gives you some coverage for if your opponent's side lane control gets out of your control, then you can always have a Nocturne to try and put them in check a little bit.
Yeah, that's the part I was really thinking about was, hey, if you're going to play Rising, you're going to try to draft some sort of carry top for Morgan and play, hey, we're going to do 1-3-1. Well, Nocturne makes that very difficult, right? You can attack the side lanes very easily. You know, even if you have a winning 1v1, it is going to be Zin's out for TL, obviously really strong, you know, with the Enchanter to back you up. But again, TL still have no engage whatsoever, and it is going to kind of stay that way. You have basically Room Prison and a Flash Stun as your only real forms of engage. So generally speaking, that is no engage over on the TL side, and C9 are just going death ball. They're saying, you know what? We are going to walk forward with our big Sion in front, and then we're going to hard engage with Nocturne, with Annie, with Encore, and we are just going to try to fight you front to back, hit any target that you present. I like what C9 drafted way more both games.
And it's kind of the opposite switch in strategy, right? First time, they're playing the map more. They do that better. They're able to collapse. This time around, you know, they have massive hard engage. They're going to have huge team fight. And they have the Nocturne to try and, like, coverage if you get out of control. So Cloud9 putting the pressure on TL very early in this series. Win game 1. And looking at game 2 here, of course, Morgan on his Renekton, you know, get some signature picks here for Team Liquid.
Gentlemen, what country are we in? Are we in South Korea? Because I don't think we are. And generally, if you're not playing in South Korea and you draft 0 engage, if you fall behind ever for even a brief iota of a moment of a slip of a speck in time, you're done.
What about this? We realm warp the Xin into the middle of your team, and he ults and does
the Zinsec?
The Zinsec, baby.
The Zinsec, and it's right in the middle, so he just sprays everybody in different directions. How about that?
Sprays them.
Okay.
I mean, one thing I will say, I agree with you generally, but we have seen some of our teams kind of getting better with some of these hard engage, like these comps that don't have hard engage, excuse me. Yeah. I'm thinking back to the Lion series, how they kind of played this game against TL, actually, where they were playing with Jace, TF, and Ezreal Karma, and I felt like they navigated the team fights incredibly well in that one, and were really able to kind of like dance around that range and play it really well, pick their moments. So that's kind of what you're depending upon here for TL, and also you're depending upon your bot lane to slam this 2v2.
Yeah, all of your lanes, really. You want pressure on all your lanes. You've got Renekton into Sion, you have Rice here into Annie, as long as jungle attention is appropriate around here, then Quid can try and get some poke damage here. APA goes in through his stuns, but I think that TL want to have early pressure this whole game and build this momentum. Caitlyn and Karma try and get some tower plate money, and we're already though getting a jungle invade to split the map. As you see, Blabber going from Raptors over a ward into Team Liquid territory. So they did expect this. They have the defensive ward coverage to see it coming, and Xin is going to blast going on top of him to stop the split.
Yup. Blabber sees Jose Diodo on the way, so he's just going to go ahead and disengage this one. Buff going to slightly reset here.
And Blabber didn't know that Jose had no smite. Jose couldn't actually really contest that. Blabber could have just taken that and walked out, I think, but was nervous about the potential collapse. Quid was moving over and was worried that he could have gotten caught. So at the end of the day, Blabber ends up spending a lot of time there. And this 2v2 looking very scrappy. When they were fighting pretty hard, both the heals have been used. Core missed his mantra Q, unfortunately, which is going to cost you a lot.
Okay, bottom side. The fight continues. Yeon and Core JJ trying to keep the pressure onto Sven and Vulcan. Yeon, however, down to about 100 HP. Sven with a flash forward. Yeon survives. The last auto attack from the ranged minion doesn't finish him. It's a bloody battle down here on the bottom side as Core JJ also very low. Vulcan even lower.
Both junglers
Everybody is down on death's door, and both junglers are approaching the area. Jose Diodo tags Blabber, but the wind becomes lightning, and now Blabber's got to try to get away. Drops the fear tether to provide the route for escape as Jose Diodo still looking to see if he can punish one of these bottom laners, but C9 has fully retreated.
This is actually huge, though, because Sven had to cancel his back. That is so bad for Sven with the wave at your tower, and it's a cannon wave. That completely bails Yeon and Core out. Sven and Vulcan played that early 2v2 so well in what I see as a losing 2v2, and now because the jungler is there to cover, they get to crash the wave. Yeon gets a better base, gets a plate. It was solo gold on that plate as well, and Sven got super delayed, so he's going to come back to the wave, pushing hard away from him with a worse buy.
It's tough stuff.
Very bad for Sven, yeah.
That's what we were talking about, is you have to slam lane. If you're playing Caitlyn Karma, because of how much more effective Ashe and Seraphine can be in these team fights later on, because of how much better of a team fighting team C9 has with their engage, it's tough. Bot lane head-to-head matchup so far here in Pro Play 2026. Ashe Seraphine has won 3 times, Caitlyn Karma 4 times. So honestly, very, very even with the slight edge for the Kate Karma.
It is. I think the 2v2 goes pretty heavily, in my view, to the Kate Karma, but that does not mean you win the game, right? You can play out this Ashe Seraphine from a position where you're a little bit down, but you're staying safe. As long as you don't let the Caitlyn get completely out of control, it doesn't always matter because your team fighting, your scaling is so powerful.
All right, Blabber getting jumped on yet again. Jose Diodo, though, got to be careful. Flashes back away with a TP about to arrive for TL. Blabber, no flash available here on the Nocturne, is going to get bound up there by the Karma, and they give the first blood over to Quid. Team Liquid's on the board.
Damn, TL played that so well. Utilizing that early TP is so hard. That thing takes forever. But they were able to keep Blabber around. The flashes being traded there, the Karma getting the tether, allows Quid to arrive, pick up a free kill in your mid lane for first blood.
I think a lot of this was really smart there from Jose. Jose using his flash, and now he's actually onto the bottom lane with Core coming too.
Yep, Vulcan loses half of his HP there. Also pretty low on the mana bar, so the Seraphine not in great shape.
This is also great because look at the Nocturne's XP, man. He's still level 3 at almost 5 minutes here. He's been kept down because this failed invade and all the scrapping.
And now because mid lane prio again favors Team Liquid, and there's the smite for Jose. Blabber misses it. He's barely hanging on, and he dies again. Blabber's early game is over.
It's so crushing when you try and do the smite fight, so you use your cooldown for your smite, and you don't get it. Jose is spamming him with emotes the last few engages too, because he's been running circles around him, flashing these the fear tether in the previous one, this one being able to get it, the extra advantage on the invid. And TL, we said their job is to win the whole map early in this game. They are certainly doing that. Again, all of these lanes pushing and winning, jungle matchup heavily going to play to them, and as a result, heavily winning this time for Jose.
Yeah, it is just kind of snowballing out of control. Blabber, not even 4. Jose's almost 5 here. And, it hasn't just been about the jungle matchup, not even close. It's been about Core getting so active, and I love, even though he is on Karma, he's been everywhere. He's in that river skirmish. He's invading there with Jose. They're putting the pressure on an APA on a roam here. you kind of start feeling like C9 needs something to work for them to try to claw their way back, but Morgan is aware of the fact that he's missing, and Quid will just push in mid.
Yeah, good comms on the side of TL here this time around to call it out, give him the timing, and now Realm Warp.
Okay, Realm Warp arrives from Quid, and Sven's in trouble yet again. Can't quite kill Core. That is twice now the Team Liquid bottom lane has escaped with barely any HP, and those small moments have built into a 2,000 gold lead just 6 minutes in.
They call the roam topside timing. They play around the Annie walking up topside, and they make the counter play with Realm Warp on bottom. Gives you that extra timer here with the distance, and they know they can get the punish. Nicely done there from Quid and Team Liquid. They are certainly snowballing this one back. From our top 2 teams here, I mean, it's top 3 with Lion, but this banger matchup here, excited that game number 2 is not going the same way as game number 1. And we may be in store for more, because TL already like jumping out to a astronomical success here in game number 2.
I mean, TL are just playing it so well. You know, APA spends his timing, goes top, that fails. Quid is on a timing down towards bot. They punish, and right before Sven had his flash again. So Core has just been so active here. And Blabber, not even 6 after 7 minutes. This is such a slow start for a Nocturne, a champion who wants a power farm, who wants to excel.
And he's losing his Raptors right now, too. Jose counter jungling before Blabber even comes around because he has that timer and he's got his level 6 advantage. So he keeps up the advantage as mid lane was traded as far as the Annie ult, and now he's camping for another.
Yeah, Blabber just walks right into the waiting Jose Daejeon. The only thing he can try to do is a defensive fear tether, but that's not going to matter because Jose just runs him down. Team Liquid is washing C9 off the map this game.
He's still spamming emos. That was like 4 in a row, spamming on cooldown too. Man, he's actually smurfing this time around. Game number 1, Blabber, huge advantage, and definitely had some jungle gap. But game number 2, Jose getting his revenge.
Absolutely, and this is a worrying trend for Vulcan, who wants to keep him away from that MVP, because Jose looking at MVP form here early in this second game.
Now they're going to take over the Dragon Pit with their advantage in bottom lane as well.
But as you keep pointing out, Blabber and junglers always will just say, you know what, it was support diff really.
What's up, Cap?
This Karma's always right behind the Zid. Really good stuff here, though, TL and Jose specifically. He counter jungles the Raptors. He has his level 6 advantage. So you have your level 6 in the duel. You're going to have the chase down as well with the extra charge. Starts emoting early, even for extra points. 1, 2, 3. There was another one.
What is idiot doing?
Oh!
Oh. That's getting spicy there,
I like
man.
it.
A little trash talk.
Jose Daejeon can't even believe. Is this amateur hour? What's going on here?
Because he's like, oh, Blabber knew that I took his Raptors, so why is he even going to come in here? He knows he cannot duel me, right?
Yeah.
He's like, this is my town now.
And he is right, and this jungle matchup has been spicy in game 1. Blabber was smurfing in game 2. Jose has been killing it.
And you can see right here some historical regional accolades for the two. Jose, remember, coming from the LLA, has some championships, international appearances there. Blabber has more for North America, but so far in this split, it's Jose Daejeon doing better than Blabber so far. Once again, doing better than Blabber here in this second game. Jose coming down to the bottom lane now, wants to find the win, becomes lightning on Sven. No, Sven gets away there. The heal from Vulcan, enough to keep him healthy and keep him hasted to get away from the aggro. But Quid's ready to try to show up, make something happen. Flash away from Vulcan, flash follow from Jose Daejeon, finds the knock up onto the Seraphine. Wham, bam, they knock down another one. 5-0 Team Liquid.
And it is so problematic when Ryze gets way ahead. This champion is so tanky naturally with his build, with the Roa, with the Seraphs, all that shielding, that when Ryze gets ahead, it is a struggle, because the engage for C9 is powerful. They have a lot of upfront damage, but if this guy gets too far ahead of the curve and you can't one-shot him, all of a sudden he is going to be deleting you in these fights.
Well, he's got a 10-minute Rod of Ages, so I think he's pretty far ahead of where he wants to be. Honestly, Team Liquid, awesome showing. Meanwhile, mid lane, it's another play coming out, but this time it's C9. Blabber finally finding the opportunity there for the Paranoia, gets the kill onto Daejeon, slows that Caitlyn down a little bit.
Just play safe, man. Gets stunned up, 100-0 with the Nocturne ult coming in, but Realm Warp.
Yeah, Vulcan now again. Team Liquid gonna spend another flash. This time it's on Quid's Rise to lock up that vulnerable Seraphine and find another free kill. Vulcan's second death this game.
Yeah, TL are just moving around the map so well as a squad here. And that recall barely finishes, so APA gets out. Otherwise, he could have gotten collapsed on and died there, too. That was actually a split second away from him getting interrupted.
And one thing that I think makes this matchup so frustrating for Blabber to deal with Jose Diodo, who is so far ahead, normally with Nocturne, the Unspeakable Horror will buy you enough time with the Fear Tether to make enough distance that the enemy champion can't chase you down with whatever dash they have. But since Xin Zhao will have already hit you by the time it procs, you are marked as challenged. The Audacious Charge has the extra range, and you saw it in the previous solo kill around the red buff. Jose can still just catch right back up and continue beating you to death.
Absolutely can. While we're watching this battle between two of our top 3 teams, tickets are available for Spring Finals. We're going to see some of these teams there, I guarantee it, at ASU's Mullet Arena, June 13th, 14th. The single-day tickets are already on sale. You can scan that QR code on your screen and grab some. Watch some of your favorite LCS teams play.
Yeah, come see the next episode of the drama. The comms listen-ins are really hitting as well. The extra layers between our top teams as Jose is back bottom. The camping continues.
I don't think morale is going to improve on this one, Mr. Kobe, as Team Liquid just continues making sure that C9's bottom lane is miserable in this 2v2. Daejeon is ahead over 1,000 gold.
Yeah, this is well ahead of the benchmark that we set for them as far as oh, you need to have early pressure, play off your lanes and stuff like that. Like they're definitely exceeding expectations here. 3K the lead for Team Liquid. Just traveling between bot lane and mid lane has been so effective here for both Jose and Quid, and even Core JJ, as he established the early lead here through the river. And now, when you look at the control wards that lead this kind of opening into Cloud9's bot side jungle again, it just makes it so easy. You've got basically a highway for all these ganks to repeat and all these roam plays to be successful for TL.
And we may be seeing this same build from Jose that we saw from Kryra, Titanic into Dusk and Dawn, gaining a lot of popularity. Initially people had been kind of just sticking with the Sundered Sky, but this feels like it is kind of taking over in solo queue and is really starting to get a lot more popular in pro. The APs in Zhao just has insane healing, and this isn't like true AP, but it is, very, very powerful.
It splashes into it at least.
Yeah, the Titanic on hit is a really big and critical part of it too. As he's coming back, so the highway between mid and bot lane is open again. Here comes the Rise and the Xin. It's like Sven and Vulcan are gonna already have to retreat to their tier 2. Respect the pressure. Quid is still here.
This is just so well done, and they're doing the dragon at the same time, so Quid's just going to walk down and help them take that tower, and TL are just pressuring the map non-stop. Blabber is going to see that the dragon's being taken, but not like he can do anything about it.
No, sir. There has not been anything Blabber can do for the vast majority of this game. Checking in on the top side, because we haven't really this entire time, Morgan's going to go ahead and drop the Dominus here. Another decimating smash comes out from Thanatos, point-blank ulti. I think he was hoping that Morgan was far up enough that there would have been more than one tower shot there. Unfortunately for him, Morgan is outside of the range, so Thanatos survives for now. This is one of those matchups that we see it a lot in the LCS, and it feels like it almost always favors the Scion as the Renekton tries to get away now. APA tanking up most of the turret, but Blabber flies in alongside his mid laner to guarantee they get that kill on Morgan.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say during the tower engage there. The mini-map, they're walking up, both Annie and Nocturne, and they actually still chase them all the way through for the tower dive, so they do end up getting the kill on Morgan. Unfortunately for Thanatos, it's been too long since he walked back away from the exchange, so Thanatos doesn't get an assist.
Rip.
It's not
all that hard work.
It's not even that much money since it would be split between 3 people, but still, yeah, for all his hard work, doesn't get much of the reward. And still, for Cloud9, he's the only gold lead there for Thanatos. With the 59, the big 59 on your Scion, that's going to go a long way.
Huge.
With all of the early pressure that Team Liquid have put out and been able to snowball, we're just looking at dragon fights on repeat for Team Liquid. And when you are a team with Caitlyn, Karma that has had a successful early game here. Not only is your Caitlyn just gonna be powerful with the Hex Optics plus an Infinity Edge very soon, but you get to put your trap line down ahead for all these consecutive dragon fights, and all of a sudden it becomes very difficult, even with the ludicrous amounts of CC that Cloud9's team comp does have. They're gonna have a hard time kind of getting in.
That is pretty big, though, getting the cleanse there off of Yeon. Yeon was just stepping forward with that Inspire from the Karma, chasing down Sven, gets some good damage on him, but they now have that cleanse out. So there is a possibility, hey, if you can get that Fear Tether on him, if you can get an Encore to hit him, and you can kill off Yeon in a hurry, you never know, because they do still have some pretty good upfront burst here on the side of C9.
Well, they're not going to have a chance to challenge for the Rift Herald, as Team Liquid going to secure that one immediately. Blabber jumping in with a Paranoia. They found Jose Diodo, and that's a nice pick there for the side of C9.
He called the emergency escape Uber, but it didn't get there in time. He put out the Herald.
It's the surge hour.
Yeah.
There's too many other people.
He was like, please, somebody pick me up, Herald. And Cloud9 are like, we'll pick you up. There's the kill.
I mean, that is nice. It's a late contest, but they don't just get the kill. They take out the Herald, right? So that is great there for C9, who is trying their best to stay in this. They are continuing to make plays. Blabber has been involved in all 3 of their kills, despite being put way down at the start. Almost caught up in experience as well, but Morgan looking for a potential angle for a dive.
Yeah, but you can see Sven and Vulcan playing very aggressive here, keeping the wave from ever crashing into the turret, which removes Morgan's ability to run in and try to make that dive happen, so C9 stays safe.
Yeah, I mean, the gold lead was at like 3.1 thousand before these last couple of plays, and so Cloud9 chopping it down quite nicely for themselves. The next dragon, of course, is still going to be a big point of contention here, and trying to get to the Caitlyn to the big break point here. You know, Yeon now also has the pickaxe here, so he's just looking for combined cost. And if they can get him there first 2, then you've got Caitlyn poke and traps and Karma poke. And so it's going to have to be a really big moment of Annie flash, Nocturne ultimate, you know, Sion engage coming from, you know, another direction, and Cloud9 still can make it work with the big combo available to them.
I will say credit to Blabber. He's only down a couple hundred gold. It doesn't really matter at this point with all of the things that went wrong.
Now immediately C9 going for the engage yet again, but they bungle it. Not really what they were looking for. Thanatos hits the wall. Blabber doesn't get a lot of value out of the Paranoia. APA wasn't there for the fight, so Team Liquid's feeling just fine.
They do get the flash of Jose, so, you know, Jose does respond, and APA maybe has an angle here.
Yeah, Jose Diodo waiting in the brush, but this time around, C9 was ready for the trap that TL tries to set. The arrow finds Vulcan here in the follow-up, and C9 just got 2 for nothing. Team Liquid starting to shake a little bit in the mid-game.
Full credit to APA. Annie was in the brush here watching with a sweeper. He knew he was lying in wait, and he sees the Xin in. He doesn't jump on the play early. He waits, he tells Blabber, calls him over. Really good awareness from APA. There we go, right there on screen. He's watching him come in. He knows after the play, I've got a good position. They lie in wait, stun, interfere, instant delete.
Yeah, I mean, Jose thought he was catching Blabber just like he did earlier in the game, but this time APA's behind him. He had no flash because of that earlier Nocturne ult. TL were overconfident walking in there because of those missing ults, and the frustration there on Spawn's face, not happy about how they played that out.
Thinking back to the comms earlier, when Jose is saying, what is this idiot doing? The number one thing that I would always want to tell my own teammates in solo queue is pretend that you're stupid, bait this guy in, and that's exactly what C9 just did. But now here in the bottom lane, Jose Diodo and Core JJ do find the pick that they're looking for. That's APA in the dirt for the first time this game, and with the enemy mid laner out of the picture, Team Liquid is going to go to Soul Point. That's their 3rd Drake in a row this game. They have controlled every neutral objective except for the Void Grubs, and now C9 is going to have to be able to challenge them at Dragon 4.
Exactly. Despite the fact that C9 has made some really good plays, they've turned a game that looked like it was going to be just an absolute stomp into something that is competitive, but TL are on the precipice of taking Soul here, and it is Hextech Soul with a team that has very good range. That is so difficult to play into.
Morgan getting the wave crash into the tier 2 turret down here. Ooh, nice shot there from the Enchanted Crystal arrow. Sven manages to land that one. Blabber's ready for the follow-up here with the Paranoia. Thanatos right next to him. Blabber's on a killing spree. C9, Sven with the dead shot eye sets it up for the pick on the enemy top laner.
What a snipe, too. I mean, that was with the slice and dice from Morgan there. And able to hit it, that allows the follow-up. Nice little pick for C9. Unfortunately, you're still very worried about Dragon Soul. As you said, Hextech Soul is a really good one.
How likely did you think it was to see the words "Blabber is on a killing spree" after the start of this game?
Yeah, that's...
Because I gave it about a 1% chance after how this one started.
It's a nice turnaround there for the C9 jungler. Now 3-3-3. Jose Oto's 2-4-4. Blabber is up individually in gold over Jose.
That is crazy. I mean, he's on the faster 2 items. Of course, Jose's going to have his second item pretty fast and did get the Merc Tread, so there is that. But, you know, Quid got all this early gold, has not really been able to turn it into much of anything besides that initial advantage. He is working in towards that 3rd item. The Roa is stacked. The Seraphs is ready. So he's strong, but hasn't been able to extend that lead any further than it already was.
And that's kind of the problem that we had when we looked back at the draft. What I was saying, how I'm always skeptical of these low engaged drafts when we see them from LCS teams. Team Liquid's going to need to play the map. Their macro's got to be on point. You've got to be able to set up sieges with Caitlyn, who just ate the arrow, had to spend the cleanse to get out of that one. And then Quid's got to be able to split push, create pressure through that. Meanwhile, Blabber going in for yet another Paranoia. This time the target is going to be Quid there on the rise. Channeling Thanatos with a decimating smash over the wall, and C9 has a full send on both Team Liquid carries. You draft, engage in League of Legends. Write it down, memorize it. That's how the game goes, and Baron is the call for C9.
Dude, that's the sneakiest. That was like the sneakiest Scion play I've seen in quite a while.
Sick.
The Q over the wall was actually sick to layer the CC. As Quid had a pretty good flash there, you know, Cloud9 are going to take the Baron after that play. Huge, huge comeback. Look at that. The gold lead is wiped off the map. Thanatos down here to try and chase once again, but he's already put in the work with the last play. I mean, the engage there from Cloud9, layering it. Quid had just flashed so that the fear would send him actually away into safety there, and still gets caught. Really nice job, Vulcan with the Seraphine ult to set it up.
And now it's starting to feel like, instead of the Soul being what could slam the game home for TL, it's starting to feel like you might need the Soul to save the game, to try to stay into a good spot here as they go for this hard engage. And they don't see the TP, I think, you know, over the wall here. I guess they did. They actually warded it. They trapped it, but Quid didn't have a good angle because he was getting corralled by Sven on one side, by Nocturne on the other. Gets double knock up there over the wall and just knocked down by the Encore.
They absolutely saw it because as soon as the teleport was channeling, the Caitlyn trap is placed right where he's going to land, but it doesn't matter. Thanatos, the X factor in that fight, as we're back to live and we've got another scuffle. Team Liquid dogpiling in, but they're dogpiling onto the Scion. Quid is on the approach here from the side. Thanatos still alive for now. Blabber finally going to turn off the lights as Team Liquid continues going forward. Thanatos to flash away, but he's still staying alive for now. Morgan's going to be chopped down. Core JJ falls too. Jose and Quid still trying to find pressure onto the injured C9 players as Quid eats the damage from Vulcan, but it isn't going to matter. Sven's staying alive for now. Blabber still fighting under Jose Diodo. Sven's going to be careful. He needs to maintain the range. He dodges when becomes lightning. Blabber staying alive now too, but he blocks the ace in the hole. C9 team fighting is just better. 20 minutes into the game, Quid is on the run. This is crazy.
This is so well played there from C9, dancing in and out of the fight. Their members are all soaking damage from Quid. It looked like he was in a position where he could have taken over, but so much damage blocked by Thanatos, and as he gets low, people step forward and continue playing it out.
And it's APA. APA cuts off the bottom lane of TL. He goes up the river, this Assassin Annie play basically on the enemy bottom lane. He blows up Core and then he pushes Yeon out. Let's take another look at it. They started out with the arrow missing, so TL are like, okay, fine, no arrow, maybe this will be a good opportunity. Jose steps up into Thanatos. They start working through a lot of damage on Thanatos. The front line here getting a lot of work. The trap line in front as well. He has to flash and ult away. Look at the minimap. APA up the river here. He goes straight for Cortez and boom, 100-0. And then Yeon can't get into the fight to follow up, even though his front line was doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and Yeon is pushed out, and then Quid, like Thanatos is just soaking damage here.
It's hard for me to keep going, guys. So if you guys can kill him, it's fine, but
That was exactly
hard,
true.
all right.
Yeah, very, very difficult right there. And that was exactly what I was talking about when we first checked in on top lane back at 12 minutes or whatever. Sion versus Renekton, it was even all through the laning phase, and Sion just does so much more later on.
And C9, now feeling like they're in control. They're on the precipice. If they win this game, they will be undefeated here in this best of 3. Will be only the 3rd time it has happened in LCS history in the best of 3 era here. And C9 being able to do it, not only against the top team, but being able to do it in a game like this, where you started so far down, would make it that much more impressive.
Blabber up to 5-3-5 now on the Nocturne. Almost the highest individual gold lead in the game after that disastrous start. Kobe, as a fellow jungler, I'm sure you know the emotional roller coaster of a game like this, where you start off just getting your butt beat, and then you bounce back and you just feel like, I'm that
Deep
dude.
breath, guys. We're doing a great job. Good comeback.
And good comms and good mental flowers.
Yup, PMA, positive mental attitude.
Exactly, that is the key here. Yeah, you didn't get to do a lot early, but stay focused on your win conditions here. And honestly, yeah, APA, good comms, and also, that was just so critical, cutting off the whole back line. And Cloud9 now with 2,000 gold in their favor. When we're looking 3 minutes into the future towards the Dragon Soul, it doesn't seem like TL are going to get their, early arrival dream scenario. Caitlyn traps cutting them off and all this stuff. And it's probably should be very favored for a setup for C9 with Hawkshot and all the plentiful amount of CC they have for Engage to try and make it difficult this time for Team Liquid.
And LDR is very far away for Yeon, right? He hasn't even gotten a component yet for that thing. So getting through the Sion is going to be difficult. Yes, he is still strong, but Zven is actually ahead in gold and has the LDR, so the front line going to be dying a lot faster, it feels like. But, man, I just can't say enough about APA in this game. His team gets so far behind early. He's attempting multiple roams, finds some good plays up in top lane, putting Morgan behind, finds that flank onto Jose. That was huge. Then in this fight, finds another great angle with the help of that Paranoia, gets in on core, one-shots him, pushes Yeon out. APA is playing a fantastic Annie game.
And especially considering I feel like in recent times, I've been pretty critical of LCS Annies. I feel like a lot of times, I'm serious, I'm being dead serious. I'm being straight with you. I feel like a lot of times our Annie performances that we see from our mid laners aren't up to the level that you would hope for, but APA, I agree, Isaac, having an absolutely phenomenal game here so far. But going back to the other side, because the story has been C9 so far. Hold on, we got a team fight. Relmore bin, Morgan here in the front line, but he takes a ton of damage here at the very start. Vulcan barely staying alive. C9 in danger. They find the shutdown on Dren. Team Liquid coming back to life, but it's a double kill over to APA. Yeon's on the wrong side of the map. Jose separated from his carry, and Yeon's gonna get run down. Decimating smash buries him alive as Jose Daejeon now fully on the run. Blabber with the flash ready to follow, so Jose can't take the Hex Gate. He'll escape the unfathomable horror. But the horrors are still there for Team Liquid. They thought they had their moment. They chose that fight. And C9 got a 3-for-1. It's about to be 4 with a desync jungle death timer, and Baron is live on the map. Jose Daejeon, yes, he gets the knock away with the ulti. Okay, he'll stay alive. But C9 with a 4v2 on the map for now, and Sven's about to respawn.
Yeah, and you're only a minute away from the Dragon Soul. So all these summoner spells being spent now at this fight, not going to be available for the next one here, and you're losing so many resources that you're really going to need.
Yeah, and this is a Realm Warp play. They're going very aggressive, but Jose's not there with him, and Quid is taking his own Realm Warp in, which just seems so dangerous. If Jose was there, I think it could have gone a lot better. They get the early kill on Ashe, but look at Yeon on the side. What can he do to Thanatos? He can't even break the shield. Thanatos is just playing in his face, fight after fight. Yeon is getting zoned out by these soul laners. And then look at this interaction here. Okay, we're not going to see it, but as little cheers there, little celebration.
Okay, so when the FlyQuest coaches did it and they handshook early, the celebration didn't work out. But this one is at much later.
This one, though, it was so interesting because as Blabber was chasing Jose, Blabber was trying to spell shield the knockup and ended up spell shielding the knockup from the blast cone. So he didn't actually go over the wall, and that allowed Jose to actually survive in that situation. So it was pretty big.
So what I was going to say before the fight happened is we've been talking about C9, obviously, because this comeback has been so huge. But for Team Liquid, the way that, as you worded it earlier, Isaac, the way that you stabilize, the way that you prevent this comeback from materializing is securing the Dragon Soul. But the Dragon right now is staring at two people, and they both are wearing Cloud9 jerseys. So that's another shot at the Soul, not going to TL. That's C9 securing yet another objective with their 3,000 gold.
I think that is correct for TL, because if you go there with no LDR, with no flash on Yeon, I think Yeon is just going to die.
Okay, now we got another fight. Jose Diodo trying to get away. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not hit the target. Tibbers eating a couple of stabs, but he's just fine. Team Liquid forced back yet again.
Man, I can already see it. The congratulations on an undefeated regular season Cloud9 post, where you have the gif of them cheersing their Red Bulls as the top post here.
That's got to become a new one.
Yeah, it's all, the Cloud9 fans all celebrating the regular season if they can complete this game to be undefeated, and it looks like they can. Baron gonna get started off. TL, the last hope is we make some epic plays around some epic objectives. Can they do it?
Well, they're on the approach now, but the Baron is already down to 6,000 HP. Jose Diodo jumps in, but he jumps in on Thanatos. And I feel like this is just a broken record at this point. Every single game, Renekton versus Sion, feels like it eventually becomes this.
And now, well, they got the teleport. That's what they came for. Cloud9, you know, start up the Baron. As soon as they see the teleport from that Renekton, they cut it off. And so extra cooldown earned here by C9 with their setup. And nobody in danger. You can just kind of repeat the process.
Yeah, this is well played. I mean, it's the same thing they were doing last game, just forcing out those TPs constantly. And C9 going right back to it. And they are going to be aware of it because they are clearing out that ward. Thanatos, I think, hit it. So Jose's coming over. Maybe you can save the game with a Smite steal. We'll see if they can get in and find an angle.
Okay, there's Paranoia. Wants to make sure nobody from TL can make their way into the pit as the Baron is already claimed. And now Blabber flies off towards Morgan. He wants to attack the pincer of Team Liquid. They knock him down to about 1/3 HP. Sterik's finally going to proc Morgan. Still trying to slice and dice away. He stays alive for now. Team Liquid will manage to get their top laner out. But the enemy team has already claimed Baron. C9's wearing purple.
Yep, they're still laughing here too. They're able to take the epic objective. They've got almost, well, 2 minutes and 48 seconds here left until the next timer for Dragon Soul that they're going to have to defend. They're already going to feel really, really confident in that one with all of the extra gold that they've gotten. Guardian Angel came through. We had the Medjai's upgrade even from APA with the 10 stacks on his Soul Stealer. QSS for Sven. All of these even like little possibilities of ways that TL can try and like make picks or make some sort of burst play to get back in. Now you're getting all the luxury defensive items even coming in for carries here on the side of Cloud9, and they're going to get a lot of work done when they come to Siege with their Baron. As you can see, APA is currently bottom side with the split push going for themselves, and they can do this because you have a Nocturne on your team who can just hover in the jungle between and ensure that the two lines of Siege will be able to find success. Arrow going wide, but even if they hit that, it would just be a cleanse trade.
Yeah, Sven does have to be a bit careful though. You know, while C9 is in a great spot, Sven is getting chunked down a bit, and Caitlyn has the LDR. There's a Rocket Belt plus the Actualizer.
Okay, but they decide to engage there with Thanatos as Jose Diodo loses about 80% of his HP. Blabber flies in the middle of everybody. What the hell is going on there? Blabber knocked out of his Guardian Angel as Thanatos is ready to follow up with a decimating smash. Quid is already down. Yeon's ready to follow. Jose Diodo still barely staying alive, and Blabber's noble sacrifice pays off. The full send from the Nocturne underneath the tier 3 turret is exactly what the doctor ordered. Morgan's got to make his way back to the base because it's only him and Core JJ. C9 looked like they lost this game in the first 5 minutes, but through some incredible team fighting, some incredible angles, some incredible coordination, they come back, they bring it all the way to the enemy nexus, and 34 minutes in, C9 sweeps TL and maintains sole possession of first place going into playoffs.
Blabber ends it with the Guardian Angel dive bomb play, and Cloud9 right up the middle to take this series 2-0 and end undefeated.
Man, and so much credit, I think, deserved by APA in this one. Him on the Annie, finding multiple key plays here. Great flanks, perfect positioning, finding the plays to help C9 get back in it.
7-0 in series. You said it, Kobe. They are undefeated. Whether or not their playoffs reputation has fans concerned, their regular season performance should have the fans happy. Even if you fall behind, you can come back as long as you got the mental, and C9's got it. Let's send it back over to the lounge now that the dust has settled.
Untiltable. I can hear Blabber cackling from the hall on the walkover.
Yeah.
Blabber, congratulations on the win. He's going to be joining us shortly. What a crazy game that was, actually.
Yes.
Because it looked pretty doomed, but at about a 2,000 gold deficit, I was thinking, you know what, C9 might be winning this, right? They were stabilizing. Ash Seraphine was landing arrows. Blabber's gold was close to Xin. The early game was not that pretty.
You were definitely singing a song that had thinking that C9 was going to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As they mentioned on cast, C9 undefeated in series. Nobody else can be undefeated in series because they've beaten everyone. That's how it works. They play everyone, they beat everyone. So they're first seed. They're first seed in the playoffs. Blabber, do you want to look at the early game, or would you rather just ignore it?
We could do it right now.
I think you can. I can tell you what happened.
We have the replay.
Get
do you want
up
to go to
here.
PC? Or
you can go in control to the PC.
Did you know, you'd probably be upset about this,
Yeah.
Jose didn't have Smite when he contested your blue.
Yeah.
No, I knew he didn't have Smite.
Okay, good.
But I was like
Have
kind
at
of
it.
worried I would die if Karma came to me.
Yeah.
Because he can't be there in time if he doesn't have Smite. I honestly just thought that the game would be kind of chill. I mean, I don't know if it's like a good thinking, but I thought it'd be kind of chill if I just passed up and he passed up now. I think there was like an accident in the ball lane.
Yeah, there was.
They were calling basically to both flash auto him.
Oh,
but then,
sure.
But then Phil queued. But if they both flash autoed, which was what
then
then
he's
called,
dead.
he's dead.
Yeah.
So it was a bit unlucky, and then, I mean, honestly, after this, it was like this was actually really good for jungle, by the way.
Yeah. So
Like what happened here is actually good for jungle because I'm going topside now.
Yep.
It's just really bad for Sven.
It's really bad for Zen, but you know it's good for jungle.
That's the important thing.
Now I think
then you
they're
get
milling
topside
control his
grab.
tempo, and then I just flashed in place by accident.
I mean, that hurts.
So I don't know, like yeah.
Oh, that's how you lost your flag.
I literally like, because right now, I think that we should just go forward.
Yeah.
Like if this guy flashes and I still have tether on him, I just flash forward and then Ian will get stunned eventually. And I think we just kill this guy. Like look at this TP, look how long it takes.
Yeah, it's
He's literally
incredibly
never
slow.
here. Like the Xin is just dead for free. I mean, I personally thought he was inting, but then, which I still think he's inting. And then I flashed in place.
The last question, the Raptors you were contesting, were you just,
Yeah.
if you get the smite, you're level 4.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Okay.
I was going to say, we were just like, Blabber really wants this to work
matter.
out.
I mean, it does matter. Like, I shouldn't die there, but I cared more about what happened at the first crab because I felt like Xin should have been really far behind. Because in my opinion, he should be dead there.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's fighting me.
Yeah.
So.
Even after all that, though, you came back and you won. So where was the turnaround? What was the team plan once you were so far behind?
I think I made some good calls this game, even though I was behind. Like at the Rift Herald, the Karma was showing cheating to bot. He thought we were gonna dive, and then I was like, well, he's showing on Vision going bottom, so we should just TP and kill the Xin at Herald. I should have ulted a bit earlier so he couldn't put the Herald down, but that was a really big kill because he had a shutdown and they wasted their Herald, and then I don't know, they just kept running it down like. When Jose went to our blue buff, he used his flash, then went to our blue buff, and I don't know, I felt like they were just chain inting, and we didn't. I do think we made good calls, but I honestly just felt like they were. They're just inting.
Yeah, this is very specific, but going up against the Dusk and Dawn build from Xin Zhao, is there a different way that you have to approach taking those fights?
Not really. I think this build is just bad.
Yeah.
I don't go this build because I've played it like many games, like maybe 5 to 10 games. I mean, I think that's many, but I've tried it a lot, and it just feels worse to me. You heal more from Sundered Sky than you heal from Dusk and Dawn, and I personally, I feel like I use the procs really well compared to Titanite on first item, and I don't know, I like the item more. It feels better to me. You can argue in some games Black Cleaver is useless, but then I would just go Sundered Sky into Titanic if you don't like Cleaver. So I personally am not a fan of this build.
He's coming.
I personally am not a fan of this build.
APA just
behind
him.
For those that couldn't see, who's trying to huff some copium, what can you take away? Because you said you felt like you made a lot of really good calls to get back into the game. What can you take away from this, like going forward, to kind of settle C9 fans'
You're
nerves?
first.
Yeah, because I feel like they're like, oh no, another really good regular season.
I mean, I think that we've been playing a lot better from behind. I think I've had a couple games, this one and then my Sejuani game, where I've gotten far behind. But I don't know, I feel like we're playing a lot better as a team, especially in practice. we're not dominating. Like, it's not how it's going, but I think that we are on a more coordinated. I think even in game 1, we had a lot of really good plays. Like, when Rumble wasted ult, I don't know if it was wasted, but the second he used ult at level 7, I said we need to swap now. He's just trolling. Like, the second I saw him ult, I was like, we're swapping. And I think that we're just making very good decisions as a team, like not just myself. And yeah, I think that's part of the reason why we're able to come back, even though we have like some oopsies in early game. And mid game, sometimes we like get caught a bit too much. I think that's a big problem. But I don't know. Moving around the map feels very good right now to play.
Yeah, I thought for game 1 you guys just crushed them in macro, and then game 2 you need good macro to come back, even if they're running it down. So congratulations again on first place, undefeated regular season, and DSG versus Shopify is up next to see if DSG can clinch their playoff spot or if it's going to be Shopify. See you then.
Hello?
Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life. Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I hope you can hear me right now. I should have said give me a hand.
1v1.
Is it too
Don't turn no flash. Seraphine not moving yet. Shield 4. Not moving.
계속 말해줘.
Solo kill probably.
Nice job,
No
Jose.
flash.
Trying to make it obvious.
Recton has TP. I
hit
have
it, hit
TP.
it.
Top both have TP, guys.
Jin's out here.
W.
Okay. Really good arrow.
Top both have TP, guys.
Yeah, hurt.
아이고.
How about Lung
Fucking hurt.
Lung mid. He has a stun.
Wait.
And he has
Seraphine no
ult.
flash. Seraphine no flash. Yeah, the Seraphine no flash. I can coming first.
And he has ult. No stun right now.
You guys, I'm slowly chasing. Seraphine dead. Daejeon
Nice job.
collapsing. Yeah, I'm
Any
coming, I'm
here?
coming.
I'm fighting it. Gwenzen.
Yeah, yeah.
Count.
He's dead, he's dead.
Nice.
Keep going forward, keep going
Look.
forward. Yeah, keep chasing. I have those. Okay.
Come, nice.
I have those pairs.
Done?
Yeah. Nice, guys, nice.
Nice.
W.
40 seconds right. Thanos, you go top. You go top.
Yeah, okay.
I can ult Thanos, okay?
I'm airing here. Okay, right now.
Yeah. It's good, it's good.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I'm watching.
Nice. We don't need to be
I
up.
think I need to be. Yeah. Oh, it's in.
Q.
Oh, yeah, keep going.
Nice.
Can you look at rise.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm tipping behind.
Look at rise. He's not in. No flash. Look rise, guys.
No cleanse.
Oh, hit both. We hit both.
I got both. Let's go Baron after.
Yeah.
Let's go Baron.
Zinzal's no flash, okay? Yeah.
This is excellence personified. Tell coach put me in, call my number, I'ma show up, and they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'm
welcome back to the LCS for all the marbles, aka the last playoff spot. Shopify versus DSG. Who you guys got?
I mean, I just have DSG. Out of nowhere, I'm believing in them.
I mean, I believe in them too. I think I just
nowhere.
believe less in Shopify.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. If we can pull our predictions up. Yeah, there we go. Whoa, Raz 2-0.
Look, I thought that without Castle they would look worse. Absolutely not. It looks like it's...
Whoa, what's going on here, guys? What's happened? All year long, I've been hearing disrespect about Shopify Rebellion. They're saying all year they got 3 wins. 16 losses.
What?
They're saying SR 316.
What?
Well, SR 316 says this.
What?
We don't care about your expectations.
What?
Or your predictions.
What?
Or your power rankings.
What?
One more 2-0 and we're making playoffs.
What?
We're just gonna beat some bread.
What?
Some burnt bread.
What?
If you smell toast,
What?
you're probably having a stroke.
What?
So keep on doubting us, because it only makes us stronger. And that's the bottom line, because Shopify Rebellion are making playoffs.
What are you doing to our death? Oh!
Throw the casters! Start the game!
Oh, I'm supposed to be casting with him. Kangas has gone off the deep end. Welcome back to the LCS, by the way. Big playoff spot on the line here, DSG versus Shopify Rebellion. We'll see if Surdy wearing a Castle jersey can help DSG to their 2nd straight victory in this week, and if Shopify can break their losing streak. Revan, their coach, has been very outspoken about wanting to give this roster time to build and build. But time is running out. They won the first series of the split against Dignitas, who hasn't beaten anyone, and Shopify has lost to everyone since then. My friend Kangas has returned. Welcome back, sir. I see you're still believing in your boys. Not
Are
as
you ready?
as
I'm
you.
ready.
I'm not as ready as you.
I've always wanted to give somebody a stunner live on broadcast.
That was impressive, actually.
Also, sorry to Raz. I think I kicked you somewhere I didn't intend to. But point is,
where were you
people
aiming?
are disrespecting Shopify. Do you have DSG in your predictions, Jet?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
But we'll see. I think Shopify has been the weirdest team, and even going back to last year, Kangas, you and me talked about this, they're the most frustrating team for me to predict.
Yeah.
Because all the observable data says that you should predict against them, but then they kept making these runs in playoffs where they actually finished 3rd in Split 2 and Split 3. So,
which is part of what baited a lot of folks, myself included, that, hey, if they get this new mid laner picked up, they can make deeper pushes, but 3 wins all year long.
They just do things differently. We just watched Ashe Seraphine come from nowhere and dominate. Karma's banned, DSG gets Ashe Seraphine. What's the answer? Lucian, Melio? Like, kind of.
Yeah.
We've seen Lucian take over a few games, but I feel like it just makes the game hard.
I mean, if you can get a lead with this, and even if you don't necessarily get the early lead, we've seen that the scaling of the Lucian Melio is real.
It's huge.
Once you get into the mid lane, you can just blow up these low mobility carries like Ashe, but it's that laning phase that's a little scary for me because of how oppressive Ashe Seraphine is and how much push they can get. And then you pair it with the Vi, which you always want the bruiser jungler, somebody that's going to go in and kind of set up the Seraphine to follow up that engage and then keep them alive.
I don't love Vi into Melio because the Melio is a great counter-engaged champion, and Vi has kind of the only option is to all in. I like the Shen ban, though, from Ido, just in case Contracts wanted to play the jungle Shen like Griffin has been doing as an answer into the Vi.
Yeah.
I feel like also your adrenaline is so high.
I'm
wondering how long. Like, are we doing
right
the whole series like this?
I don't think so.
Okay, we're gonna go back
I think
to normal.
well, you know what? We'll see. If Shopify start winning, it's probably
It's
going
going all in.
It's coming right back. Also, every time I do a bit like that, I'm reminded I need to do more cardio. I gotta get that
Because you ran all the way.
Ran all the way here
from the lounge to
almost
here.
broke Raz's glasses. Somehow they teleported under my feet after I ran away. Hopefully he's found them. You know, I'm sure somebody's handed them to him. Olaf the hover right now, as Cassandre was locked in for DSG, and it is gonna be Olaf. Okay.
So very likely Olaf jungle for Contracts, unless they wanted to flex it mid lane, but that would be super rare.
Could you imagine?
Zinni's Annie has looked good if they decide to lock this in when he's played it. He has to blind pick here. Calmy's going to be able to get counter pick.
Zinni did have that legendary 5 champ ultimate in his first series back here in Spring Split. So I agree, it's one that he has looked good on, but when I look at this team composition, Jet, I am not seeing a late game scaling comp. I am seeing a Shopify Rebellion that kind of wants to win early and keep snowballing that, because when you have Olaf and Annie, they just have so much power as soon as they hit level 6.
Yeah, you really want Olaf to be able to capitalize on the hard engage of Annie. And there's a lot to... I mean, Cassio is so good against Olaf, and if you can get a little bit of MR, I feel like you can get above the burst thresholds for Annie, so I actually really like the Cassio pick here to go with the Ashe, Seraphine, Cassandra. The only thing that doesn't fit in the DSG comp to me actually is the Vi. Otherwise, they'd have this really nice front-to-back team fighting.
So what are the reasons you like the Cass into the Olaf, though? Because when I think of Olaf, I think CC immune, he can run you down. Cass can't really stop that. Is it just that she out-DPSs him in those prolonged fights?
Yeah, I think the Cassiopeia into Olaf or into Annie. Again, I cut out for a second there.
Into Olaf.
Into Olaf. I mean, partially it's because you're forcing Olaf to ult just to get to you, because you can usually either kite him with just QE move speed or just throw out the miasma to slow him down. And then when he does ult, oftentimes by the time he gets to you, you've already pumped out a large amount of damage and you're kind of a bruiser yourself. So I think Cassio is just pretty good at kiting Olaf, and also is the type of sustained damage you need to kill an Olaf when he's in a fight.
Well, let's see if Disguise is able to pull that off. If they win this series, locked for playoffs. If Shopify 2-0, they lock themselves. If it's a 2-1 for Shopify, we can get into one of those three-way tiebreaker scenarios, but we'll talk about that more depending on what happens in tomorrow's series, of course. Point is, both of these teams have some of their destiny in their own hands. Depending on how they perform here today, Shopify with, I feel like, a very Shopify draft, if we want to put it that way, and Disguise with the counters. Pushing the bot lane and a counter pick mid lane. Let's see if it gets them across the finish line.
And I also got to say, as there's actually a quick 3-man rush into the bot here, trying to play quick around the Luciamilio.
They only see the B-Boy. They did not see that Zinni went down there as well, but you already have to start leaving if you want to get to that mid lane.
He's going to be late if he's still there. He's already gone.
Yeah.
So they were really hoping the Lions and Sajed would really hard contest that early brush, but they decided not to.
He's going to be spotted now on this Raptor. So let's see what Call Me does with the lane. We don't have the same... Oh, no. Why are we showing this again? Yeah. The power ranking fiasco that was lock-in tournament had them first, and this year they're 3-16. A disaster of a performance over the year compared to where... I know I wasn't alone. A lot of people had them more like 4th to 5th at the high end of their rankings, but I don't think many people had them this far down.
The great thing, though, Kangas, about League of Legends is usually if you never lose another game, you can win the World Championship. So there's always a way out.
That's where you're at.
There's always a way out. They 2-0 this, they're in playoffs, they win all their playoff series, they're going to MSI.
Let's start with winning MSI. I think that's where they have to really put their heads at right now, if the goal is Worlds. Level 2 hit by Sajed and Lions in the bot lane, as this is expected with the Ashe Seraphine. I think that the Lucian Melio is going to need a lot of help to really start winning in the pure 2v2 matchup, unless they just start purely outhandsing their opponents. Junglers pathing on opposite sides, though. Contracts is heading towards the bottom camps. Meanwhile, Kryra heading towards the top.
For sure. And to talk a little bit more about DSG, it is kind of wild what has happened to their perception throughout the split, because they open up by beating Sentinels, perception is high. Then they get swept 4 series in a row and lose Castle, their best performing player, to Lion. But because Surdy came in last week and played so well, they're kind of just back. They're just back to just totally fine again.
If you look at Surdy's stats, purely from the 2 games that they've played, you know, absolutely crazy. I think Berserker might still be ahead of him in gold dip at 15. He's like the only player right now. But
and early on, it's Cassante into Rumble, which is a pushing winning matchup for Rumble.
True.
He's doing decently on Cassante. Also gone with the new Doran's Helm, which is just a made for Cassante item because of the armor and MR that it gives him, and Cassante just wants to collect armor and MR items.
Scales pretty well, even as an early game item, as Sajed lost his support back up for a moment there. Lions went for an early reset and is now back into the lane, but the wave is pushing back in, but this gives a small window where B-Boy and Seos fancy themselves a fight. Big chunk onto Lions. That's heal out of Disguised support.
That'll be nice for Seos and B-Boy to be able to play aggressively. They also have Olaf in the bot river, but Kryra going for something early on to Fudge.
Available. Flash from Fudge. Nice enough. The third Natopa strike will pull him back, but he's into safety. Now, Contract's actually looking at the bottom side. Lions never went for the reset. So he's about 3/4 health. They can get this big wave to crash. Shopify could look for the dive.
Pretty healthy. This is a big overstay here by Contracts.
I think they have to
go
pull
for
the
it.
trigger at this point. They
Yeah.
don't have a lot of CC, so let's
No
see who
heal.
takes it up first. Looks like it's going to be Seos, and that's first blood to B-Boy. Clean dive for Shopify Rebellion.
Really nicely done. Huge amounts of damage since it was a heal-less Lions. And then Seos correctly took the turret aggro, was the one who does the least damage, able to flash out at the end. Would have been nicer, obviously, to get the kill onto Sajed because then you're denying the huge wave, but that was never the target they'd be able to dive with him with barriers. So good job collecting that first blood. Hurts Contracts his jungle tempo just a little bit, but he's back with the double longsword. Good to go.
And the whole wave was still under turret, so Sajed has to stay, catch that wave under turret, and that is now reset. So it's about a wave and a half advantage alongside the first blood gold for B-Boy. The pickaxe buyback. Much stronger early start here for Shopify Rebellion in the bottom lane, as Seos will now go mid lane, help out Zinni, drops down the Cozy Campfire, and will just help out his mid laner, stay in lane for a little longer.
Yeah, I need to correct myself, actually, when I was saying that was an overstay. That was not an overstay for Contracts. He actually full cleared based, got double longsword, then did the crab into the invade. So his tempo is completely fine with that gank, especially when Zvi showed herself top lane with that gank. So really well done by Contracts there to get the first blood. Something Shopify hasn't had many of this split. They'd only gotten first blood in 23% of their games so far. So securing it here is a nice start. Yeah, that's lower than their, almost as low as their win rate.
You want to be on the other side of is Jed also not happy on the side of this bot lane that he's finding himself currently. B-Boy asserting himself in the 2v2. And now it looks like Jed's going to have to go for another back. Ooh, this poor bot lane start's getting even worse now for DSG.
Sajed has had laning phase as his biggest weakness. It's a two-man lane, so both Sajed and Lions have been struggling a lot. The Ashe Seraphine does scale exceptionally well, but if you're, usually it's like a Karma that's able to outpush it, or something like a Nautilus to try and engage. Haven't seen many Lucian Melios be able to take it down. The dive helps a lot with this, obviously.
Yeah,
but
it's not just Sajed in the laning phase. I want to highlight as a little trade there mid. I've also seen Lions and Sajed just having completely mis-synced moments. Like there again, Lions gets chunked out, starts channeling it back, is now staying in lane, but Sajed had gone for the reset. Lions gets chunked for free. And now the bot lane's in a bad spot again. So it's like, who do you, point the finger to? AD carry support. Either way, I feel like we've seen these moments creep up in DSG games.
Yeah, and Kryra wouldn't necessarily want to go face first into the Olaf, but he had 6 wraps around.
Straight in onto Zinni, who was just walked up into the wave. And that is an easy pickup for DSG's jungler, Kryra on the board.
I mean, he'd taken the top crab, second spawn, so he was level 6, wanted to make a play on level 6 immediately. Zinni thought he was playing a bit towards his jungle, but was just too far up in the lane.
Yeah.
And now Kryra still has this level advantage onto Contracts. Next camp should be level 6 for Contracts.
Yeah, if Contracts wins the smite, it's actually really rough for Kryra, who has Lions in his back
Probably
pocket.
kill him.
Contracts just going to chase him down, says, I don't need the level 6. I also have my support behind me, and will get it. That smite was a little close.
Well, it reset, so Kryra actually thought he was going to smite below 1,000, but it had healed.
Oh, B-Boy thought he found a moment there. Capitalizing on Kryra, looking at the Gromp, and we'll just chunk him out as well. Contract's now back onto the Dragon. He gets the smite, reset or not, from the camp. He's now level 6, and also has a Dragon.
Geez, that was so close, but it's perfect the way it worked out for Shopify, because they know Kryra used his smite, they know Kryra was chunked low, and they have that permanent bot prio. So Contract's definitely doing his best to run this early game.
Finds himself ahead in the jungle matchup. The bot lane is just getting more and more ahead. It's now 24 CS advantage. That's a little over 3 total waves when you factor in the cannon there. It's just not looking great for Sajed and Lions in that 2v2. And now again, Seos getting out of the lane, helping out Zinni stay safe, pushing this one. So far, that was the only rough play for Shopify, was Zinni walking too far forward. I like that you highlighted he thought he had the jungle back up, but said he's the one that gets jumped on by the enemy jungler. A little faster on the engage, level 6 Vi. As now,
Call Me, getting pretty aggressive.
Ultimate thrown onto Call Me. Zinni's just using these as kind of like a poke tool to keep Call Me's health down.
But I mean, this is kind of what I talk about why I like Cassio in this matchup. Catalyst and a Null Magic. Zinni used his whole bar on him, and what's Call Me? He's just easily killing Tibbers, keeping the wave over half health, still has his Cassio ultimate for anything he needs. So Call Me's in a good spot in lane.
That time Zinni giving respect. He did not walk up to Kryra in the brush. No cease and desist available on the Vi, but had the flash and the Vault Breaker. And now Zinni is going to have to look for a reset sometime soon here as his mana bar is very low.
Sajed is also always in base.
Yeah.
I feel like this whole it's 51 CS at 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
How many resets has he had so far? Is that 4?
A million.
4 resets minimum?
He hasn't left the base. He comes back to lane. He looks at his health bar, realizes it's too low, and bases again. That's the whole game, it feels like.
Yeah. And we always talk about Sajed as a player. I like to highlight the fact when team fights happen, this kid shows up. He is cracked in the 5v5 and positioning and target selection, but it's just getting out of laning phase without this deficit. Now it's 1,000 individual for Revoy and 9 minutes into the game. He's going for another reset. This time at least it makes a little more sense. You push the wave and go for a reset, and you're kind of trying to avoid the Lucian as much as you can, who went for a very interesting build, I might add.
Absolutely wants the shield cut as quickly as possible. Serpent's Fang first item Lucian is not something I've seen much of. I mean, it'll work. Vi shields, Cassante shields, Seraphine shields.
Get a lot of value off of it, as looks like the
stun
must have landed right there onto Zinni. Call me setting up the play for Kryra. Actually, no, it's an Ash Arrow. Yeah, the Petrifying Gaze was still on off cooldown for Call Me right there. Now Fudge going for a 1v1 against Surdy. Big damage, but Cassante should be just fine. Third and Topo strike, not going to pull Fudge back under the turret. Nice arrow, though, from Sajed. That's what you want from your AD carry, who's falling behind. As now it looks like Contract's splashing away, turning back into Call Me, just trying to drain, take his weapons. B-Boy flashes the wall, gets the damage onto Kryra, and Shopify Rebellion's bot lane shows up to save the day.
Whew. Bot lane is just trying to save the day because top lane is down 10 to 15 CS in Cassante versus Rumble. Ooh, Surdy going for an all-in.
That's a flash from Fudge. All out from Surdy. He's going to be
Is he going to try and flash
kited away. Fudge is able to get back to safety. Yeah, Surdy could have maybe looked for a flash to follow, but at that point it's so hard to stay on top of the Rumble.
Would have been really aggressive, but that was a situation there where Call Me was in a great spot because the Ash Arrow had killed Zinni, but Contract's able to duel. Watch the arrow right here. Gets the good angle, straight down the mid lane, boom. Ooh, can't dodge it, then straight on the miasma, so there's no way he flashes immediately into the Vi ultimate. Nothing you can do once that first Ash Arrow lands. So Shopify's like, oh, can't do much.
Yeah, that's probably what Zinni did. Hands off the keyboard, you're probably not gonna move for a while. Here's the other replay of Contracts with a play he found.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually with the mid lane kill, Call Me and Kryra were going in to try and put Contracts down. Really good flash from Contracts there. I feel like if that Vi Q lands, maybe they're able to one-shot him, but B-Boy moves up.
Back to live. Looks like Fudge getting run down by Surdy again. The flash was used that time, and it's a solo kill for Surdy. Cryo now Vault Breakers onto Contracts. That is a Scuttlecraft picked up by Shopify Rebellion's jungler, but in comes Call Me. Pops the Olaf ult, but he's taking his way through it. Trades his life 1-for-1 in the jungle.
That's very good for DSG and specifically Surdy. So, not great for Kryra. Kill did go over to Contracts. As you could see his ultimate ticking down, the Olaf ult came up at exactly the right time to get that kill onto Surdy. But Surdy's been looking great. I know he talked about on his stream this is a short-term thing. This is a spectacular audition for a long-term contract because they're 2-0 with Surdy. He's solo killing Fudge, Cassante versus Rumble, who, when I believe it was Thanatos did this, we're saying Thanatos unstoppable. Surdy's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing to the same player. So, got to give Surdy some credit here.
I love what you're doing, Jet. I just got to ask, how many times do we have to see this type of performance for these players to get picked up? I feel like it's so tough in the current landscape. Players like Surdy have been around for a while. He did this last year, and he's doing it again now.
I will say, the environment for him in top lane is so much better than it's ever been with role quests. He struggled so much with team play, in lane swapping. He was getting lane swapped every single game, but now I feel like, especially if he's able to do this on Cassante, the meta stuff, we know he has pocket picks like Camille and Vayne. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves because this is DSG versus Shopify, but this is the time for Surdy to, if they had top lane role quest last year, I think there's a good chance Surdy's still in the league.
Especially with these, younger rookie top laners who have not had the years of experience that players like Impact have had. The top lane swap was definitely a different meta to approach. I like that we're seeing the strength of Surdy. Bot lane still behind by quite a large margin, but Calm is keeping them in the game too. So overall, the game gold is pretty much even as we have Dragon set up.
Bot lane is a disaster for DSG. So this Drake is kind of uncontestable. Serpent's Fang Lucian. It's almost like he's just going to have the Serpent's Fang and then the full build is kind of how far ahead he is of the Ashe. So it's one of these things that you can do when you're ahead and not really get hurt that much by it.
You know what I'm realizing? It's also value against the Seraphs. Once Call Me has that completed.
It's going to work
just
against
everything.
every
Yeah.
No,
really smart pickup.
It's good. And a reminder of the playoff implications right now as well. Shopify, it's really important they 2-0.
Yeah.
If they 2-1 even, they're not in full control of their playoff situation because Dignitas can do some funny business tomorrow.
They can do the funniest thing of all time.
And knock Shopify out of playoffs. And then also, on the side of DSG, theirs is a lot simpler. 2-1 or 2-0, win and you're in.
They're in. That's much, much easier, much simpler. They get a little wiggle room as Zinni gets the stun on Call Me, but just does not do a lot of damage at all. Rod of Age is already putting in work. His Contracts will run for it. Has Seos behind him with the warm hugs, but just not nearly enough for Kryra. Actually, Vault Breaker's back in. Sees an assist onto Seos, trying to set up the team, but he just gets popped. It is a 1-for-1, as eventually Emilio will go down. Trading your jungler for the support, though.
Not loving what I'm seeing out of Kryra in this game. I will say Kryra is a very confident player, and sometimes he just feels like he really needs to make something happen, and he's had a few bad games because of this where he just keeps forcing. That to me looked like a bit of an overforced play, thinking we have Cassio, Ashe, Seraphine, we win a fight. Let's just make sure we fight. But it wasn't necessarily the right time. He falls a little bit further behind the Olaf. It was a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, so can't fault him too much.
You're going to be a good dad, Jet. Talking about, yeah, he's a confident player.
It's a confidence thing.
You know, he really believes in himself.
It's high effort.
Doing that move. But it has mounted a bigger lead for Contracts now. 1,000 gold for himself, 2,000 for B-Boy. Again, kind of answered just from the top in the mid lane of DSG, so the gold's still not swinging one way or another. It just comes down to who can carry harder. Because Lucian, I'd say the downside of something like the Serpent's Fang, it's so cool to think about, oh, all the shielding reduction, all that, but like realistically, is it the stats that you need to take down a Cassante primary frontline who also has a big lead? Maybe not. I mean, I'm not confidently saying that. Like, there's a chance that it is still enough.
He's got 15 lethality. That'll take the Cassante's armor from 122 to 107.
That's something.
That's a little bit.
That's... Yeah,
a little bit of
numbers right there.
I mean, I think just the fact that he has a free Serpent's Fang, if you compare his items, like it's one item to
oh my
one
God,
item
he
and
is
a Serpent's
it
Fang.
is free. I didn't even realize
He's a full item ahead. But at the same time, you know, his mid laner's behind. His top laner's really behind.
Jungle's just straight up 1v1 in under turret, and he gets it! Woo! Contracts just straight up 1v1 Kryra under the turret.
Jungle bot. Jungle bot. Play jungle bot. What a play there. Contract, Seos, and B-Boy are this three-man wrecking crew, and they're just hoping their solo lanes can hold it together.
Lions now trying to get away. Okay, he's fine. Man, it's been a while since I've seen a Contracts performance quite like this, Jat. We know what he's capable of. We know Contracts at his prime is just unstoppable, and I think Kryra is feeling a little bit of that magic right now.
This man wants to make playoffs. He does not want to be denied playoffs. It doesn't matter if they've lost 5 series in a row. They can start the winning streak whenever and see how far it takes them. And if Contracts is playing like this, he's had a lot of standout early games. They just haven't been able to stay connected and transition it into team wins. But the connection here is jungle, Lucian, Emilio, stick together, guys. Because if they are together, they're winning these fights.
Olaf canonically likes hugs. The warm hugs are great.
Okay.
He's always trying to hug the enemy AD carry. That's my headcanon, at least. And now he's got the Emilio to help him out. And now double CC immunity, if you think about it, because we had talked about that with the Ragnarok on the Olaf, but the Breath of Life from the Emilio also just means that the Ashe arrow, the Encore, the Petrifying Gaze, so much less valuable against a lot of the comps. So
God, what CC? So yeah, you mentioned Breath of Life already from the Emilio and the Mikhails, plus the Olaf. They have so many ways of cleansing the CC from DST.
All right, let's see if DSG can do it. They're not out of this game yet. They have leads, and now they're TPing that lead down into the bottom river. Looking at B-Boy. Call Me walking up. Kryra as well. That's early flash from Seos as now the Cold comes out to get some damage early. Fudge side steps. There's Vault Breaker. Now Season Assist in onto Seos. Encore used. They got him. Killing spree for 30 as DSG's top laner leads the way. Contracts chases in. Sajet trying to kite back, but Contracts is just drained, taking through everybody. Kryra wins the fight on the side, but a double kill to Contracts. But that is the AD carry down.
Zinni still has
He's got the stun. He throws it out, lands it onto Surd, who has to flash away now. Sajed's trying to use the space. Cryer gets in on a Zinni. He's down. Contract still alive. Double kill again to the Olaf, picking up 2 in one fight.
It's an absolute bloodbath. 9 kills to 9. Almost identical gold, and Contracts with 7 kills. He's an absolute behemoth now on the Olaf. They could not take him down, but somehow they actually did get onto B-Boy. We'll have to watch that fight one more time with the flank TP coming in from Surdy's Cassante. So him and Contracts are fighting on the bottom. I'm watching B-Boy channeling up top. So they catch him with the end of the Seraphine ultimate, and then Cryer gives him a little vibe bump.
Yeah.
Before running him down, and then he's super low. Cryer just charges up another Q, barely finishes him off with a smite in the third auto. So able to take B-Boy out of the fight thanks to the Seraphine ultimate. And then Contract Zinni end up winning this 2v3. Could have made a little escape herald there, but the fight starts a bit before that. Got caught there with Zinni having Tibbers up, but he had the stun, as we're probably jumping out for more action.
Drake's already taken by Shopify Rebellion. Stun lands onto Call Me, the Colleen as well. Not enough damage for the kill, but enough to really threaten the Cassiopeia, so DSG gonna have to back off. That's 3 dragons picked up by Shopify Rebellion.
Already soul point this early on in the game. You love to see that, since I believe the scaling on the Ashe Seraphine Cassio is really high. So if they can get that early Mountain Soul, that'll really help them be able to win late game team fights.
Ooh, the equalizer goes down, not landing onto Call Me, so instead they turn everything in onto the jungler Kryra. Nice little sidestep there, gets the Vault Breaker over the wall. Contracts was trying to body block it unsuccessfully, so DSG get their jungler out.
And Baron's up now, so you always have to worry about someone sneaking that, especially Cassio Ashe. They kill Baron very quickly. I just also feel like how fed Lucian, Olaf are. It's a decent Baron threat for them as well. And
Zinni's stopping
quick
the
little
back.
proto belt.
Yeah.
Nice macro proto belt right there. Gets the ult out of Call Me, thinking he was getting all in.
Yeah, didn't even throw down the Tibbers, so he still has that as a tool. No flash available, so no way to really get onto Call Me, as Kryra's actually here with the sweeper. Call Me could look to be bait. Now Zinni has to run back. Cease and desist. Buffers the stun. And that is Chain CC, but locked under turret. Kryra will go down 1 for 1.
Nice confidence there once again by Kryra. May have died 5 times, doesn't mean you can't give another kill to your mid laner.
Yeah,
absolutely worth it. Now your mid laner, it's 2,500 gold and 50 CS up on the Annie.
Big lead for DSG in the solo lane department. That is what's keeping them in the game. Actually, technically with a lead right now.
What a crazy game, man. 2,500 gold. Solo lanes are 5,500 gold up, but they're only 300 gold up in the game.
Yeah.
Because of bot jungle.
This is
how disparate.
This is an entertaining one, to say the least.
Yeah.
There's a lot of confidence in this game.
We really have the superheroes to follow during the fight, you know? Like
we really do.
We have to watch we only have to watch Olaf Lucian and then Cassante Cassio. Those are like the 4 champs. They're deciding the game.
I mean, it's a pretty easy flowchart to follow. Is Lucian free firing? Yes, good. Is Cass free firing? Also, yes, good. Now who's going to be...
Nice Mikhails.
Taken down first. Mikhails from Seos. Yep, gets himself out of there.
Self Mikhails is tricky. You got to press it right before the Ashe arrow hits you, and then in the 0.2 seconds, it'll go off and stun you. You can't do it while stunned.
Interesting. Good timing there.
Yeah, pros just make it look easy all the time.
As a support player, I pride myself in not building Mikhails. So.
Yeah, I think that's a good recommendation. Anyone that's not like diamond or above, just don't even bother with active items. You're just going to forget most of the time.
Well, Locket's fine.
Is it?
Locket's an easy one.
Do you use it well?
Yeah, you just press it whenever they go in on you.
Okay, if you remember to, then great.
I remember Locket. Sometimes Knight's Bow. I'll put it on my AD carry, and then you just kind of forget about it. Then you're
as
like,
long as you press the button.
Yeah, you press it the one time. It's now a pick here. Call Me! That's not the flowchart DSG won.
Well, it was the Olaf won the flowchart over the Cassio right there, but in a sense, Zinni is jungling for Contracts. So he is setting up for the true carry of the game, which is the Olaf. It's just give me the CC, I will run in and murder him.
If you think about it, we basically have like a 4-way rock, paper, scissors, where Olaf can kill the Cass, Cassante can kill the Lucian. Who do you think wins between Lucian and Cass 1v1? I'm going to put on the Cass.
Yeah.
I feel like Cass.
Rock, paper, scissors, Olaf. That's the...
Rock, paper, scissors, Olaf. There we
Olaf
go.
just wins
Olaf just
against
trumps
everyone.
everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he have Black Cleaver yet? No, not quite. So Cassante can survive a while against him.
Yeah, Contract's going Death Dance next, I think.
Oh.
So he's just going to be an absolute monster. But that really turns the tempo of this game, right? They're able to stop the Cassio from getting pushed. Surdy's trying to get a little bit of push top lane, but the biggest thing for DSG is being able to group around this next Drake that's coming up, because otherwise they give away Mountain Soul, and then they're definitely not killing the all off.
Yeah, that gets ridiculous. It's a minute away as already DSG start to group there. They TP Surdy into the mid lane to help them get priority there. They've already taken the top turret, and Shopify Rebellion have nobody currently in that top lane to answer it back. So it seems both teams have the same opinion. It comes down to this fight in 45 seconds.
Okay, Summoner spell, check. Flashes, check. Everybody flash. Everybody heal. Both AD carries barrier. So it's about just, this is the game right here. So Fudge trying to get that last little wave in, maybe can get a little bit of extra gold. I'm wondering if he's close to an item. He's not. So I think I'd rather have Fudge on mid wave here, just because this is all important. He will be able to get this outer turret and then TP down. Contract's also taking a bit of a late base. He's probably completing an item.
Yeah, 10 seconds for the Dragon, though. DSG,
Ooh, he's got Death Dance.
They did not spot that. So if they just burn it down immediately, maybe they can get it before Contracts gets there.
Yeah, when stuff like this works out, it is absolutely the right call from Shopify. It's just a little bit risky, but as you can see, actually, Cassio Vi are just burning the Drake.
I think they take it down way too fast. Contracts is now spotted on the ward. DSG can say just focus on the objective. He will now run in. Ragnarok used on the Call Me. Dragon's been peeled off of. Contracts is going to try and drain, take his way through a TP in for Fudge. He gets the Dragon! Contracts survives in the 1v2, gets the objective, and will win the team fight for Shopify Rebellion.
Contracts is the GOAT. Honor Contracts. Contracts player of the game. Zinni finds a huge one.
They even get on to Sajed. It's a double kill to Zinni. A slaughter under the mid turret. And only Surdy left alive will TP back to safety. The tank will watch as the mid turret will crumble. DSG lose a team fight. Shopify Rebellion 4-for-0, Dragon Soul Baron in their sights.
I just want to go over how insane what Contracts was that he just did. He goes in alone to two people that are taking the Drake, runs through them, starts winning the fight, and then smites the Drake. And after that, Zinni gets the perfect three-man flash ults. Good untiltable for Zinni, because he was down like 60 CS before this play happened, but after getting the Mountain Soul, is able to also secure the team, the Baron. And now it's just about moving this Olaf around. What is Kangas?
You can say DSG are getting run over by Shopify Rebellion. 3-16 don't mean nothing, Jad. It means what you do on the day. And right now, Shopify Rebellion are winning game number 1 currently.
You did this knowing that it was Shopify, and there was such a low chance that you'd be able to even see it.
Yeah, there's probably a high chance we never saw that footage.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
When did you do that?
I'm a man of mystery, Jad. Okay. Don't ruin the illusion. That was live.
That was live.
Yeah.
You're back once again.
I got better cardio between then. Third and Topo strike onto Contracts. I think Surdy's wishing he had not done that, as now he's the focus of the ire of Shopify Rebellion. B-Boy with the kill, more than enough damage, but now Contracts no longer has the Ragnarok available. He's stuck on the wrong side of the wall, but he just won't go down! Contracts still makes it worth it as he answers his life for another. Big shutdown for Call Me, but DSG, at least they got that shutdown.
Woo! We'll see if the shutdown means anything. I think it's pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
As 9 kills and still a 4,000 gold lead for Contracts, who is just trying to pull Shopify into playoffs. What an insane game he's had so far.
Incredible performance from the jungle, from the bot lane. I like how you highlighted Zinni's mental staying in the game. Even Fudge's mental staying in the game. He got solo killed, but he's still showing up, throwing down great equalizers in the fights, and has been helping out in the damage department. So Shopify Rebellion, they did not lose their focus, and they said, no, Contracts, just set him up, set the jungler up for success. Sometimes even he was setting himself up. The team was mid. He runs the Dragon.
I mean, even the very beginning of the game, the full clear into bot crab, into staying to get that first gank kill onto Lions. Played through bot the entire game. Also had a couple really good skirmishes early, and then has just played with this lead. It's not like he has like even a super enchanter with him. It's not like he's got a Lulu or a Karma to speed him up extra. The Melio helps a bit as an enchanter, but it's actually the fact that he's just 4,000 gold ahead of you know, the rest of the game. Like, let's see.
Not even building towards a Guardian Angel.
damage-wise, like he's in a game with Illusion.
And he's just going in solo. Again, look at Contracts. 1v4 gets a kill on the Sajed. No assists, no backup, just Contracts. Absolutely smacking DSG around.
I mean, he's the richest person in the game, him and B-Boy. He's done the most damage. He's got 10 kills.
This is a legendary performance. What you're seeing on your screen is special right now. It is rare we see this level of pop-off as the stun lands on the Calmy and Sturdy. The solo laner's locked up on core, hit with the Breath of Life. Seos countering that one with one click of a button, and DSG do not find an engage.
Contracts ult back up in 5 seconds. They will have multiple waves of supers crashing, even if Baron is down. Sajed just respawned. I'm curious if they get aggressive here. They don't have to.
They have the Ash Arrow, instantly hit by the Mikhails. Seos is ready for that one, so B-Boy's just fine. DSG do not find an angle for the fight, and they're just gonna have to clear up these super minions coming in all 3 lanes.
Zinni TPing back in, though. It looks like they want to keep the pressure up. Fudge, no ult. They're really down a lot of ults, but they want to keep the pressure on because there's nothing else for them to do at the moment.
2:20 till Baron, 1:20 till Elder. Shopify Rebellion, if they just find that one engage with Zinni Tibbers, they can just end the game right here. They have Flash, they have Rocket Belt. I'm watching the mid laner. Zinni, can he find the angle? So he's trying to buy space right now for the team. Kryra's on the flank here as Vi, maybe looking for a Vault Breaker, but not gonna find it. There we go! Zinni with the Flash Tibbers on all members of DSG. Call me into the stasis. He was the only one with a gold lead, and with him out of the picture, a double kill to Fudge and almost an ace for Shopify Rebellion. They'll shut down DSG hard in game number 1.
Huge engages from Zinni and a even bigger game from Contracts. When's the last time we saw a jungle carry the game that hard? We're asking chat who the player of the game is. I'm telling them it's Contracts. Lounge, what about you?
Yeah, okay, thank you for asking that.
We did say on the lounge, if someone didn't vote Contracts, we will all gang up on them
Yeah, they're
and
fired.
beat them up.
You're actually fired.
Yeah, just immediately like that. And that
no
goes,
other votes accepted.
That goes to you guys in the chat too. You are all fired if you don't say Contracts.
There's going to be like the one-off votes for. Have we had 100? We've never had 100%.
This could be it.
Dude, Contracts is him. Let me see the 100%.
Yeah.
Let me see it.
Contracts is definitely him.
Let me see it.
We want you to vote Contracts, player of the game. It starts really early though, so we're gonna get into game and go over some of his early jungle pathing that led to the really nice bot dive as we get into game. Let's go. All right. So I never know whether I'm like not,
They made it so short for you that my head is in.
So we're gonna follow him here because basically what he's gonna be doing is a full top to bottom clear. And the most important thing is he actually backs after this, right? So he's gonna back, he's going to buy while bot lane is able to get a much better push down there. And as we pause it here, after he goes through Scuttle, he's just gonna make his way up here, right? And so it kind of looks like he's like, okay, I'm wasting a little bit of time, but as we already covered, he's already cleared all of this, right? And so eventually this is going to spawn, but he's already cleared all of that. And so now he can just sit here and wait for this dive onto the bot side. Really, really nice, clean. Seos does have to flash out a little bit to juggle aggro there. But the most important thing is this also sets up B-Boy and the bot side really, really well, because another huge thing that led to this victory with Contracts being able to completely take over the game as Olaf was the fact that their Drake stacking was so quick.
True.
We gotta switch spots now because I was
Let's
too
talk about the
tired.
Drake stacking.
Oh my gosh, I'm doing a full loop around the entire set.
So we do actually do some Drake stacking here. That's like a major focus on my side as well. So like the one thing that got me here was what was a really smart sequence from the side of DSG, because DSG ended up sending an arrow all the way back from base so they can nail down Zinni and then make a play happen here, because DSG recognizing the game is kind of snowballing off of what happened through bot side. You can already see the CS here, the margins, based off of the dive that you had just covered and the success that B-Boy and Seos is having, being able to snowball that. So they find a play towards mid. Call Me is a little bit of an explorer. just getting any kind of info that he can get. Gets a ward down here, probably trying to get... yes, trying to get another ward down. Sees Contracts, is like, I don't think I want to be here. I don't think we want to take this fight. Immediately, as you can see in the minimap too, he's getting some friends. So both Lucian and Melio are walking in the area. That was the most disgusting arrow I've ever drawn in my life. And so,
beautiful, Rez.
Thank you, thank you. And not only does he get the flash out of Call Me eventually, and Kryra, actually, specifically Kryra, he gets the flash out. Nice flash from Contract so he doesn't become a casualty in all of this. And just wanted to point out a major Contract moment. Because look at all this fog. This is DSG saying, oh my God, we are going to lose Soul. We need to be here first by all means. So they have every member mid except for Call Me and Kryra, who's on Dragon, thinking they can do this all sneaky-like.
What are you doing there?
Hey,
What are you doing?
Get out of here! Running down Kryra.
Give me that Dragon.
Gets that smite as well. E, smite, nails Soul, and runs the rest of the team down. He played like he not only had a dog inside him, but he himself was a dog running them down.
He was a dog with a dog inside him.
Exactly. Dogception. Dogception.
Honestly, though, this is one of those moments where one player in the game he was like, this game is about me.
Yeah.
From draft, he was like, I'm picking Olaf, Ash Seraphine. I've had enough of these CC heavy comps. I don't care. I'm picking Olaf from draft. So you already knew, it's going to live or die by Contracts. And then in game, he takes control very early on. Like you mentioned, Emily, the full clear into recall for double longswords to have the extra stats for the dive, just to make sure they're going to be able to pull it off. You know, not waste time trying to go full clear into Crab and then not have an extra, extra AD for the dive. And then snowballing like this, like he is 100% just about Contracts.
Yeah, he did almost 1,100 damage per minute.
Yeah, he was on a mission.
Yeah.
And you remember the old days of Contracts, even when he was on like Cloud9 and stuff, and he would play carry junglers like this. He would play Olaf even. And he has had some 1v9 moments that actually didn't even result in Shopify winning games.
Yeah.
But now they win the game, and Raz, you predicted 2-0 for
Whoa!
Whoa, we got
4.8, 4.8. How many 4.8s do we need here?
I wonder if it's like one vote for each.
It must be a bug.
Yeah.
It must be. It must be. It has to be.
I'm gonna say though, it's kind of insane that Contract's pulling this out now. Kobe, you talked about how he had some really great early games in their first series that they won against Dig, and we were like, oh, maybe Shopify are back, even in some of their losses. And now this is super important because Shopify needs a 2-0 to make it. It's very, very important.
Well, for it to be completely in their hands.
Within their own hands,
Yes, for
which
it to
is
be
what you
completely
want.
in their hands.
You do not want to have the fate of your playoffs in the hands of Dignitas.
All right. Well, we're going to see if that actually happens, Emily. Don't miss any action from the LCS when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. The battle for playoffs continues in game number 2. As we go to break, check out our latest show match where the LCS pros take on Riot Devs and me and Raz and Azale for a little bit in the new and improved 3v3 arena mode.
And they were dirty pickers.
They picked their champions. No bravery, no honor.
No honor.
And better than ever. With new guests, updates, and a whole host of unique augments to explore, League of Legends' premier battlefield bastion for brawlers has never looked quite like this. So what happens when we take some unsuspecting pro players from the LCS and put them in a game mode they've never seen before against the League of Legends dev team and LCS on-air talent? Can some of the best players in the world lean on their skills against those that make the game? Can the brains outthink the brawn? Will the casters have a chance at all? Find out as 6 teams battle it out like you've never seen before, as teams of 3 arrive in Arena for the first time ever.
For sure we go braveries.
Flash on air! Oh my god! Oh, the double fear into the over! Just...
Oh!
Who makes this game again?
This is the LCS edition of Arena 3x3x3x3x3x3.
Oh, what is this?
But now just hit it.
Yeah, just hit it.
Just bring the Nico, I guess, yeah?
Looks good.
I'm looking Jace.
It's barely bad, guys. Oh, looks good.
Ora.
I'm here, one. I'm here for you, one.
Yeah.
I'm here for you. I'm here for you.
That's good, bro.
Never die. Never die.
Looks good, looks good.
This is Soraka.
Hung. You got the one kill though.
They're so big.
Oh, we have this disgusting champion.
Okay, we get the run back now.
Okay, guys, I'm no longer trolling. Let's lock in.
Okay, lock in.
Oh, looks at it. Looks at it.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
One shot.
Boom.
Oh my god. We've outskilled.
Whoa,
We'll never lose again.
We're playing against Shopify. Oh, I guess we beat Shopify. This is the team that we beat.
Oh yeah, we can do this then.
Yeah, these guys
I
are
believe in us.
great.
Oh, my triple silence. If you guys need my ulti, just tell me.
No, I think we're good.
Team comp sucks. Nothing we can do.
True. It's looking good.
Smash though.
Eat dinner fast angle.
Yeah, actually true.
Oh my god, we might have to kick out the casters here.
They die here?
Oh my god.
Try to save our flashes. I think these guys are pretty low.
Okay.
Oh, they can't see us. Okay, instantly they see us. Hey!
I'm ulted. I got out. I'm healing up top.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm trolling. He's
Oh, nice.
Trilly.
Okay, there you go. I'm sorry, LC. I'm sorry, casters.
No!
We tried.
Alright, GG's. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Nice! Oh, wait! What the?
Jason, walk into Jason. Walk into. We can kill him.
Please die! Okay, nice.
Okay, nice.
Oh, holy. Okay. I'm down to start trying again.
Bro, these guys are strongest.
Yeah.
Kite.
I'm cooked. What
Bro,
is this Fiora?
What the dead?
Alright, guys. This is the game, Dave.
Knocked up. What? What happening? What is happening with our Fiora exactly?
Who died already? The casters died already.
Wait, the casters are dead? Oh my god.
No!
Wait, who's first right now? Oh, it's a champion pickers.
Replace the ring of fire with a wall of fire. Is this better for us?
I don't know.
Notice all the cringers are picking logs, bro.
And what is Wall of Fire?
I have no idea, but I don't like the sound of it.
I don't know what I'm supposed to take.
Prismatic stat amp.
This is almost take a stat, I think.
Wait, what is it?
Augment levels.
Oh, I see. Like it upgrades your augments. Like it upgrades two of your augments.
Oh, so if you remove one, you can get two?
Yeah, but then look.
No, but then what if I get removed? I get Wooglets. Oh!
I don't know. I don't think you get.
Bro!
I think
I get to remove my Wooglets!
Oh, you can choose?
Yeah. Yes! I just removed my Wooglets, but I already have Wooglets. It's OP, bro.
There you go.
He focus me? Ah!
Wow.
That's bad. Oh wow, we're like on risk of dying?
Yeah, we just gotta let this guy Q 80 times on people.
I just need to not get one shot.
Dude, he can't touch me. I'm too fast.
Oh, please!
You got that?
It's too easy.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
For the pure OP. What the f?
Oh, Dragonheart. Oh my god. It's so
should I get a
over.
prismatic item, or I could get
It's
two
so
fighter
over.
items?
Oh my.
Not the Elder Soul.
Wait. If he ever,
It's a Kawa bummer, man. Dude, they're data informed. Will the Diamond Fiora dev win over the pros simply through augments? That's the question.
Just gonna hands up here.
Bro, kill this! I'm trying! Oh my god!
Kill Soraka. We have to kill Soraka. Kill Soraka.
Got no flash. I shred.
Yes!
Whoosh!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Most likely, I will just die with him. Making cheese here. Watch here. Watch. I'm going.
I'm just dead.
That's it.
What the You're 1v9?
Olaf. You can't pick Ash Seraphine Vi versus me. Kappa Chungus.
Welcome back to Game 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus DSG. Playoffs are on the line for both of these teams. SR with a 2-0 can lock themselves a playoff spot. DSG need to come back in this series, but Shopify just gave them the stunner in game number 1, Jet.
I feel like Contracts was channeling your energy from just destroying Raz before the game. And that's what Contracts did to all of DSG.
It gave me a great high going into that game. I'm hoping that if Shopify saw the footage from that, it's, encouraged them as well, because this is a different performance from Shopify Rebellion. Now, a lot of that's going to have a little asterisk on it. It is against DSG, one of the other teams in the bottom 4. Shopify Rebellion have shown up against some of the other teams below them in the standings here, but 3-16 was their record. That was their game record coming in. On the year. Yeah. Including lock-in. They were 0-6 and then 3-10. Now 4-16. It's looking up, Jet.
That is better.
They could win out the rest of the year.
That is better. 4-10 game score. The match score is what's most important, though. They have one match win. They need to have the second match win. And if they do it in a 2-0, they'll be in. If it's a 2-1, then it's up to Dignitas, which you don't want it to be up to Dignitas if you're DSG, or if you're Shopify. So it's really, really important that they 2-0 this on the side of DSG. It's also important that they win the next 2 games because they can clinch their own playoffs with a series win.
Exactly, and they want to make sure that they can do just that. As we saw Surdy on your screen there a moment ago, he's had a great performance so far individually, especially in laning phase. A solo kill against Fudge, but they're opting for the Bard first pick here for Lions in the support position. Let's see what Shopify want to answer with.
Risky choice. Lions, Bard, he's had some bad Bard games, for sure. He does have a win on it so far in this split, and with Ash Seraphine already being gone, they feel like that's going to give them the most ability to play the map. But B-Boy Ezreal, a classic, is locked in. Interestingly enough, 0-4 on Ezreal this split. So he feels like he's doing a lot of damage, but he's not getting the wins on the Ezreal.
That's tough, especially considering it was one of his popular ones when we think of years past. Like that and Lucian that were up there in his most played. He had the Lucian game. Now let's see if the Ezreal game gets its first win of this split. It's paired with Seos' Nico, so some kill threat if you find that nice tangle bar, but also you can get the Nico out of the lane, and Ezreal's just fine. So maybe even setting up contracts for more carry potential here as Caitlyn Pantheon locked in for DSG.
Yeah, I like that from a scaling perspective, just having the Caitlyn in your back pocket in case the game goes late and Sajed can win some late game team fights. Also feel like Pantheon can make a lot happen early. It's a little bit less homeless than the Vi was in the last draft, where I did feel like Kryra, once he was up against the Melio Olaf, he's not beating Olaf in the 1v1. He can't hard engage on people because the Melio is going to block it. So at least the Pantheon has some global pressure that will be able to kick in. But on the split side, contracts with the Wukong is another pick where if he starts getting ahead, can really take over the game.
True, and Wukong can be primary engaged, can also be follow-up engaged. Nico as well, like both of these two champions, really big AoE ultimates that can get fights started or follow up depending on if they want to put Fudge on even more tank engaged duty. We'll see what that game plan is, as currently it's focused on the mid lane with Talia taken away. But yeah, when I'm looking at DSG's side, I love the Caitlyn Bard combo on the bot lane because of how strong it is once you hit level 6 as well. Bard hits an ultimate, trap directly under it. That's pretty much a guaranteed kill. The problem is it's Ezreal who's got high mobility and Nico who might not even be in the lane. So we'll see if they're actually able to pull that off. Maybe it's going to be on Lions to roam and answer Seos on the pathing as well, which we know Seos loves getting behind contracts.
Yes, for sure, especially when contracts is playing like he did in the Olaf game. But the thing we need to remember about game 1 as well is that Calmy and Surdy were very far ahead of them.
Yes.
So that's something that DSG is going to try and do again. You can see bot lanes are what's locked in along with jungle. So this next phase of draft is completely about trying to secure the best top lane match as possible. So DSG picked first pick, which means that Shopify is going to have the first pick after these bans here, and then DSG is going to have to blind to something.
Yes. Now, which one will Shopify give them? If I had to guess, I would say it's going to be Fudge on the blind pick here, but maybe it's a flex.
That's clever.
A flex pick. We've seen a Nivea top, we've seen a Nivea mid, so this does not give a lot of information to DSG.
Trying to think of the power picks. Rumble Cassante, already gone from last game. The Aurora York band, just picking TF and saying that they're going to be playing through sides. I've loved the TF, and they give Surdy his Jace.
Okay.
So blind pickable champion. Jace, very vulnerable to Wukong later on in games, but can definitely dominate a little bit early, and they throw the Scion to try and neutralize it in the top lane.
And it's going to be a lot on Call Me to find the gold cards, maybe Kryra to find engages, or Bard Tempered Fates. But typically when I see a comp like this, it's gold card, trap, cosmic binding, tempered fate. You layer onto the TF finding the pick, but here's Fudge on a tank. It's Scion locked in.
I mean, just TF can do some magic damage, but not like tank shredding magic damage.
Nope.
So trying to run Jace, Pantheon, Caitlyn into Wukong Scion while also having a good teamfight structure with the Nivea Nico Ezreal, I really do prefer Shopify's team fighting. It's just a matter of if DSG can play wide enough, win lanes hard enough, and really snowball the game, because this Scion could absolutely just be the pick that puts Shopify into playoffs.
Yeah. I love also the highlight Wukong behind that, though. Really high base armor stats, loves playing into AD compositions, and TF's going to have to do a lot of work here in the AP department, when that's not necessarily what the champ is known for. Surdy on a carry, though. This is exciting to see for him individually. When they had tried this in years past, if you remember Surdy from last year, you had highlighted it already, Jad. Didn't work because of lane swaps. He was never really in that 1v1. Cassante and Aroma gets a solo kill. Maybe Surdy can be the X factor here for DSG, as he is on one of his carry picks.
He absolutely is. We have a few things to touch on as we get into this game. I need to take a small tangent to shout out Raz's fantasy team, because he's in last place. He's in last place in our fantasy league. The Caster Fantasy League actually ends today.
It does.
So loser in the regular season
tomorrow?
has to get clown makeup put on them by the winner of the fantasy league.
Okay.
Raz, as a last place player, decided to all-in DSG players.
Yes, and post his roster publicly.
Yes, so I could copy it to make sure I was in last place. So I am personally harmed by this as well, by Raz's poor choices. But I will just say, if DSG doesn't turn this around, not only does Shopify get into playoffs, but Raz will definitely lose the fantasy league.
Well, you know what they say, if you're in first, you're last, but if you're not last, you're not in clown makeup. So I think you're fine, Jad. I think you're doing just fine. You're the real winner here. I think there's only one loser in our league, at the end of the day.
And it'll be Raz. The winners, though, is interesting. Our stats guy found this in between games. Shout out Leo. It's the top 5 damage per minute in the jungle in LCS history. Inspired Karthus is #1, but then Contracts, Kryra, and Contracts from last game. Contracts has these, like, semi-annual, I'm literally going to 1v9 games, and we got to see one of them just now on
He's
the
got
roll-off.
3 out of the top 5 highest
If he could have
damage
just done like
games.
one more brand W, he could have passed Inspired for #1.
True, was very close. That was the brand Zyra meta, though. If
Yes,
you
it
noticed
was.
the 2 of those for that. Because you talked about jungle inflation. That was a couple years ago.
True.
So I don't know how true that
The Kryra Mundo game was from this year.
True. Yeah, and it's funny, Kryra's on there too. Mundo, of all things, not one you'd expect, but Kryra did get kind of bodied in that last game. You had highlighted a lot of it with draft, but you like the Pantheon more here. What do you think Kryra needs to be focused on in this game to come back versus Shopify?
So a couple things with Twisted Fate is you need Twisted Fate to be able to move in order to unlock him. So it's always nice if you can make some type of visit mid lane to unlock the Twisted Fate, because then you can really start taking over the game.
Speaking of mid
but
lane,
if that's not there,
Flash from
as, I mean,
Calmy.
Zinni has egg.
Ooh, Zinni still flashing. Had the egg available. I doubt Calmy will have the damage to kill, so Zinni just uses his passive, but still loses the summoner spell.
Yeah, no longer has egg.
No
and also
longer
no
has egg.
flash. So
Yeah.
that makes him an even bigger gank target. A lot of times you'd say just play through bot lane if you have the Caitlyn bar, but I don't feel like it's guaranteed that they can get pushed. So at this point, if I'm Kryra, I'm thinking bot river control into trying to get some type of kill onto Zinni, because if Calmy gets unlocked in this game, it just becomes super hard to play for any of the side lanes.
Sure. And also, thinking back on that flash, he probably didn't want the minions to aggro him, because if all the minions are on him, he probably does die
I think
there.
he dies in egg.
Yeah, so Zinni playing the safe path instead. No summoner spells on either mid laner, but I do agree that Kryra on the Pantheon, more gank options early game. Wukong doesn't provide any CC until level 6, so it'd be kind of on Zinni to set up the play. Wave will get shoved in. Zinni will just get a lot of this under the turret and actually be about a wave up over Calmy.
Yeah, Contracts will take kills if they're there, but in this game, actually, it is important that Shopify play with patience, because I think if Sion can get to his armor items, if Wukong can get to his Trinity Force, the game is going to kind of naturally start playing itself. So if DSG isn't really quickly forcing turret dives or really quickly stacking Drakes, I think Shopify is going to be pretty comfortable.
It's all about just making sure that you maintain your lane positions, wave states, lane positions. Combining those two together, as Zinni will again get the wave underneath this turret. Top lane, small lead for Surdy. Bot lane about dead even here between the two. So much better start now for Sajed and Lions, who again have been struggling a bit in the 2v2 so far this year. This time around, though, at least going even. Contracts now passing back on his second rotation here. He gets the Sheen first build. Kryra just picking up the longsword and a Ruby Crystal. And both will just get back to their second clears of jungle. No early ganks from Kryra, but again, I'm just going to keep highlighting that mid lane. Whenever there's no flashes available, always could be the focus of junglers.
And gold card. And Surdy is actually playing so aggressive right now.
Big damage on a Fudge. Has the shield come up, and Surdy knocks him back. Has to get to safety there. Fudge could look for the flash W auto, maybe get the kill, but now Kryra will use the Aegis Assault for the move speed. Zinni will get the stun in onto Calmy, and there goes Contracts. Flash in with a Warrior Trickster. Bonk for the first blood, and Shopify Rebellion strike in the mid lane.
Oof, Contracts is going to take those every single day. He's there for the counter gank, but my goodness, that's not what you want to see. The red card into the counter gank is an oopsie for sure. Zinni's able to land the stun onto the flashless TF as well, and now they're going for the 2v2.
Ooh, Lions looking for the flash cosmic binding onto Seos. Not landing that one, so loses a summoner spell and takes a big chunk of damage.
Wow, so Shopify off to a good start. Flash burned from the Bard, they're quite low. Kryra having to defensively clear now. Completely scouted out by Seos, so Contracts knows he's completely safe to continue farming. And now Zinni's level 6 first as well.
Yeah.
Really start putting some pain down on Calmy.
As the Glacial Storm to just always push that wave out, keep control over it. From this point forward, you kind of mentioned, Jed, the TF wants the freedom to move around. When you're against an Anivia who will just instantly delete waves, you don't get big windows to do that.
Yeah, there's a couple things that TF loves to have. One is obviously push, which you don't get in many matchups. But 2 is volatile side lanes. And Sion hopes to reduce volatility, and then Bard is trying to create volatility with plays like that, because if there's anyone flashless, then even if you're losing, you can still sneak away as TF and maybe pull something off. But for now, like, with all summoner spells being up in both side lanes, there's no need for Shopify to push either top or bot, so they can continue to just scale while this TF is getting just beat on in lane.
Yeah, so far Contracts, I mean, he gets the first blood, is going to hit level 6 here very quickly. Kryber has level 6, so he has the ability to full send, and I want to remind people of what happened last week when Kryber had the ability to full send. He actually did full send on Xin Zhao. It was Call Me on the Rise setting him up for that. This time he could do it on his own. He still will have the TF behind him, but it was impressive to see Kryber having one of his kind of big pop-off plays himself. Well, usually when you realm warp 1v5 into the enemy team, you go down, but this one was actually good for DSG.
It was. They kind of won the game off of this play. He told us in the interview afterwards that they did it 16 times in scrims, and now they're 1 in 16 on it. So it just had not been working whatsoever, but they continued to full send.
That's a confident jungler, though, Chad.
It's the confidence.
Yeah.
He had a lot of those. He died 9 times in game 1. So we're not at 16 yet, but keep in mind that that's where we're going if these dives don't start working. And
you know, success rarely comes without a couple of failures along the way, Chad.
It's true.
So you got to fail to succeed.
Both of these teams can contest to that, Kangas.
They're ready to succeed. Both these teams are primed to succeed.
Very ready.
Yeah. As again, they will succeed if they win this series. Shopify Rebellion one more game. If they only take a 2-1, reminder that they're kind of waiting for that Dig Sentinels matchup going on tomorrow.
Sure, but 2-0?
They could do it right here.
Yeah. Lock. If they lose the series, eliminated. Very clear. DSG, also very clear. Win the series. They can't just win a game. They have to win the next 2 because they've already lost the game 1.
A lot of that coming down to the tiebreaker situations of who they've lost to so far. Everyone's kind of taken down Dignitas, but if you have bad records against everybody else around you, or even just one match win, not going to be enough. As Fudge bopping down Surdy up here in the top lane. This time around, getting the better of the 1v1. Surdy will get fully shoved in under his turret.
Yeah. I mean, Shopify's full chilling right now. They have no reason to even start the Drake. They just want the Drake soul to be as late as possible. Make sure they're still collecting golden experience. I do want to note, like, it looks like Fudge is doing well in lane. Part of this is because of Surdy's build. He's kind of trying to do like a mid-game power spike with that tier call.
Well, he might get some help here. That's a flash from Surdy for the decimating smash. No flash for the counterplay now as TF will come in. Calmy's trying to back up his top laner, and the turret will help him out for the kill. Contract's now taking up next here. Calmy has enough damage to the DSG.
You wouldn't think the volatile side lanes would be the Scion diving the Jace, but they find the volatile side lanes they need, and actually Calmy's exactly there for it. That must have been some good comms, I'd say, from Surdy saying they might be looking to dive here. Come look, and Calmy is able to deliver the defense there with TF.
And with Contracts off the map, this is also Kryber able to take the grubs, not the dragon, so it's still going to be a very delayed soul, but the lead continues. That is Trinity Force on the back here for Contracts. The fact they went for that dive without even this power spike, like he had that gold theoretically at that time.
Also, that's not a cheap item. Trinity Force is incredibly expensive. He's the first one to have his completed item, so he's still on a big power spike. He wants to fight now. Even without ultimate, he can really start playing the game. And a quick swap by Shopify as well after this. They move the Scion bot.
You know what this is, Jet?
What's this?
This happens to me all the time. You get Giga fed in a game in solo queue, and you enter the next game, and you just kind of feel like you're that strong still, and that you can just do no wrong, and then you get punished. You get that reality check of, oh, I need to spend my gold.
True.
Contracts is still ahead, but that is giving some gold back to DSG, who now have a slight lead overall for themselves. Contracts not letting it dismay him. He has the Trinity Force, and he's topside right now, as Fudge used the unstoppable onslaught onto Sajed. That's flashed down. Sajed's trying to kite away from the Scion. It's a 1v1, and Scion just doesn't quite have enough armor to fully tank the Caitlyn at this point. So Sajed would have won the prolonged fight. Fudge walks away.
Fudge will take the flash, man. In a 1v1 against the Caitlyn now. If Wukong or Nico find an engage on a Sajed, they'll get him. We'll just watch this replay one more time, how he forced it. Sajed trying to get that wave all the way in, lands the E into R, so that would have been a guaranteed R hit. Maybe chains it with Q, and here's a gank mid.
Yeah, live. Calmy trying to set it up, but Zinni gets the wall down. Kryra, not enough damage in the follow-up, and Contracts is there. Stunned up again by another gold guard. Kryra does get to safety, didn't have to flash. No kills on either side.
Contracts is in their heads, man. If you can fight even numbers against TF, you are winning. TF and Pantheon both excel by creating numbers advantages, but the 2 times that Cryer has tried to gank mid, Contracts has been right there. First time got a kill for them. This time ends up pushing them back.
And that was the flash from Call Me and Grand Starfall from Cryer. So that's a long ultimate cooldown. Pantheon, it's 3 minutes without any cooldown reduction. Currently with the Sundered Sky, I believe that's like, I don't know, around 2 minutes, 40 seconds, somewhere in that range. But still, long time before we're going to see that again, and the flash even longer. So that's pretty big commitment there from DSG.
Yeah, and crucially, Dragon's still up. Again, Shop 5, totally fine with this.
Seos finds Pop Blossom
flash.
here onto Sajed. No flash from Fudge's earlier heroics means a kill for B-Boy, and it's going to turn into potentially more. Cyclone onto Lions. He can't get away. Contracts with another on the board, 3-1. That's 2 to Shopify.
Huge play by Shopify, and they're playing the slow, controlled game that they've quite honestly been working towards for quite a long time. Call Me and Cryer trying to get some plates down in the mid lane as Contracts takes this Drake. So Zinni and Seos just trying to play slow defense.
Cryer gets chunked right there by Zinni and has to walk away, but they denied some of the weight from Zinni, keeping him zoned off from that. But the first Dragon to go into Shopify, this is fantastic news for the scaling team. The fact that they don't even have to worry about a Dragon stack from the opposing team gives them so much time to play with.
Really trying to move mid here,
Zinni
though.
The target. Oh, Temper Fate. Barely sidestepped by Zinni. Stun will still land from the gold card, but not the angle from Lions to follow up with the Cosmic Binding, and Zinni just trades right back out of Cryer. DSG, they keep looking. Credit to for the attempt, but you don't actually get the grade for the attempt.
Gold is still close. Surdy with a Serpent's Fang trying to cut through really just the Scion shields early on. He's going to have a tough game trying to fight Impact. He did the Cull tier build, so I don't really know when he's going to start being a problem.
Pretty on top of the Lancel. Yep, it's Fudge going bot lane again on the Sajed, who still does. Oh, okay.
Wall. Got him. The wall got him.
Wall.
Tough. But on the positive note, the slow and controlled style is something DeMonte talked about, Shopify's assistant coach, on pros, was that he kind of broke down LCS teams into the teams that are trying to play really fast and the teams that are playing the more controlled style, which is kind of line. And then also Shopify, like when they're at their best, they want to make good, solid plans and play a slow, controlled game. And that's kind of what's needed
That's
here.
to play topside, send 3 members up there. Pantheon plus Twisted Fate ultimates. Even Lions is there to join the party and get an assist. That is a full send onto Zinni.
Full send. Zinni had no flash, so really well executed play there. They burned both globals, and they're in a race for the first turret right now, actually with Scion. Surdy Call Me probably kill it first. Scion doesn't kill it that fast, so they'll end up getting first turret and actually pulling themselves ahead in gold.
Looks like Fudge still has 2 more plates to get through in the bottom lane, if I can tell there. So well done from DSG. They had tried twice before, and this time that was, very shortly after the Grand Starfall came off cooldown, and Cryer just immediately uses it. This time does get advantage because Zinni had used the flash on the earlier one. So that ultimate ability for Pantheon will be up before a flash on an enemy mid laner.
Yeah, Contracts actually the richest person on Shopify right now. So even though we're saying like, last game he's really fed, this game he's also still really fed. But Surdy Call Me doing well themselves. It's actually kind of identical to last game, just not as extreme. When it's jungle bot ahead for Shopify and the solo lanes ahead for DSG.
I think the big thing is that bot lane has held on so far. Sajed and Lions not falling Giga behind, and in fact DSG now making another play here. They don't have the ultimates, but they still have the numbers. Looking at Fudge, Temper Fate onto the turret. It will not be ramping up. They can get their damage on the Fudge, but he's got a big health bar. That's flash from Cryer early to get himself out of there. And another successful side lane play for DSG.
And Shopify needs to be able to make plays on the other side of the map, since it's kind of hard to chase around a team as mobile as Bard, Twisted Fate, Pantheon. They are doing so. Zinni Contracts smacking away at this top lane turret. They're not trading up in gold, though, since you are getting kills on the side of DSG, and Surdy might be able to become a problem with his Cull cashing in, his mana unit completed, soon to turn into Muramana, and if he can somehow sneak his J spells past the Wukong Scion, he'd be effective. I just still think it's going to be pretty hard.
Yeah, but I like that DSG are pivoting their focus in this game. They're saying we're not going to be just targeting the mid lane. That's where they made the last couple of plays. Now that everyone's rotated around, target the side lanes. That's what this comp is going to excel at. You have Jace in the side lane, you have Pantheon TF that can join up, and even Bard can run around very fast. Hasn't picked up Swifties. I imagine eventually those will come in, but also going towards just more movement speed in general in the itemization. So Lions is going to be a speedy Bard, and DSG will have numbers advantage inside lane, so Shopify, it's up to them to kind of figure out their answer to the puzzle that is DSG's composition, because if you're just going to only have somebody solo in a side lane over and over again, they're going to get played on, and yet again, they're going for it. That is Unstoppable Onslaught from Fudge, canceled early. Asserty will teleport down.
I mean, if they completely keep denying him like all of the minions, then they're gonna have a chance. Can they actually
They're gonna Destiny in. That's a gold card used. Stunned up. He's getting low, but I think he should be fine. No, under turret. Calmy's going for more. Asserty tanked up a couple shots. Calmy gets it. Mid turret will go down. Fudge does fall. Shoe shot barrage.
Apparently it's fine.
Not enough to kill. As now mid lane tier 2 is the focus for Shopify Rebellion. Temper Fate will land onto only one. It's Zinni. The trap goes down. He's rooted up, but Seo's buying space for him. Grand Starfall now being used. Stunned up. Buffered. Zinni's fine. Cyclone from Contracts will turn the play on to Kryra. Aegis' ult to keep him up, but the wall's there. He's locked in place. The Pop Blossom from Seos. Followed up with a double tangle barbs. Flash from Calmy. Sajed tries to get away as well. DSG tried so hard to find a pick there, just couldn't quite get it.
Contracts is just the same. He's just the same as he was in game 1. He's trying to hard carry Shopify over the finish line. I think that was a huge overforce from DSG. They already kind of pulled off this miraculous 2-man dive, TF Jace onto the Scion.
Yeah.
And like, you're down 2 people now. You don't need to go fight into the strong Wukong Ezreal, but they feel like they can get something onto Zinni. They're clearly wrong in the extended play there and end up giving it back. I think they were actually starting to open up a pretty big lead.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe just like trading mid tier 2 for bot tier 2 would have been a better play.
Just defend the turret. You don't need to dive through to your Raptors. But now they really need to start stacking Drakes, and they're not that strong in 5v5s. They know that the Nico and the Wukong ult were burned in the last fight, though.
Yes, no engaged tools for Shopify outside of Scion, who will throw his body in. Does not land the ultimate, but to get some damage onto Sajed. Everybody from DSG are turning onto the Scion. Calmy got stuck on the wall right there. Fudge is going to buy a lot of time as the Battle Herald comes in. Knocks up Lions. Fudge goes down already. Traded for Surdy. That's where the Contracts even gets the turret. Loops all the way around, and Shopify will trade 1-for-1.
What an incredible drift there by Contracts.
Yeah.
He almost got to kill TF at the back end of that. Now they can move on to the Drake. Zinni's full health. He's going to shred that Drake down, no problem.
And they delayed the fight, so now Cyclone is available. Pop Blossom's about to be. The engaged tools are here. DSG are going in. They temper fate, dodged by B-Boy. Stun lands onto the clone. Shopify get the dragon, and DSG are going to get out. Okay, Contracts.
Yep.
Played a clean game, but he didn't get over that wall.
Sure.
It's okay.
Kick him from the team. He's done.
He's got 3 out of the 5 top damage of all time in LCS as a jungler. I think he's all right.
Dude, he's been so good. Tickets also available for the LCS Spring Finals, June 13th to 14th. 2-day and 1-day passes are now on sale. Use that QR code, and who knows, maybe Shopify even makes it.
There's a chance.
2 of the last 3 splits, they've actually been top 3. As crazy as that seems, and with Contracts playing like this, you never know if they can make playoffs and if they can do some type of lower bracket run. They always keep you guessing.
Yeah, you can never tell. In fact, I can say that there's one member of the broadcast that will be very excited if they make it to playoffs.
Is it you?
It's me.
Okay.
100%.
Good to know.
Nobody else believed in them. For fairly good reason. They have, again, reminder, 3-16 on the year.
Yeah, even now they've still lost 16 of their 20 games this year.
Yeah.
On stage.
But
But
I'm just going to keep reminding people of that before I caster curse them.
I will say they posted their scrim board again
on
the Shopify Twitter.
I missed that one, okay.
So the way their scrim board works is they will do individual ratings for each player on each day of scrims.
Yep.
Last year it was player self-ratings. This year it's actually players rating each other. So they'll randomize, like today, Contracts, you get to grade B-Boy, and like today, Fudge, you get to grade Contracts.
Oh, that's
so
funny.
I imagine there's a few memes in there.
That's content.
But their Friday scrims were really good. Fudge got a 10.
Whoa!
Got a 10 out of 10.
I mean, currently 0-4. Now the engage from Seos, though. Following up Contracts. Temper Fate will only land on 1, and Shopify already got 1 themselves. Make it a double. Contracts unleashed on the Wukong. Disguised, we're not ready for that play.
I'm giving Contracts an 11 this game, this series. He's hard carried on Olaf, nearly set an LCS damage record, is unbelievable on this Wukong, and they're going for Baron. I don't see how DSG stopped this.
Kryra's dead. They don't have Tempered Fate to buy time. It would just be Sajed maybe finding a miracle, but he's mid lane with Calmy. No contest, Baron taken, traded for damage on the mid tier 1, and they will even take it. Oh, and he's in the hole, redirected.
Got him.
Landed. Boom.
Counts for damage.
Baron picked up by Shopify Rebellion after the 2 quick kills. They don't have many engage tools, but when the engage tools land, they land hard.
And Kryra tries to stop Contracts from getting in. This is why Jason to Wukong is just not a good time.
Yeah.
Because you have no tools to really stop the Wukong from getting on your head with a Cyclone, and then any other CC lands, you're dead.
Yeah, good. Really good angle. Nice. Dash. Whoa. This guy.
This guy is Contracts.
Yeah, Devontae and Revan, this is the moment that they've wanted. And this is what Shopify Rebellion are doing to Disguised right now. Ripping them in half.
How many of these have you pre-prepared? That's what I need to know.
It's a secret.
We're going to be in playoffs. We're going to have new ones over and over again. They now have Baron. They have a 2.5 item Contracts, who is, again, kind of running over this game. He's, Surdy actually has done 1 billion damage to Sion this game. And I imagine gold-wise, Contracts now
back
ahead.
Up in the lead, baby.
The carry of Shopify. Jay's trying to get something done on the side lane, but they need to stop the front door first.
Can Contracts get in the top 5 damage per minute again as a jungler here? Twice in one series would be crazy. Stunned up, looking at Call Me right there. Fudge is buying a lot of space for Shopify as they have the Baron-empowered wave crashing into this bottom turret. Nice stun over the wall into Call Me, but in comes Surdy. They have the gold card flash from Zinni. He's very low, has the egg available, but won't need to pop it yet. Surdy's going to look for the flank. He's got the empowered shock blast. If he can land it onto Zinni, that's big. Call Me Destiny flank. Looking for continued play. Nice little spear there. They got the egg. That's going to be a dead Zinni, but a Pop Blossom Briseos will land on the 2. Aegis Assault will buy all of Kryra's health bar back. Now the engage from Contract. Cyclone onto 1. Contract he's on the back line. Trying to turn the play, but Surdy and Call Me are unleashed. A shutdown to Surdy. Contract's the last member left on the Rebels as he's going to try and Warrior Trickster over the wall, but it's straight into Call Me. Shutdown for Surdy. The solo laners stand for DSG as they defend the base.
Surdy is very fed now. He gets the big bounty payoff from Contracts, as well as a couple other kills in that fight. A 5,000 gold diff right now. So this all started because Zinni got too close to the wall, got hit by a gold card and a shock blast. So it's all about trying to get the egg first and keeping this fight spread out. And then when they egg him, since Shopify does a really hard engage onto one side, they can't win the top of the fight. Contracts nearly pulls off a superhero move, getting 2 Sundered Sky procs as he cyclones through. Maybe he could have gone down, and with how fed he is, could have killed Call Me and made it kind of close. But then at the end here, oh no, they're fighting back.
No, DSG! They hit SR with the stunner this time. Oh no, disaster.
And a Drake. So, gonna move right on there. Surdy doing great. Surdy's doing great on that case. Pretty well done.
4, 3, and 6. When you give Surdy the carry, this is what you want to see out of him. He had incredible stats last weekend, and even on the Cassante in game 1 of this series, he was able to solo kill Fudge. He looked solid in the team fights. Now, he's got a gold lead, a massive gold lead, so much so that the team has a lead. That's basically just Surdy. Call Me's got 1.6k as well, but answered by other members of Shopify as some damage traded back and forth.
I always find it so hard for Jace to use his lead, though, especially if the other team has a strong front line or strong engage. So he was really good at getting leads, but then carrying games, because aside from him, his team is 5,000 gold down.
Yeah.
Since his lead is what's keeping the game close. So they still don't have a real answer for this Wukong. But if he can sneak in Shock Blast like that, that's a start of contributing.
But I like that you highlight anytime you see this type of gold lead on a squishy carry, Jace is not a big health stacking champion. If you die, all that gold lead is gone for your team. He's got to land a lot of Shock Blasts to make it worth it right now. And so far, he is landing true. Call Me will get that tier 2 turret in the bot lane now. Pop Blossom Seos.
Bard is dead.
Used. They did get Lion. So one down. That's a pick here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Bard is dead.
That's actually huge. That's a long death timer, 25 seconds. That's going to be a tier 2 turret in the top lane now and vision setup at the Baron.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the end of this play. Everyone's just going to kind of reset, start working towards this Dragon Soul. Did feel like Shopify was like one push away from making playoffs, and now the game is kind of wide again. TF Ultimate burned, though, couldn't find the right angle. Seeing Contracts was close enough. If you ever TF ult, then you're going to TF ult into a fight, and you see Contracts can get there, you don't take that TF.
Yeah,
not in
exactly.
This game.
Let's get another look at how Lions actually went down here. That was very fast.
I mean, he walks into a route, and then...
Yep.
There might have been like a meep in the bush or something? It's a nice kill. Easy. They're just cracking up, man.
Yeah. Sometimes they just give you one. As Lions has the dead man's plate, but that's not full tank. Like, as a support, you're just never going to be that tanky, regardless of what you build here. DSG were able to get back into the map, though, and actually get some vision down themselves around the Baron. So Shopify Rebellion on the reset cleared some camps. They have Fudge in the bot side, but they did not get all the wards down. And in fact, all the flanking wards have been cleared, except for a very deep one right there. Not expecting Fudge to go that deep.
The saving grace of this game for DSG is actually the fact that Sajed isn't behind.
Calmy's stuck in a wall. Tangle Barb's used. Tempered Fate, but Contracts gets onto him. Calmy's down.
My God.
What a pick from Zinni, as DSG will not have their mid laner. Sajed's got to run all the way back. Pops the Ghost. Can net over the wall. But DSG now have a 4v5 at the Baron. Shopify Rebellion with that one pick can maybe just look to take this objective.
Zinni with some clutch plays. He had the Annie engages at the end of game 1, and some of these walls have just completely stuffed Calmy. Perfectly stuck in the wall there, as I think Calmy was trying to get... So I think what DSG is trying to do now with the pretty fed Caitlyn and the TFRC is just land a gold card into a trap and get some substantial poke on.
Yeah.
But you walk into wall range, you're dead.
You're going to go down. B-Boy very low here. Let's see if Surdy's able to land a clutch shock blast. This could be huge. Lands one on the Zinni. That's a big engage right there from Seos. Pop Osman only one, but it's Surdy. That's all the damage, but the Cyclone's out in range. Now Contracts gets onto him. Surdy down. Gold lead down for DSG. Lions flash the wall. Zinni still alive. Wall goes up. Sajed gets over it. Flashes in. That's only the egg. Kryrish trying to stay alive as Calmy's rejoined the fight. Sajed's got to make a miracle happen, and he just can't find it. Only the one, as Shopify Rebellion will take a 1-for-4 trade.
Getting on to Surdy's Jace was so crucial. Contract almost couldn't make it in, but then everyone else could file through. That should be the Baron for Shopify. They're going to have to reset fairly quick after this, though, because the Ocean Drake will be up, and Calmy's still looking to poke here.
I mean, if he lands that one gold card at max range with a rapid fire cannon, maybe can kill somebody. Yeah, but it's so dangerous, and now you don't want to go down yourself. Fudge could look for it. 8 seconds for the unstoppable onslaught. Nope, Calmy's out of there, but Baron to Shopify.
Yeah, Seos actually used his Zhonya's mid-fight to a Caitlyn auto that was going to kill him. So knowing that that was down, I think that's what he was looking for. Contesting a Baron 4v5 without your TF is nearly impossible, so Surdy, bit of a suicide mission there. Seos found a nice flank at the beginning of the fight. And then one of the saving graces for DSG is the fact that Sajed is pretty fed, but he just can't get it done in this fight. See, right there, that auto would have killed Seos. Then he's split. Like, usually if you Zhonya's against a Caitlyn, you will get trapped again and then killed.
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Oh, there's no way.
And that's definitely how Cryer would feel. This is how you are feeling.
We're playing it too soon, guys. I'm not that confident at this point. I know Shopify's winning.
He thinks Shopify's going to playoffs. They have Baron. What could possibly go wrong? It's celebration time.
I mean, Baron at 2K gold lead, but never say never when it comes to Shopify Rebellion. Or I guess never say always. I feel like they always find some angle here.
Now you're nervous.
Will get that third dragon.
You weren't nervous before, but
I wasn't nervous before. Now I am. Now that they're at the precipice, now that they can actually make it happen. Oh, boy.
Calm your nerves. Contracts almost has 4 items. He is turbo smurfing this entire series.
Okay.
Surdy,
I like it.
Even though he does have 4 items, he's Jace. And he's against a turbo-fed Wukong, as well as engage follow-up from the Nico Scion. Also, Calmy's Soul Stealer's at 0 stacks.
Another rock, paper, scissors situation going on here is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, yeah.
Fudge gets
rock, paper, scissors,
out.
Wukong.
Yep. Contracts just kind of lives above the rock, paper, scissors trifecta right there. As the bottom turret will now fall down. Contracts pushing mid lane solo currently. Calmy has the gold card, but this can't lock down the Wukong.
Yeah. Literally a 0 stack Soul Stealer. He's losing the Soul War terribly. He had it upgraded before the last fight.
Yeah?
Or did he?
I don't know.
Isn't even
Unstoppable onslaught from
zero
Fudge.
stacks.
Let's see if this is able to land here. Doesn't find the angle. If anybody from DSG was too far forward, that would have gotten them, but now no Scion ultimate for this.
Yeah, Scion is not that tanky. He's only got 10,000 gold, but 300 more gold than his Nico. Not great.
Sajed He's going to have to make a lot of damage happen here. Temper Fate will land on a 1, but Sajed can't get in range to get the trap down for the follow-up, so Shopify just back off. That almost looked fantastic from Lions. If it lands on a multiple members, then it gives space. But as of right now, they're going to have to find a different angle in. Calmy's looking from the side on the left here. 1 gold card to max range could be it as well. But currently Shopify Rebellion peppering down the inhibitor. They will take it. As the bottom inhibitor is also exposed, no turrets in mid or bot. They're going to turn their attention down there.
They just have to be so careful about the Anivia wall catching someone again, because if it just slows him down enough for Contracts to reach or Nico to flash engage, it could be the end of the game and would clinch Shopify a playoff spot. But this is where the last disaster happened for Shopify. Fudge is split. DSG might be going for something.
Certainly might just have enough damage for a Shock Blast kill out of Seos right there. Oh, just chunks out B-Boy instead. And that should herald the end of the push from Shopify Rebellion. They have Dragon coming up in 2 minutes 45, Baron in 2:30. A lot of time to look at either of those. That is some disgusting damage.
Yeah, it's not all on to Sion anymore. The landing phase has been over for a while, so Surdy just doing his best. He's wearing the Castle jersey. He's cosplaying what Castle was going through on DSG. He's winning his lane. He's doing everything he can to try and win this game, but it's just so difficult.
I'd say Call Me as well, but unfortunately when you're playing the TF, you're just not going to be DPSing that much. Mejai's still 0 stacks on it for Call Me, unfortunately.
And look at all the armor they're stacking. They got armor item on B-Boy, armor item on Seos. Going to be a Frozen Heart Nico pretty soon. Probably a Frozen Heart or an Iceborne Gauntlet on the Ezreal.
Contracts also with the Guardian Angel. Has a lot of armor himself. Plus the Death Stance. Just armor on that item too.
What's a cooler name, Iceborne Gauntlet or Frozen Fist?
Iceborne Gauntlet, of course. But Frozen Fist is way funnier, so I prefer that one.
Yeah.
But if you're just saying cool.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Whoever made that decision 13 years ago is redeemed.
You know what? That was 13 years ago.
When they made Iceborne Gauntlet, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Well, I think for play-by-plays around the world, just to prevent us from saying something about fisting, I think it's probably for the better of all of us.
Gauntlet is better.
I don't know if I would be able to stop myself, personally.
I mean, Shopify is looking to kill this third inhibitor. Call Me trying to get as much gold as he possibly can on the TF on the side.
Oh, B-Boy. Talk about confident plays. Takes 1 Shock Blast right there, but still getting some damage on a Kryra. Landing these Mystic shots one after another. Kryra's just got to back all the way off as B-Boy Arcane chips in again. TP in now from the TF. B-Boy has to flash away, but now the engage under the turret in on the Sajed. The carry's down. Kryra, Skyfall's in. Only gets the clone as Zinni's still up as well. Kryra trying to get back to the safety of the fountain. Has to flash. DSG a 4v5, but low health bars and the Shock Blast gets the Anivia Egg. And the stun, the shutdown. That Seo's dead. Now Fudge trying to pry a lot of space here. Kryra stuck between a wall and a Scion into the Guardian Angel and probably straight to the gray screen afterwards. Shopify Rebellion get another kill for that one as they'll take the top inhibitor turret. Surdy's getting some more damage down on the Fudge, but B-Boy's going forward. That's flash out of Surdy. Lions actually takes the portal over the Anivia wall. B-Boy jumping in. DSG, I mean, they have some damage here, but they just can't get onto B-Boy. This Ezreal is just gliding on him. That gold card does
up
land.
In 6 seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to end off of this. Fudge did such a good job blocking Shock Blast there as Surdy was trying to get fatal damage through. Remember, Zinni's no egg. Drake up in 4 seconds. This would be the Soul, which DSG I think is going to try and rush. Contract's ultimate is going to be up, though, so whoever walks close is in for some hurt.
Call Me. Ooh. I'm telling you, B-Boy flash from Call Me, Tempered Fate, chain onto B-Boy, but there's no follow-up damage. Contracts will use the Cyclone, so no ultimate available for the Wukong, but I imagine Shopify don't need it to secure this Dragon Soul.
Ocean Soul against a primarily poke team has got to make Revan and Demonte more calm than they were 1 minute ago.
Yep.
And you, Steve.
I feel like now they could run the double Red Bull.
They already have.
Crash.
So,
yeah, they did. Yeah, we don't need to see it again.
Luckily, we already have. Soul likely into just a Baron start with Seos hiding on the side in case any of the flashless carries. Literally 5 flashes are burned from DSG. This is an uncontestable Baron. If they ever look, Contracts will kill them. Okay, they agree. They agree it's uncontestable.
No shot of getting in there. Kryra's not even on the screen. That's going to be Dragon Soul. It's going to be Baron. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion with a 2,000 gold lead at 35.5 minutes here. And as long as they play this one calmly, should be able to walk it into the enemy Nexus. They even have supers helping them out in mid and top lane.
They really do. Baron, Soul, a very fed Contracts, a very fed B-Boy at this point as well.
Yep.
Primarily physical damage from everyone on DSG. Mostly poke damage as well. Shopify could do it. They could 2-0 Dignitas and then 2-0 DSG and walk their way into playoffs.
Hey, you only need to be better than 2 teams in an 8-team league, so they would prove just that here. They're pushing in the super minions. Baron Empowered Wave. Cryo will start it off, but the Temper Fate goes wide on all members. So no Bard ultimate here. Gold card from Call Me. He steps forward, but the turret falls. Can't find the auto. Cryo again goes on to Fudge, but his health bar is just not moving. Now Seos looking for the engage. Pop Blossom Sajid's out of there. Shopify Rebellion are making it happen. You can have your expectations. You can have your predictions. Shopify Rebellion don't care. 3-16 SR says we just kicked your ass. 2-0 over DSG.
Oh man, Shopify and Contracts show up on the day. Olaf, Wukong, I'd say one of the best series I've seen from a jungler this year. Solo lanes consistently behind, Contracts just smurfing fight after fight to get them into playoffs.
Shopify Rebellion are going to playoffs. Their destiny was in their hands. They just needed a 2-0, and that was a clean 2-0. Game 1 was crushing. Game 2, few moments there where it felt like maybe DSG could wrestle something back into it, but Contracts on your screen kept it together for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah,
and you just got to be better than the 2 teams below him, Jet. That's it.
I'm voting him again. He's player of the game, back to back. What an
100%.
insane series from Contracts. We're gonna toss him out of the lounge.
Yeah, I voted him player of the week already, and the week just started.
We preemptively voted him player of the week after this. But man, like it is really amazing to see Contracts have individual and the team have success, right? Because we did cover how good he was, even in some of their losses in week 2 and week 3, but it still wasn't coming together. Shopify came in, they had to 2-0, and they did it. They're now in playoffs.
They did it. They earned their own ticket in. They don't have to.
They
don't have
did.
to count on Dig. Yo, that's my boy right there.
Let's go. Let's
Oh
go.
my
Good
God.
stuff. Good stuff.
Okay. How good did that feel, though? You're hooking out on Olaf or something. You were running them down.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think my breakfast was really good this morning. I woke up on the right side of the bed. Got to relive the peaks that I've reached sometimes.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. It was nice dopamine.
Run back to Olaf, and then the Wukong game as well. Did you guys feel as confident in the second game pretty early? Because both games, your solo lanes, you probably knew this, but they were down thousands of gold. But you were ganking bottom lane consistently and seemed to have pretty good focus.
I mean, honestly, going into the second game, I was a little bit more nervous. I was like, I just monster carried game 1. Now I'm like, reliving those expectations is a little bit hard, But I think I had a solid game. I think I messed up around the top dive around level 8 or.
Oh yeah.
Like that. I played that really bad mechanically, but other than that, it was like pretty smooth sailing. I think the last game definitely was a little nerve-wracking towards the end because we were struggling with the Nash siege and everything, but we got it done.
But how have the vibes been for the week? Because it feels like every time there was a mic in front of you guys, it was more like, we need to make practice be more fruitful and better. Has that been the case? Because the board has been posted about your guys' how you guys rated each other in scrims, and it looks a lot better at least.
Really? B-Boy gave me a 3 and 2.
He gave you a 3? Yeah. What was his reasoning?
I think his reasoning was, Juan, you mental boomed too much today. So
That's good. And then you performed on stage.
Exactly.
He knows.
At least I give him the results.
Exactly. But yeah, how's practice just been? Because that's something you guys really have been pushing to improve upon, right?
We're still struggling, I'd say.
All right.
To be completely honest, I mean, it's not something that you can fix within a couple weeks, I feel, or within the week. But I think we're mindful of it and aware that it's happening. So that's just the only thing that you can wish for. Now it's just about taking the steps in terms of the process to getting better practice.
That's fair. Because I asked because one of those days was someone Fudge gave him. Fudge got a 10 in a game.
Oh yeah, that was Zinni. Zinni gave him a 10. He's like, You played really well today, Fudge. Keep going.
Perfect. There we go.
Did you guys change anything specific in the last week or two, or is it just came together on stage?
I think mostly like draft related things because a few things got changed. Like Wukong got buffed pretty heavily. It seems minor, but having that extra attack speed on a level 1 point is pretty good. So I think Wukong stocks are up for sure this patch.
You're always incredibly creative in terms of like, if you feel like a champion is in the meta and you can play him, you'll play him. The Olaf pick is a surprising one. Talk me through the process of like, at least coming in practice, maybe pitching the idea to your coaching staff, you wanted to go for the Olaf, like, because that one I think probably caught them off guard, DSG.
Yeah, I mean, Olaf has been getting played a little bit throughout the world. Like Jumon has played it a few times.
Yeah.
And I think I got inspiration from him specifically, to be honest. But to be honest, I've been an Olaf player like for a while now. Like I played it back when it was super broken in 2020. And you know, I mean, I've just been playing this game for like 15 years, so I think I can kind of play any champion at this point.
True.
Not gonna lie.
True.
We did call it today's performance as like a return to like the initial C9 contracts where you're just like giga stomping as a carry. When talking to you at the beginning of the year, you had said one of the things you really wanted to work on was synergy with Zinni and just kind of getting him on the same page as the rest of the team. So how's that been working out? Because even though the solo lanes had their own like laning struggles, it did feel like he was way more involved in so many of your plays. Yeah, I think as his English has gotten a lot better, it's just been a lot easier to communicate with him in terms of like what he wants from us and what we want from him. So that process has been getting a lot better, and Zinni's just a high energy, just ball of like fun. I don't know, he's just super high energy all the time, and he's just fun to be around. So working with him is frankly quite easy for me. Oh, nice.
And I think he has a good mind for how mid interacts with jungle early game in terms of like invading, playing for prio, and seeing those like invade and aggressive angles. So playing with Zinni has been a blast, and obviously it was pretty challenging in the beginning to get on the same page because, to be honest, we do view the game quite differently in terms of after early game. Like when mid game comes around, we've had a lot of different ideas conflicting with each other in terms of how me and Seos want to play, in terms of what Zinni wants to do on the map. So it's been a struggle, but I think recently we've been coming to terms on like kind of compromising for each other. So yeah.
That's good to hear, because I know when we had Demonte on, he was like, Zinni is like great, but he's also hyper aggressive. So it's about like keeping that, but then also like facilitating it, but then also reeling him back in at times.
It's like he just wants to go, you know? Like I don't even have time to farm camp sometimes. I'm like, Zinni, I really need to play for jungle here.
And for this next question, I need you to be humble, and I need you to check your ego. Who do you think got Pog for this series, for this game in particular?
This game?
Yeah, for this game.
Like game 2?
Yeah, game 2.
Probably Zinni.
Wrong, it was you, buddy. I don't you failed to do that.
I just picked up the free kills. Zinni had some crazy walls that game.
Yeah, he did.
The one on TF at the mid tower.
That was sick.
Was actually just killed him with the wall.
I mean, that too, but just the way he's canceling like Pantheon W and just he was using that ability pretty well. Pretty good.
He was definitely smurfing. Congratulations, though. You picked up both of them. Obviously, you got it for game number 1 as well for that art.
Must have been my first one this year, no?
Maybe, I don't know. You guys didn't win a lot of games, so
you got
the fifth one, right?
Week,
fourth one?
Yeah,
something like that.
You definitely got one in week 1.
Oh,
Because I remember voting you in the second Dignitas one where you just kept ganking bot over and over.
I mean, that one was just scheduled.
But like, I guess my main thing is reacting to the fact that you guys have qualified to playoffs now. Because there was a reality, even just looking behind you, there was a reality where you ended up winning the series 2-1, but then you had to hope that Dignitas lost to Sentinels. Like, you don't have to think about it at all.
I love my boys over at Dignitas, but I can't have my fates in their hands.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So like now you're destined for playoffs. How is that like as a reaction? Like how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean this whole focus this week was just making it to playoffs. That's like pretty much that was all in our mind. Like, so now that we're in playoffs, it's just about taking it day by day and just doing the best we can with the position that we're in. So lower bracket run is our goal now.
Yeah, focus up, make the run. The rest of our day's Pogs we can also bring up as well to look at. because it was a really action-packed day. Cloud9, they came out, they surprised me with how cleanly actually they dispatched Team Liquid. Blabber also had a really big game. I don't know if you saw that one, but the opener, pretty strong.
Yeah, I was watching like I was back in 1980, you know, on the radio in the car, and I was just like, I saw him like, or you guys said that he skipped Krugs, ganked bot, and then he somehow based and still got the top crab, and then he EQ flashed on top, so it sounded really good. So
I think you were listening to some good announcers then. We
must have.
critical information.
It was there.
Good job, Kobe.
Yeah, but Cloud9, obviously, they secured it in playoffs also, undefeated. Do you guys think that you have what it takes to make it all the way through playoffs, take down the undefeated Cloud9?
I mean, I've always had that underdog mentality, and somehow it's always worked out.
And you have upset them before in playoffs with different teams.
True.
Well, they're the ones that are going to be nervous, I'm sure.
Split 3 flashbacks.
Oh no.
But yeah, here's our standings. Cloud9 at the top, they secured it. They finished off the undefeated regular season and headed to playoffs along with you guys.
That does mean, of course, Shopify Rebellion locking in playoffs. So, Dig needs to win this series. They need to win a series, all right? This is their last.
Even though they can't make it playoffs.
Even though they can't.
For honor, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, they got to go out swinging for sure.
They have to. They must. They must.
The series I'm looking at is FlyQuest versus Lion, because
Yeah.
I think that could be really, really entertaining, especially with how firmly Griffin was destroyed by Inspired last time. We see what he learned.
True,
Then,
true.
You know?
Yeah,
It's a
I
fun
hate
jungle
playing versus
matchup.
those goddamn kids. You're so aggressive, and they hand check you. And 26-year-old me sometimes gets hand checked. So. Yeah.
Inspired was kind of saying some similar things about them. He was like, they're so annoying. Like they could lose to anyone, but they can also beat anyone.
Yeah. No, they have like unlimited potential. It's weird.
I know we have playoffs for us incoming. I know we have like tomorrow of games, but for NACL, you can check out NACL playoffs on Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays on the NACL Twitch and YouTube channels. There's been a lot of motion happening. I think it's going to be Winthrop going up against, if I remember correctly, CCG, and then Maryville going up against Conviction.
CCG is the Dardog team, right? Or
yes, it is. Actually, it is. Yes. So that team, you really can't. You don't know what to expect with that one. But Winthrop had some amazing games just yesterday, if I remember correctly. So it's a lot happening there. Don't really know what to expect
Watch
in the
Raz's
NACL.
stream.
Exactly.
He co-streams it every week. It's very entertaining.
Fair. There's a lot of co-streamers on that one, so you can pick your.
But you're the most
favorite
entertaining one, right?
I don't know. Okay. stop the
Especially
glazing.
watch him when he does the random quizzes.
No, I fail at those. I'm awful at those. Let's not quiz Raz, especially when it comes to
It's
music
great
content. But if we're just talking about creators, we're going to be rating Medio, so stick around and say hi to him for us.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Let's go watch Medio.
True.
Hi,
Picking
Medios.
mine. Hi, Medio.
Hello.
We're going to be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. for Pacific for Sentinels versus Dignitas. So check that one out. Dignitas, please win. Take a series. At least one. At least one. Take it easy, guys.
To week 7 of the LCS. It's Team Liquid Alienware going up against C9 with both teams still being able to clinch first place.
Daejeon, no EQ.
I'm ulting the backline. Backline is quite chunky.
No flash, guys.
Backline's 1 HP. Backline's 1 HP.
Daejeon.
Bang, 1 HP, okay.
You go flash in?
Yeah.
I think it's not backers. Penta, no,
I'm dead, I'm dead. Oh, okay, he's coming.
You want to know?
Play over.
No flash, Penta, 1 HP.
Okay.
No flash, I'm going for it.
1 HP.
Got Drake Blur?
Yeah, I got Drake.
All 5 pushing that last Nexus turret, 20-8 with a 12,000 gold lead. C9 takes game 1.
And he has ult, no stun right now. I'm slowly chasing. Seraphine dead. Daejeon collecting. Yeah, I'm coming for me. Yeah, looks in.
I'm killing Caitlyn, okay?
I'm gonna mark Rise. Yeah.
I'm going to Zidane. I'm coming. I'm going to Zidane now. Caitlyn's out of the fight.
Can't fight.
Yeah. I'll stun in.
You want to go on me? Nice.
The full send from the Nocturne underneath the tier 3 turret is exactly what the doctor ordered. C9 sweeps TL and maintains sole possession of first place going into playoffs.
DSG versus Shopify Rebellion. We'll see if Surdy wearing a Castle jersey can help DSG to their second straight victory.
I have Lucian.
All of it from me. I'm dead.
I'm hitting Rumble. Rumble dead, he flashed. Look all up, we have to heal.
Cut off.
Yeah, I get a bolt.
Go. Yes. Cherry the flash.
Drop it.
I can stop.
Yeah, we can.
That's it, W.
That's it.
Good.
Shopify Rebellion. They'll shut down DSG hard in game number 1.
Pin on flash. This guy in team.
Yeah, I can go soon.
Looks good.
Looks really good.
Kill Nivea dead.
We can buy.
Looks good. I'll kill. Just go forward.
He's in the bush.
Ezreal flash. 1 HP. No flash. Wukong no flash too. Big 1k.
3-16 SR says we just kicked your ass. 2-0 over DSG.